through labor-intensive methods using unemployed youth and indigent women. Bahlonishwa, the basic education sector has effectively implemented the National Mass Employment Program through the Presidential Youth Employment Initiative. In this respect, a further 58,000 posts have been provided for the current phase of the program, which commenced the last month and will continue until September 2023. On the presentation of the budget, Madam Chair, the department's budget increased by just over 3.1 billion from 57.4 billion in 2022-2023 to 60.6 billion in 2023-2024, which is an increase of approximately 5.5%. Although additional funds were provided by National Treasury over the 2023-2024 MTF, this will only partially reduce the pressure against compensation of employees in the 2023-2024 financial year. The budget, Madam Chair, is being presented in a very tight fiscal environment, where there is no additional funding available for financial struggling departments like ours. As a result, we are required to further tighten our belts and seek alternative sources of funding. The department's budget is allocated as follows. On administration, it's 2.2 billion. On public ordinary school education, it's 48.1 billion. On independent school subsidies, 95.7 million. On public special schools education, it's 1.6 billion. On early childhood development, it's 2 billion. On infrastructure development, it's 3.2 billion. On examination and education, it's 3.2 billion, which is a total of 60.6 billion. Conclusion, Madam Chair, while we are humbled by the outstanding performance of the province across all grades, we are keenly aware of the significant task that lies ahead of us. It is with this in mind that we dedicate this budget presentation to the collective efforts of all involved, including parents, educators, social partners, and the honorable members of the August House, who have made the success of the KZN province possible. Madam Speaker, allow me to take this opportunity to express my sincere gratitude to the leadership of the African National Congress, led by Msombeni, for putting their trust in us. The Honorable Premier, Mama Utubengube Zage, for her exceptional leadership, the members of the executive for their support, as well as to the chairperson of the portfolio committee, Ubaba Usonjibo, and also the honorable members who also served that team. My thanks also goes to the head of department, Ubaba Nkosinathi, and his team of senior members, our social partners, as well as officials working for the Department of Education, for their dedication and support. The support that we get from the head of ministry and his team, we are also indebted to all the educators, principals of our schools, learners, SGPs, traditional leaders, and all the people of KwaZulu-Natal who have made a tremendous contribution to the basic education sector. Ngiyafisa ukugxila District Director ingxenye enkulu yokulungisa isimo esibheka kusona amakholova. They were very hands-on. Siyabonga kakhulu with all the departmental officials. Lastly, I would like to thank my family for their unwavering support. With that, I table the budget of the Department of Education to this esteemed house. Siyabonga kakhulu. Thank you.
Thank you for anything, and thank you for keeping time. You've actually managed very well, but you spent time. You give it straight, 1 minute. Other members, let me acknowledge the presence of the speaker in the house, as well as I want to also acknowledge the presence of the NECs that are here. Thank you very much. Now we are moving on with our debate. We want to move to account by the chairperson of education, Honorable Solchita, who will be speaking for 10 minutes.
Very much.
Honorable Solchita. Honorable
Thanks, Chair. I'm sorry to disturb you. On the prayer for a child, just wanted to have the chair remind our guests that they don't participate in our proceedings. The rules of the house have been changed.
We'll look at that, but I don't see any guests here. It's only the members that are here. Yes, the official. Please don't delay me because so for who is supposed to be a gas, we're not on that.
Chairperson, members of the executive present, honorable speaker, honorable members, ladies and gentlemen. The purpose of this report is to present what has transpired during the budget process of Vote5, Department of Education in KwaZulu-Natal. It is a welcome opportunity for us in the Education Portfolio Committee to participate in the debate of this vote in this house today. The department presented 2023-2024 budget for consideration by the committee. The committee noted the department's budget increased by 1.6498 billion from 57,480,788 billion in 2022-2023 to 67,286 billion in 2023-24, an increase of approximately 5.5%. If the grants and specific funds are excluded, growth in 2023-24 is 4.84%. During discussion, the department stated that although additional funds were provided by the National Treasury over the 2023-24 MTEF, but this will only partially reduce the pressures against compensation of employees in the 2023-24 financial year. The Education Portfolio Committee had its annual stakeholder meeting on the 17th of January 2023. The committee held its budget hearing meeting on the 24th of March 2023, when the department presented its final budget for 2023-2024. They presented as well the annual performance plan. Prior to this hearing, the committee attended a session on the 10th of March 2023, where Provincial Treasurer made a comprehensive briefing on the 2023-2024 MTAF budget for KwaZulu-Natal. The committee also attended the Finance Portfolio Committee hearing on the budget of Vote5. Analysis in analyzing the draft APP, the draft budget, and the draft budget, the committee sought clarity on the following: decreased numbers of the learners benefiting from the no-fee policy, how the department will cope with the budget cuts and underfunding in terms of catering for compensation of employees, to filling of vacant posts and the impact of thereof for teaching and learning. Clarity on the impact of the outcome of the wage negotiation to the department as far as it relates to COE. The department will provide the maintenance and infrastructure plan based on the new budget year, listing for completed and progress on projects. Clarity on the national school nutrition program, the hybrid model. Change in the learnership transport while the department was spending in schools instead of learners, and impact of climate change. Clarity on target for educators trained on the CS policy that has been declining from 400 to 245. Clarity was sought also used by the department to select the extra 5 schools that will be benefiting from learner transport, names and location of these schools, low number of graduates from KwaZulu-Natal, and where this number will be able to assist the department on the number of vacancies targeting scarce seats, the number of opportunities given to unemployed educators in the PAYE training. The department indicated the number of unaffordable posts into budget cuts, the inability to increase the norms and standards to the national suggested rate in this year's budget. The reason for department's slow inconsistent spending, urging for the various grants, in particular the learners with profound disabilities and resolutions. After preparing the discussion, the committee resolved, noting that APP and budget of 2023-2024 presented by the department, the committee resolved to hold a workshop, which, by the way, the workshop is planned for early next month. And one of the issues that will be discussed is the issue of NSNP, learner transport, KwaZulu-Natal, the plan of learner numbers in the no-fee schools, paying school infrastructure rollout. And the committee, after discussions, adopted the report. The African National Congress supported the budget and the APP. The Ingcugce Freedom Party supported the budget and the APP. Minority parties supported the budget and the APP. Democratic Alliance, as you can guess, reserved its right to vote in the House. In conclusion, I'd like to express my opposition to the NEC Honorable Fraser, the head of department, Ms. G.M. Zombo, and all the officials for the Department of Education, and all the portfolio committee members for a steady work we are doing as a united portfolio committee to do our work of oversight in the department. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you, Honorable Justice, Honorable Esther, and Sojita. We are now moving to the next member, Honorable L.S.H. Songamazana of the ANC, who will be debating for 10 minutes. Honorable So, Mama Dana, it seems that if Honorable Mr. Mama Dana is not connected at the moment. She is. Yeah, she is. She's connected. Honorable Mr. Mama Dana, you have got 10 minutes. Over to you.
Honorable Chairperson, ngiyaxolisa kakhulu sihlalo ngengathi ubhekisa ne-mic yami isikhathi esincane. Somlomo ohloniphekile namalunga alendlu ahloniphekile. Ngithatha leli thuba lokubulisa kuwe sihlalo wami, ngibulise nosomlomo, ngibulise no-MEC. Ngibulise no-MEC who has presented to us a very beautiful speech. Ngiyabonga kakhulu kuba ingxenye enkulu yalaba abathenjwe i-ANC ngokunikela emsebenzini wesizwe owenziwa uMnyango Wezemfundo KwaZulu-Natal. Sihlalo ngithatha leli thuba lokubonga usihlalo wethu we-African National Congress KwaZulu-Natal, u-Honorable Duma Umthombeni, ngokuthi asifake njengabantu abazokwazi ukuthi bakhulume kule nkulumo mpikiswano kodwa engeyakhaya. Ukhongolose kulesi sifundazwe yasemukela isabelo seyimali njengalokhu sesethuliwe umphathiswa uFraser. On this note, even before I go far, Honorable Chairperson, I'd like to congratulate the ANC Ward 23 branch in Mbangeni for their endeavor to get the issue of Siyakhanyisa finally attended to, and I have the MEC mentioning it as one of the schools that's gonna be built this year. Siyabonga kakhulu MEC ngebudget osethulele yona. Umlando waziwa notuswa ukuthi izwe lakithi ligubha iminyaka u-29 langena entandweni yeningi. Nakuba isinkulu kakhulu indima esihanjiwe ngemfundo kulesi sifundazwe, kusekuningi kakhulu okumele sikwenze ukukhuculula izinsalela zobandlululo. Kwesinye isikhathi eziphehlwa khona emagumbini okufundela. Ingakho sijabula kakhulu ukuthi umnyango uyayibheka futhi into yokuqeqeshwa kothisha. Inselele enkulu esibhekene nayo njengezwe akubona ukweswela nobumpofu, kodwa bumpofu bengqondo. It is Stephen Mantubiko who posited that the most potent weapon in the hands of the oppressor is the mind of the oppressed. The budget of the Department of Education, which has grown substantially since 2019, has a duty to liberate the minds of the learners and to weave them into the vision of the department. The vision of this department is to be an innovative hub for quality teaching and learning that produces learners developed to exploit opportunities for lifelong success. For the department to achieve this vision, it needs new money to goods and services more than the 3% increase which we see in this budget, whereas the ANC applauds Treasury for allocating a 3,167 million for this year, amounting to 60,637,288. We, however, believe that 29 years of democracy dictates that we turn a corner and focus on lifting up most vulnerable from the shackles of oppression through education. The ANC, subscribing to the assertion by Bigo, and the department should fully commit its machinery towards the radicalization of education to liberate the minds of the oppressed. The January 8th statement of the ANC pointed more young people are finding themselves in desperate conditions and they end up resorting to alcohol and drug abuse. Therefore, there is an urgent need to take decisive action to attend to the people's interest, which is the theme of the ANC this year. Honorable Chairperson, it is not only the approach to delivery on site that must match up quickly with the aspirations of the Freedom Charter, aspirations of the NDP and SDGs. But teacher development too, as the MEC has alluded, is fundamental in this regard. We therefore, as the ANC, applaud the department for introducing technology-based learning approaches which are critical to bridge the divide between the haves and the have-nots. It is undisputed that the department has made strides in this area, and a lot more needs to be done, especially in teacher training and development. Our recent visit to Finland, Honorable Chair, helped us to learn that there is a need to strive for educating teachers who are future-oriented, broad-based experts, and ready to innovate and explore new learning environments and pedagogical approaches. They need to ensure that teachers continue contributing in the development of the entire learning community within the schools they work. This requires attention to collaborative and pedagogical leadership. This assertion resonates well with what our government is doing through teacher development and technology-based learning approaches. I urge the Honorable MEC to familiarize herself with the contents of the report for her to determine the sustainable way forward regards these interventions. On technology-based approaches in teaching and learning, the ANC celebrates the MST Directorate for rolling out technology-based approach by converting 64 schools into smart schools. These 64 schools have 40 learner laptops on a lockable charging trolley with individual laptops to support teaching and learning. These schools have in their classrooms data, projectors, and non-reflective whiteboards for all classrooms, content access point to serve as microserver. Subsequently, learners are now able to conduct research for themselves through Wi-Fi provided in their schools. This is the decisive action the ANC spoke about in its January 8 statement this year. The department has also trained about 1,840 school-based educators in ICT curriculum integration differentiated across various subjects, including mathematics. The department has also developed a learner-friendly portal called Funda Portal, which serves as a data source for both the learners and teachers. This has improved teacher performance in class. Siyaziqhenya kakhulu-ke thina njenge-African National Congress ngalo msebenzi omuhle kangaka ovala igebe ezindaweni zasemakhaya nasedolobheni. Akusadingi ukuthi abafundi bahambe amabanga amade okanye baye esilungwini ukuyothola imfundo engcono. Sekufanele ukuba umnyango ulandele izithelo zalokhu ukubheka ukuthi abafundi sebengcono kangakanani ngenxa yalolu hlelo. I am challenging the department to embark on an exercise probably 3 years from now to determine the return on investment to decide on whether to continue or not based on the ROI. The ANC also welcomes the establishment of professional learning communities. PLCs, honorable members, are defined as communities that provide the setting and necessary support for groups of classroom teachers, school managers, and subject advisors to participate collectively in determining their own developmental trajectories and to set up activities that will drive their own development. The Department of Education in KZN has made strides in this regard by training 2,692 grade R teachers and 171 teachers in the year 2022-23. On the other hand, they've trained 3,244 mathematics HODs, 172 circuit managers, 134 subject advisors, 45 head office officials, and at least 900 teachers attended their online sessions. Now, the biggest challenge is the monitoring of the PLC program, since it is teacher-driven. There is a need, Honorable Chair, for teacher development to be improved to arrive at a level of patriotism, trust, and altruism, which are some of the aspects we learned in Finland. They just told us that they trade on patriotism and trust, such that teachers are their bosses, like we are saying in the PLCs. that they are improving in their own way their development. So teachers are the ones on the roll, Honorable Chair, in Finland. We must all support the PLCs in our schools and where possible get closer to the process of implementation. If this concept is properly propagated, our schools will increase their capacity to achieve sustainable improvement in the learning that takes place in the school. They will also fulfill a need for more professional development to become more authentic, timely, resilient, and relevant. The ultimate purpose of the PLCs is to improve teacher practice, thus leading to improved learner achievement. With focused and determined leadership, under your leadership, Honorable MEC, we hope to achieve this. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Members have received an amended speaker's list. There is a change of time, speaking minutes affecting ISB. The next member to debate is Honorable TP Chetwa of the ISB. She was supposed to speak for 9 minutes, but now she is going to speak for 8 minutes. And Honorable Kahula was supposed to speak for 6 minutes. Now she is going to speak for 7 minutes. Over to you, Honorable TP Chetwa. 8 minutes.
Police, I wish to help with this week. It is a mention that when the lady so some officials that actually like what does it was some official. How they don't just behave like everyone. Then they pass about the billion allocation for the Friday for the 2023 capital financial year. The IFP is of the view that education is the main pillar of the a stable and prosperous country. Therefore, a quality education and training system is cardinal in helping both value and morals in our community. That is why the IFP built more than 6,000 schools. We are not speaking about we believe that all schools will get basic infrastructure, water, and electricity, because it can have an impact on getting an outcome. But before going forward, I want to acknowledge the work done by women where they were put. When we speak about the infrastructure, when we speak about issues of infrastructure, she will give you an answer. Yes. But there and then, she jumped. Correct, and that is what we're expecting with 7 leadership of September and by all. That's a portfolio of a member also. We welcome the 2.9 billion allocated for the education infrastructure plan with regard to prepare the rehabilitation of schools affected by April 2022. But once we know from the MEC, Honorable Fraser, about the 187 flood damage school and the 567 flood damage school. As to when will they be repaired? And then if they are repaired, how many will they repair? So welcome the progress that has been done in ensuring that new schools are being built in our community. This must be commended, but we are concerned about the delay in finalizing projects on time due to poor performance by contractors. During the 2022-23 financial year, the government stated that it has recruited 72 technical personnel as part of infrastructure deliver remaining necessity for improving infrastructure. Surprisingly, this is not the case within the Vaz High School Shokomo. This school was started when Honorable from Madala was still the chairperson. Continued when Honorable Thomas Mia was the chairperson until now, when Usojita is the chairperson. I want to then overemphasize each of us still as the school coming to be completed. And there's no say it will come, but it is the second law before completed. I'm just asking to MDC who was it? Because this contract that's there, this one is saying. The NP welcomed announcement by the department that it will install holes in 277 school. But this has been long overdue. As in 2013, education officials were provided with a deadline to ensure that all South African schools must have access to running and clean water, electricity, and basic sanitation after the department published the norms and standards for school infrastructure regulations. School nutrition. Also, the 2.1 billion allocated to the National School Nutrition Program is welcome. The Ingcugce inkosakazana ukudla kwezindlini. Usethuse kakhulu ukufika no-MPC okuyindlela engajwayelekile ukuqashwa kwalabo abazofakela isihloko ukudla. Mase ngifike kukhulunywa ngotero lwentela buying. Bese kwethutha kakhulu ngokwedlulele. Sabe sesizibuza ukuthi kazi ngobani laba banenhlanhla yokuhlomula. Bese kuthi osokontraka abaphezulu o-transport manager ko-4 Lazini elefuna ukuthi ninikeze abantu bendawo njengoba bekwenzeka phambilini. Yazini lokho ukuthi le nkethe kanye nokudla kwezingane zethu siyilindile futhi asifisi ukungasho ukuthi kunezikhalo eziningi kakhulukazi osokontraka o-principal abazali to add. Mina nje ngafonelwa umuntu engingamazi ethi ngiyabuza nje ngamfonela kuThembisa. Awunayo imiveni nazi nehlelwa yinhlanhla sasayani. Sela nje ukuqasha imveni yakho nje ungisiza ngithatha abantu lapho. Bese no, uyabona ukuthi ukhuluma nobani. Was not even aware ukuthi ingani because in terms of ama-regulations ekusebenza nje angikwazi ukuphepha mina nokhulume. But I spoke to the MPC to say ikhona inkinga ekhona ekuqashweni kwabantu abasebenzayo kule nto ka-nutrition. Ngiyafisa ukuthi esekhulume ku-MPC. Ngicela usondele eduze. Kakhulu ubheke ukuthi kwenzakalani, kusezokwenzakalani. Ngoba when you go to school, although kukhona ukuthi kwezinye indawo sebayadla, akuwona ngisho uhafu wokudla abangihlangelanga abantu okujwayelekile. So bathi ngimzwile ngithi she is going to observe what sesendleleni. Sicela usukume impela ubheke kanye nathi ngoba thina we will always be on the side of the parents, on the side of ama-learners ngaso sonke isikhathi. Siyacela ukuthi lento ayisukunyelwe, understanding ukuthi when we ask about it, we were promised as per chairperson which we are going to be taken through in workshop, but it was unfortunate ukuthi iy'ngane zithola ukudla kuqala betalking against it. Then we are not even able to monitor something that we are not clear about. Kodwa ke siyathemba ukuthi kuzonzeka. Sicela nje MPC, Premier, nawo wonke umuntu enze lo hlelo lube right ngoba akudalelwanga ngempela ukuthi iy'ngane zidress kahle njengoba zingasafoshi ngendlela esifanele esikoleni. The high rate of crime in KZN is a cause for concern. This has resulted in KZN being a lawless province. Our school has been turned into heaven for criminals. MPC must come out of the office and be hands on, although you are sometimes out, but do more because we know when you go out and do some campaigns,
Oh.
So much. We now move
Chairperson, I greet you with the international greeting of peace, and I hope we can maintain peace throughout this debate as well. KZN would have heard from this podium as you have heard before. The DA has consistently and constantly said that the tide of good quality education, sound leadership at the apex, good parental involvement, and well-built and maintained infrastructure at the base. Our concern is that apart from the fixation on the metric pass rates in KZN, all of these other areas are grossly deficient. Just like a major multivitamin deficiency that renders the body unable to properly function, this department finds itself with deficiencies in all of these areas. Of great concern is that the incoming term of the legislature, which will be very different in its configuration, will find those deficiencies hard to nourish. When the democratic government took over from the apartheid government, they too found in bankrupt mess. Some 30 years have passed and we have come full circle. During the deliberations on the budget, I said, and I will repeat myself, that this department will not be able to deliver on its package of services to ensure quality education, because it will not only be able to fix the aspects of this good quality trial, but the problems will deteriorate. After listening to the elaborate contributions by the MC this morning, I still have the same concern and that I had during the deliberations. The budget and ability of the state does not match the state that the MEC seeks to see. This financial year has already started on a back foot. Chairperson, a vitamin A deficiency can be remedied with a supplement. How do you recommend relieve the vitamin A deficiency, which is for accountability in this department? I must welcome those things that were said by the Honorable Tonga Madala about the ownership and accountability there. Allow me to expand on this. In a recent move, the ANC has instructed the Premier to intervene in a matter in this department. Again, blurring the lines between party and state and undermining the ability of the MEC. Let me start with what is actually urgent. The contract awarded to Casino Retail for the MSMP has started off as a disaster, creating a crisis that has left some 2.4 million children starving, causing some schools to close early because there was no food. Delivery of substandard and rotten food, and I can show you the pictures on my phone now. Not enough food, and asking schools to go begging bowl in hand to the civil society to seek solutions. Those reports, whilst they are slow, are still coming in this morning. Principals in Ingcugce took to the streets on behalf of their learners. This company that was awarded this contract is not known to have any logistics and warehousing capacity. In just a few days, we have seen the collapse of systems of accountability that were already hanging on by a thread. This catastrophe is ultimately indicative of the department's failure to properly plan, to properly execute, to evaluate, and effectively communicate, especially given that this is such a large and critical program involving so many learners for whom this is the only meal in the day. Notwithstanding, I must thank the MEC for her personal engagements and explanations. The big question now is who will be held accountable for all of this? Was this company paid money up front for this debacle? While early, and it is better now early rather than later. Has there been a breach of the contract? What are the consequences for this? Who will be held accountable for this? All that is going to be seen if this is not done is that this crisis will only deepen. There's an exclamation that I thought of after thinking of this development. And this is what I have to say to the department, whether you like it or not, shout or not.
Oh, it's also shown.
So. And we want to know if all due processes were followed. We want to know this today because was this contract awarded to a political insider? We want to know if it was not by us, not split up to ensure greater political greater economic opportunities. You see, when you take a matter like this to a Chapter 9 institution, the first thing they ask you is what are the internal steps that you have taken to remedy this problem. So I put it to you today, MEC. Let's get some answers for this in this public domain. Chairperson, in 2021, the former MEC for Education stood at the very podium and committed to eradicating all latrines in 1,377 schools identified at the time by the end of 2022. This was a grand lie because the toilets were not eradicated. We visited the school, some of us in the attic got at this. We found the school with 78 learners and educators. The teacher had to constantly leave the classroom to take learners to the toilet because she was afraid that those young children would fall into that sewer and drown. Teaching time is lost because of these needs. The bigger question is, who will take about accountability again for what is happening? It is indeed a time change. In many schools that we visited, the GA has launched a nationwide process that intends bringing this abominable latrines before the courts. This province is indeed a major culprit. You will no doubt respond with the progress that you are making, but there still needs to be accountability. Radhika said as part of a quote, the children must at last play open files, no longer be tortured by the pangs of hunger or ravaged by disease, threatened by the sports of ignorance and molestation. I think that's the end of that part of
Mark, you are a great deal of the
Why blame at the top of the budget cuts and the schools the resting funds? The department bemoans the inability to put between 5,000 to 6,000 teachers in classrooms. I want you to consider these facts and these arguments regarding the filling of these vacancies. 10 million rand is envisaged to be taken away from this department for job creation. I aver that it is for campaigning. While this 10 million rand will be taken away, the reality is that this money could be diverted towards filling posts in the department. Then there's another 10 million rand that the Finance Portfolio Committee was informed that will be taken away for the fighting of crime. Another top slice for campaigning. While at the same time, our schools actually have people talking about while we have our schools where thieves enter in such a blatant manner that they enter the school with credit card machines to rob those who don't have cash. We have raised from this podium.
Honorable Chair, Honorable Speaker, Honorable members of the House, Honorable Chair, I stand here before representing the African National Congress. Our education system has seen a tremendous amount of progress over the past decades. This is evident in the trip results for the 2024 year. We hope to see more of this performance. It should be noted that although we don't place much focus on the performance of election fields, the ANC is of the view that our focus should be broader. At the beginning of the year, the KZN legislature undertook its annual school functionalist monitoring program, which then to focus. The focus was on a small non-viable school in the province. It was noted as part of the rationalization process. The department wished to convert the schools into vocational skills centers. Also, politics, is not that. I have a idea. Because it was he always the convey when Sigan Bakan was Mama Krishna, Mama Zatan, all of the class. And said, also politics, equality, I have the history of the honorable member, I said, if it's in two polls, our president, yes, in the what the president of I hope we dedicate this day to all of the heroes and the heroines in the time and the rest of the world who sacrificed in many ways and surrender their life so that we could be free. In 68 years ago, the Congress of the people I hope the democracy, the human rights movement, we made an essential content to transform South Africa and the four shadows of the provinces currently attitude to educate and obvious of the freedom child in the community as a long as they get in that note, what they are going to do with on the settle the same on the response. Empty the doors of maybe all the countries are open. Indeed, the freedom child is not just like by this end, it's another vehicle for our people, and it's continues to form a basic of the progressive constitution of the Republic of South Africa. When this the revolutionary movement proclaimed this document, which contains one of the best formulations of the right of education and education. It had intentions to address the vast needs of all learners by reducing the barriers within the learning environment. Those barriers are in on the right count. We keep working with our people to extend the delivery of social administration to the poor, and we embark to orientate the provision not only to the minority, but to the whole population to build a better life for them. As the picture was very different during the activities, particularly for black children, at a very level of schooling. However, today the access has improved across the province, and many children and adolescents attend schools, many of whom have disability or special needs. Schools gates are now open to all learners. Honorable Speaker, allow me to thank the MEC for help diligent efforts to attend to close this through the department in her recent budget speech. She argued that the department final focus is on improved education outcomes and provide learning opportunities to develop the childhood seeker. Equally, the implementation of the three streams, modern, incorporative, and academic, technical, vocational, and technical occupation will continue to be focused area in the department of 2023-2024 budget. We also realize that the department has a mandate to establish and facilitate the closure of 187 small non-religious schools and the conversion of 255 schools into vocational skills center to address the shortage of technical skills, including 185 primary schools with less than 50 learners enrollments and 70 secondary schools with less than 100 learners enrollment. Admitted education has many challenges, however, we believe that through the practical and policy mechanism, we have put in place the department will continue to demonstrate to be an important arm for improving the condition of our learners and will further add to improve the well-being, nourishment, and education outcomes of our learners. The ANC will have the budget vote by for the 2023-2024 financial year.
The speaker to liberate is KMF member.
Thank you, Mayor. Greetings to the House. Yeah, as a young South African, as I stand before this House, I feel very naked on behalf of all I represent. We have been stripped of our constitutional rights to basic nutrition. The latest nutrition saga shows methods of since the second time we should have not delivered our rights. This is an affirmation of what we have always known about the ANC-led government. That it does not care about the welfare of our people. We have this same opportunity in the hope that she will take us into confidence. She will take the province into one of the governments on her medium plans on how 5,000 primary schools can go without food. This only affects the poor of the poorest, which now had to miss critical schoolwork due to the lack of nutrition. We regard this as a gross incompetence, and the people of our province are asking the ruling party, why must Honorable Fraser continue to be MEC? Assassination of Learning is social revolutionary. This guy. Allow me to borrow from its famous quote on socialism. Socialism is not about heavy theory. Socialism is about a decent shelter for those who are homeless. It is about water for those who have no safe drinking water. It is about health care. It is about overcoming the huge divide between urban and rural areas. It is about a decent education for all. As members of this House, based on this budget that has just been tabled before us, it is undeniable. It's an undeniable fact that the ANC-led government talks socialism more than it delivers it. While we know that the budget continues to haunt the budget, we know that the department continues to be haunted by the budget pressures due to previous budget cuts, implementation over 2021 and 2022 financial year, citing budget cuts and hindrance to providing efficient service delivery. Without a clear plan of action, we will not solve the crisis within the education department. The issue of maintenance. Also, our schools are in a state of decay because not on decay, because they're not having proper ablution facilities, not having basic services such as water and electricity, and being overcrowded in classes. Teacher vacancies are not being filled. Infrastructural challenges due to storm, flood damages, and vandalism. Substance abuse and teenage pregnancy. Learners are still walking long distances barefoot every single day just to get an education. Our schools have become crime scenes and no longer a safe haven for children and for teachers and learners. We have seen a lot of killings where teachers are being killed, teachers are being mugged, their money have been taken, their cars have been taken, and their cell phones. There are no security personnel in many of our schools. Even if security die, they are not getting paid by the department, citing things like lack of funds. We need an urgent intervention from the department. Otherwise, we are going to see more and more teachers dying in the hands of this department. Teachers have found themselves become administrators because of the work which is administrative in nature that they find themselves doing. Teachers are becoming cleaners in classrooms during the time where teaching and learning should be taking place. The truth is our schools need urgent intervention, which does not only rely on budget, but also acting beyond the code of duties. How is the department going to ensure that the future of our children is not a leak when most of the important pieces of the puzzle are missing? While we know the overburden, financial overburden as a result of underfunding and carry-over budget reduction, the department's ailing financial position is only a result of poor planning and budgeting, poor oversight and monitoring systems, and a lack of consequence management.
Remind you of Rule 56. Here our rules. Members may not contest allowed during a sitting or proceeding of the house. We now move to the next speaker, a member of the NSP, Honorable F. Shiga, for 3 minutes.
Honorable Chair, members of the executive, the Honorable Chairperson of the Education Portfolio Committees, honorable members. Education received the largest share of the provincial budget in 2023-2024. 60.6 billion, about half of the province's allocation budget. However, this department continues to experience budgetary challenges as a result of budget cutbacks made during the 2021-2022 MCF against employee compensation for the cost of living pay increases, as well as budget cuts to reduce government human capital. Therefore, the department received additional funding from the National Treasury main appropriated to try to alleviate the budget cuts made during the 2021-2022, but the funds provided were insufficient to cover the shortfall created by the budget cut, so the budget pressures remain. As a result of budget pressures, the North East Schools funding subsidy remained at 955 rand per learner in 2022-2023, while the recommended national funding norm was 1,536 per learner, and the fee-paying schools in Council 4 and 5 are funded at 522 and 179 per learner, compared to the recommended national norm of 770 and 266. This is not acceptable, as we cannot let the department compromise the education of our young people. As a result, the department was unable to deliver 100% of textbooks to school on time because of the low per learner allocation. The NFP urges the department to ensure they increase the funding subsidy per learner for the 2024 school year to meet the recommended national norm. The department was further allocated additional funding to repair school infrastructure damaged by the April 2022 floods. However, the funding was insufficient to cover the full extent of the damaged school. Hence, the allocation made in 2023-2024 only for the carry-through costs associated with the repairs and rehabilitation of schools damaged by the flood. The NFP is pleased to learn from the 2023-2024, the department fully complies with amendment in grant framework in respect of increasing the maintenance budget allocation from 30% to 60%. It is apparent that the department's budget allocation is insufficient to alleviate budgetary challenge. As a result, additional funding is required to meet budget.
Thank you all for coming to this up. And with now, the following member to debate is an ANC member, Honorable T.H. Batata, is also speaking. Honorable Speaker, honorable members of the Executive Council, honorable members, officials present, and distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, like and children. Chairperson, Umlomusha, EFF, kumele azi ukuthi ukweswela ulwazi of information uyakwenza uzizwe unqondo nalapha fanele. Kusibaluleke kakhulu ukuthi ngokusemncane wazi ukuthi ngaphambi kokuthi uzoma kukhona akufanele research information. Chairperson, I stand today on behalf of the African National Congress express support for the social budget vote. The Democratic government continues to make great strides in improving quality of life for all. The 2023-24 education budget speech tabled today clearly articulates and reflects all positive and progress made towards providing good quality education to our learners. We are a constitutional democracy that has its values deeply entrenched in the overall well-being of its citizens. The African National Congress led administration has made strides in ensuring that the people of this great nation receive comfort in knowing that their government supports them in the pursuit of their full measures of happiness. As such, the right to safety and security is one of the key elements behind forgiveness. In December 2022, the Honorable Premier launched the 365 Days Against Gender-Based Violence and Femicide. This campaign also focuses on the rights of people living with HIV, as well as members of the LGBTQI+ community. As the Honorable Mubane stated, our schools have to become the focus of the many campaigns that our government implements. It is also for these reasons and many more that the African National Congress would like to see topics on the gender-based violence and femicide included in our schools' life orientation. Honorable Chairperson, our government derives its approach to gender-based violence from the induction contained in the ANC manifesto that says, open quote, working together, we must intensify the fight against gender-based violence and for safer communities. And together, we must work with the multi-sectoral coordinated structure, inclusive of all key stakeholders that has been created to deal with the burden of gender-based violence in our society. Close quote. Honorable members, we welcome the response initiated by the department in dealing with this public threat, particularly in our schools, as it involves sexual, physically, and psychologically violence occurring in and around our schools, perpetuated because of gender norms and has very real consequences ranging from unintended pregnancies and sexually transmitted infections such as HIV, which has a serious impact on educational outcomes. Honorable Chairperson, the HIV and AIDS grant aims to ensure behavior change, especially of students and the prevention of HIV and AIDS. This grant also instill efforts to ensure that our learners progress in their studies and enter the world of work to become productive citizens. of our country and the province in particular. We must commend the government for the HIV and AIDS budget. It explains that measures will continue to be implemented as grant allocation for 2023-24 MTF budget is 62.9 million compared to 61.183 million in 22-23. This grant shows an inflation trend over a 7-year period. It has been also noted with keen interest by the revolutionary movement that the expenditure for this program is influenced by the number of learners writing matric and common test in all grades. And that program provides the appointment of 58,500 educators and students. There are school assistants with care workers under the presidential with employment initiatives, training and workshop of educators and peer education, as well as purchase of materials such as life skills, teacher manual, etc. Equally, this MTF provides for field posts such as 2 deputy directors and 2 assistant directors, payment of stipends to 750 learners support agents who will serve as the first line of support for vulnerable learners infected and affected by HIV and AIDS to undertake on-site peer education and peer support programs in schools on a day-to-day basis in order to monitor social issues affecting the learners. Chairperson, laba engikhuluma ngabo ashwa kwaba 2 deputy directors and 2 assistant directors. Siyafisa singukhongolose ukuncoma kakhulu ungqongqoshe uFraser le-department ngokuqinisekisa ukuthi i-policy ye-gender equity bayibhekile futhi baya-implementa. Kubane laba abantu besifazane singukhongolose kubeka ama-shades phakamise ilambu lama-posters malibonwe. This includes focusing on girls in school, training of educators. Thank you, honorable members. The ANC supports the budget. Thank you. Honorable members, I have received, we have received an apology from Honorable Ingcugce, who was going to debate from Trinidad. We have also received an apology from Honorable Ingcugce, who was going to debate from Trinidad. We now move on to an ANC member, Honorable MPF Mavuso, for 7 minutes.
Honorable Speaker, honorable members of the executive, honorable members, ladies and gentlemen. Honorable Chairperson, we are standing here today to reaffirm that education is indeed a priority in our country. It is a priority and a right to all learners of all forms, as advocated by the African National Congress. Hence, the Department of Education being mandated to provide quality public education in all schools, including special and full service schools. The ANC is so pleased, Honorable Chairperson, to learn that the department is having continual meetings with special schools and that an allocation of 10 million rand has been set aside by the department to minimize challenges in these schools. Honorable Chairperson, I want to quote Joe Slovo, who said, I quote, the ANC, we believe, stands at the head of the whole liberation fund, the whole mass democratic movement, unquote. I'm quoting Comrade Joe Slovo, Honorable Chair, because the ANC is indeed the leader of society. That advocated for the learners to be provided with nutritious meals. It is the ANC that is calling for the speedy resolution of the issue of the MSNP challenge in the province, and therefore no learners can be compromised by not being given nutritious meals. It is against this code for not change that the ANC appreciates the speed in which the Honorable MC, Honorable Fraser, and the team intervened in this challenge.
The ANC also saw the media statement issued by the Office of the Honorable MEC for Education. Therefore, the following is recommended in resolving the MSMP Challenge 1. Check that the MEC ensures full investigation into the matter. Yes. 2, the findings and recommendations with clear action plan and timeframes be presented to the Education Board for the committee. 3, the NSNP program will closely monitored in schools, with schools submitting status of NSNP with delivery of all food items and demand, including gas for the people. Honorable Chairperson, on land transportation in special schools, the special schools are provided buses by the department through inclusive education department directorate. However, most of them are old, are not in good state, and require repairs now and then. The ANC highly recommends that the department monitors the speed and time of buses as it takes longer for them to be attended to when they go for repairs and service. This leaves learners without transportation and teaching and learning and compromised as the buses are not available. And some parents end up keeping their children at home, like in Vulegani school, waiting during the visit of the National Education Portfolio Committee. It was discovered that more than 60 learners could not attend school as the school buses had gone for repairs. Therefore, the service provider must improve turnaround time of the buses when they go for repairs. Therefore, the ANC recommends that the Department of Education and Transport work together to assist in these schools, particularly in Nomeu and Wamame full service schools, where there are learners with special education needs and they qualify for dedicated learner transport. Honorable Chairperson, KwaZulu-Natal Department of Education ensures that special schools are included in the MSMP. The department further made a commitment of ensuring that all 21 special school learners are provided food so that they survive. On learning and teaching aids, the department has ensured constant monitoring of the procurement process, which has assisted schools to provide LGSM for 2023. And by day 1 of the schooling in these schools, they were portrayed as 99.6% of delivery was done by day 1 through central procurement. The district officials conduct LGSM audits at the beginning of the year in the special schools, and the National Department provides workbooks since their learning requires high-level support on specialized or assistive devices. Special schools do benefit from the grant to cater for learners with profound intellectual ability, like pictures, fine and gross motor skills, devices, and other specialized equipment. Chair, some special schools have ECD units, and ECD directorate provided top-up practitioners in some schools like in Zululand after the visit by the National Education Portfolio Committee. We appreciate that the department has indeed ensured that they implement what was agreed upon. On MST grants, Honorable Chair, other special schools get funding and donations by the special school in Zululand, when they use such funding to procure computers and or laptops for learners who, according to their education needs, require such. So, Honorable Chairperson, the African National Congress supports the budget. Thank you very much.
We now move to Honorable Ingcugce, Dr. Ingcugce, Ministers of our supply Honorable Speaker of the GA. And 4 minutes and
Who is next us?
You must be 8.
the 78.
The chairperson to the Honorable Mabuso and the Honorable Salusa that are coming up. Just like how the ANC claims praises for what is good and rightly so, it must also accept blame for the things like the NSNP debacle and those connected cadres of theirs that are involved in the crisis. I've already touched on the treasury cuts of 20 billion rand that are coming up, most likely for campaigning, as I mentioned. Then, despite the MC telling us that the 6,000 screeners would have been terminated last year, they were only terminated at the end of March, which cost the department in the region of almost 450 million rands that was that time. Then you spent a further 40 million rands on PPE. Both of these are after the pandemic ended. Lastly, you are responsible for 20 million rand in legal recourse. All of this funding on top of the appropriations that were given to you from departments that did not spend in other provinces and the underspent in our own provincial department budgets. All of this amount added it all up would have given you in excess of 530 million rands, which if you break up using the approximate salary of a level 1 educator, you could have filled 4,416 teacher posts in this province. If not having addressed the matter of teachers in classrooms, and you could have by far and large eradicated 5 million textbooks that this province has got its off, that by your own addition will cost 531 million rands. Then regarding the sex test in our schools, the MEC has confirmed that the department does not screen educators against the National Sexual Offences Register prior to employment of educators. As a result, we had 27 cases of teacher on learner sexual offences in our schools. Note this, honorable members, not a single case, and again I repeat, not a single case was investigated or reported to the police. Not a single perpetrator, not a single perpetrator was suspected. She answered in parliamentary questions. There simply is no accountability even for such heinous crimes that are committed on our school premises. I mentioned during deliberations that for as long as this department survives on a billion rand overdraft, does not use zero-based budgeting, we will not come out of this quagmire on the surface. We have in previous budgets mentioned that you need to involve the private sector. You scoffed at this. The Western Cape Collaboration Schools Initiative brings in vital partnerships and investment into education. In that Department of Education, they succeeded in bringing in 250 million rands into their budget through this initiative. You didn't listen. Meetings and cabinet meetings can no longer involve discussions about taking departmental funds and saying use it to deal with the TA and use it to deal with the IFP. And allow me to go, and so allow me to go, we have to take action, we have to reverse learning losses, to rapidly expand access to education, improve support for learners with special needs, to create pathways to make our schools safer, and to make our schools more energy resilient. While these are the commitments of this budget, and these actually be achieved here. It will take a new government to change these. Because it's the land after that. What's up 2020? We are the coach. We are
may I trade your indulgence? I want to tender my apology. I was supposed to acknowledge the apology from Honorable S.E. Mama, and was supposed to debate before Honorable Kika. So we have received an apology from him. Thank you so much. We now have Honorable Ingcugce, who will be speaking for 7 minutes now.
Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Deputy, Commander, honorable members, the IFP is concerned that the long-time financial woes of the department and continue to follow into the 2024 financial year. From the report of the department, the budget has increased by 3.1 billion from 57 billion to 60 billion independently for a year. But this increase will not help to keep the spending pressures of the department to the required levels. We have to bear in mind that already the adjusted appropriation of the department in 2020 was already standing at 60 billion. The question that as people of KwaZulu-Natal we have to contend with is why is this happening? Where is the problem into this saga? Is it with the national pressure or provincial pressure? Is it with basic education and national or with KwaZulu-Natal education department? Already on 3rd March 2023, the second adjustment appropriation in 2023 allocated an additional 240 million to the education department to ease their spending pressures. The same situation pertains in 2021-22, whereby education received a handout of around 700 million. Spending to ease their spending pressures. Surely, this handout kind of operation education by political pressure throughout the end of each financial year is not a healthy arrangement. It amounts to poor planning and uncertainties in progress. We are told that during this financial year, academic year, the department will not be able to employ and fund a required 5,151 educators. If the educators already in school, so we carry a much higher load than they are supposed to carry. If the learners who will suffer for quality education because educators and schools are overloaded. If the parents who will have to put the extra bill from their pockets to employ the required number of educators. In all these questions, the IFP has always maintained that quality education in South Africa has become a privilege in the post-apartheid era. For those who can afford quality education, quality education, they have lived to afford it. For those who are the poorest of the poor, who unfortunately are the African who their disadvantaged majority, quality education is the pie in the sky because of the inability to afford its extra funding. It will remain so until the uncaring, arrogant government in power is removed and replaced by a government just last week, on the 12th of March 2023, all schools were reopened after the first quarter and school holidays. So that was supposed to give us to schools very in supply. We hear stories that this was due to a transition of the child. But this issue raises eyebrows and serious questions on the NDC. The motto of one of the alliance partners is Ingcugce. The IFP subscribes to the principle of sharing the wealth of the country, so that the government resources can reach as many people as possible. In this instance, we hear that the department wanted the tender in the province to just one tender for the standing is home. We are perturbed and so why would the government ANC KwaZulu-Natal decide to disadvantage so many suppliers who are benefiting out of this work and decide to allocate it to one so-called 20 million tender across the room? Just yesterday in the room was it the rate to come to ANC for the we pay. Today he is always the 2 billion tender from KwaZulu-Natal ANC government. That's why he gave up the national and provincial election in 2024. We said that he grants. So they scheme to fund the ANC campaign in the province. It could be funded as well as the brand. You can move from this to from that. You need to know million children starving for the board. The KwaZulu-Natal education continues to underpay schools and the government standards. Instead of a national norm of 1.6 thousand, in which I went to 3, the province pays 955 per annum. Instead of a national norm of 803 in quintal 4, the province pays 522. Instead of a national norm of 277 in quintal 5, the province pays 179. Can you see? It would have done more. Thank
Over to you. So long. Ngelele usihlalo kakhona sesifone. For MEC abakhona in particular by revolutionary sister machine. Honorable members. You know, I was tempted not to respond to certain issues.
You responded.
Honorable TV Santana. When you get time, I know you're still very new, but when you get time, kindly familiarize yourself with the Public Finance Management Act, and also try and familiarize yourself with the sector's oversight model. These are legally affected issues in government. Some of it you must not be naked. We were worried when you are naked because you don't have information. Your nakedness is as a result of lack of information. If you familiarize yourself with what guides you, going to assist you. You know, I'm surprised. Nina Nenkas and keep it in many minutes. Keep it in, I never said this honorable keeper. It's on record encroaching the SCM processes, but you didn't say it. True. You are still in that marriage of inconvenience, but you come here and lambast the ANC on things that you are doing. It's surprising. Honorable Kaula, I am surprised, not expecting from you, but then I'm reminded of something that I heard in Kagapigaland. Something relating to armor security. So I'm thinking, is it possible, Honorable Kaula, no as you, what was all enough for now is a government song is there when yes, we shouldn't throw stones when we live in a class. You know, I'm not in that. I'm not members. Yeah. I'm a contracts. I'm a security company in municipalities. Yeah. Because they wanted a machinery to use for their own ability. Yeah. As man, simply because you wanted their vehicle. So don't think which song is their way. The government respects the constitution, the ANC government respects and SCM process. And we respect the act that guides the finances of this country. Do not include the ANC when you know that you have your own shenanigans that you have not done. Yesterday, during the public government debate, I listened in pain. Well, in pain. I really listened to one honorable member of Ingcugce. Yeah. Proudly boasting that her party built about 5,000 schools. What pained me the most was the fact that she was not only boasting about working with the apartheid government, she answered the TA honorable kick.
Yeah, that's a lie.
Her party ruled for 10 years in this province for democracy. She actually confirmed that this party is responsible for the mess that the ANC is currently correcting. In her own admission during the public works debate, that they didn't. And now we are busy doing the mess that they have left. And when is the time that they have finally admitted that this mess was created by Ingcugce when you are You know, honorable MP, there must schools that must be rebuilt, there are restaurants that must be changed, and even the people think that honorable Ingcugce said, yeah, are as the results of the historical imbalances that your ancestors and the IFP level. Yes. But yeah, you know, I share at some point. Ingcugce will take responsibility and approach the work of the ANC government and continue in cleaning up the mess that they left with the ANC. I was going to respond on the Anderson Key program as my fellow comrades have actually alluded, rightfully so, and has actually even mentioned on some of the proposals that the party is to restore against. But yeah, I couldn't help but be reminded of the fact that in 2019, this is about the mention, yeah, I took an oath, which was to respect and uphold the Constitution of the Republic. And how the Constitution is section 28, one thing that specifically states that every child has a right to basic education. Yeah. Now, honorable members, let's leave the department, let's leave the ANC. Are we really not going to take responsibility?
No, we must.
Most of the honorable members, apart from, I think, honorable, but actually the citizen. Now, we all know, as per the Constitution, that the school and children the basic nutrition, part of it is ensuring that we provide basic nutrition. Now, more than 2.4 million beneficiaries rely on the school nutrition programs. And it's evident that most of them, they rely on this just to get 1 meal a day. Now, when I reminded the honorable who has left the house of the sector oversight model, Section 114 and 115 of the Constitution of the Republic, guided by the sector oversight model, indicates that portfolio committees perform oversight over their respective departments. Beside one, sit on the education committee, myself included. Other than coming test members of other members, what have we done to hold the department responsible for the tax system as a resulted in what we don't know we can learners not yet. What have we done as a portfolio committee to hold this department? Let's take responsibility. We should have held them to account. When this matter came to the department, honorable Sonji, one honorable member asked, I can't remember the actual date, on the modality of this structure of the new tender. Normally, what we do as this portfolio committee, like we do with HSM, we go in view, as we did during COVID-19, we do that wrong with it. With grant energy at the expense of the poorest of the before you throw the stone on the glass house, I think you can have so.
He said they will give us a
We must stop playing political games and do what we do best, which is to play oversight without fear or favor in political interest. We must remind honorable members. Abanye sasinga ngokuthi education as a student. When Ushishomkhulu ethi, the last time in fact, was ukuthi kunama-fruits ngokuthi ekubona phansi, honorable MEC, ngokubona phansi, but they have never been delivered. Now, this program would have assisted, if done correctly, HOD, to ensure that the schools who have not been receiving food are actually receiving food. So we are calling on the department to ensure that
the service provider, according to SCM processes, is taken into account. When they have failed to deliver, because if the department had said they must have warehouses, honorable MEC, we demand warehouses to be there, because open about people very can. If they had said, ban our warehouses, and now they can't point the warehouses, it's not you, it's your accounting officer who must tell us how was the service provider appointed. Because in a standing data, we don't encroach in SCM processes. And I am glad that you have distanced yourself in the SCM processes and allow the accounting officer to take charge. Because yours is on the side of the big and executive authority, and you must approach it on it. You know, in that room, this crisis that you are facing has resulted in the department currently, honorable members, when the MEC stood here and mentioned a number of programs that have been done by the department, we speak of schools that have been built by this ANC-led government. We speak of state-of-the-art schools that have been built by this ANC-led government. When you speak of kids with special needs, go to the deep rural areas, go to young Apimakai. I look at Daniel in some special school and I am in awe because of this ANC-led government. Go back to them when they were leading, when they were in charge of this province. But now you are giving them buses that are well equipped for the necessities of our maintenance. And it is because of this ANC government. And now we must not take that away from the department. Yes, this challenge of NSNP, but the ANC has given authority to you, MEC, because the ANC knew that you are capable and you are going to lead us out of this crisis that we find ourselves in. And we are going to ensuring that all those who must account to account. And we will do it through proper processes and following the acts that are prescribed in the Constitution of the Republic.
We are that those last month.
The big one, the podium, honorable MEC.
Madam Secretary.
We are going to and you are going to take the whole president.
Thank you very much. Let me start by thanking all the honorable members who participated in this speech. As I always say to the people of community. And emphasize the fact that as the department, we subject ourselves to the guidance of the honorable members. Even today,
And you say, and can you press this? Okay.
thank you. Thank you. As I always say in the portfolio committee, that as the department, we subject ourselves to the guidance of the honorable members. For the contribution and we are definitely going and we still work hard in ensuring that the learners of KwaZulu-Natal are receiving quality education as expected. Let me thank these following honorable members before having them. to others who were here representing their parties, trying to stage the campaign for 2024, of which I strongly believe that they failed. I'm not sure if it was not because of what happened last week. What is it that you're going to say? I'm going to call up a visual babayazi ukuthi Department of Education iyasebenza futhi isebenza kanzima. Ngiyafuna ukuthi ngisho ukuthi honorable chair ukuqala nje kwayo yonke lento engazange zibe yinhle kuthe maqala nje amahlaka efika oluthi oqala wathi egqoke isikipha sengathi ezotshela abantu ukuthi bangathatha. Interesting, after telling people explain ukuthi azingathatha ukudla district director naye nabo baqala babona ukuthi kwento enzakalayo la. Immediately after that kwaba abaclaima to be business forums nabo kumele yami sathi banayo yami after that indatha uma ime nabantu service provider failed the department.
Yes.
He failed us big time. The political parties also failed the leaders of KwaZulu-Natal. There was no need of them to be opportunistic. Instead of isolating the leaders, whatever they thought of their ambition to come and back the and fortunately enough, as I'm standing here, 85 to 90% of the schools are in a perfect state. But those, that 15%, we are going to work hard in ensuring that we perfect this system. We have been trying to correct a situation whereby you'll find that in a school, they don't deliver food in time. They don't deliver quality food. And on top of that, the educators are subjected into signing the invoices. Yet the service provider understood that he did not or she did not deliver. And the department had to respond. We had to. That the way that the way to bind, that the way to that the way to also that the way to and home with indeed there's a lot that's been be done. We inherited the atrocities of the past regime, and unfortunately, we need to work very hard, which divided the education system on color lines. We are working hard on ensuring that we will address that. We'll continue empowering our learners, our educators, and our learners. And our focus will be on the mathematics and other subjects that we feel that you are lacking in. Honorable Madam said, now when we do now and then communicate. So unfortunate that even your leader went to meet without getting the information from you. I'm convinced that maybe like the concluded now there's things that she said in the media that she was not going to say in the interview. Unfortunately, they don't communicate with people who speak to them. Because it's not here, I want to say much, but in that I got the appreciate the business of that.
Holy cow. We fight.
Basically. We need to know that he did not send it reminds you. You are surprised like everybody.
I love to consider.
How can he go to media without writing? From suspend, he had to get before it's going to the media. It's the same thing that was happening here, whereby Honorable Kaula was the same very soon. I'm not sure what the standing is was talking about. And the fortunate part is you are here in the house, so Uzulu cannot take you on. Otherwise, if I was that Sunday in Zulu, I was going to take you to court because the Department of Education doesn't have any scholarships for Sunday. It's fair that you check the facts before animation. Put on that pull on. And then they have a shipment to the past one. Honorable Tetwa, as a member of the portfolio committee, we do subject ourselves to your guidance, but only when we are correct. As in the case of the underperforming or non-performing contractors, we are going to reduce them. So, and of course, the workshop that you spoke about, we are still going to hold it. But again, I think the position was correct when she said something should have been done, but that's not have space to come through. Even I said that we addressed that. And we are also worried about the criminality that is happening, as I think in my speech I've made points pertaining to that. And I was amazed, honorable members, when I saw that a minute was taken from honorable my daughter to honorable council. That's the behavior of IFP. They thought she's not going to give it away. That's the problem is that and says and we are taking the advice and the guidance on indeed, honorable now this is support about this. Even there our leaders honorable Kauna. We appreciate the increase that the treasury is trying, and we are looking at the treasury is helping us. In fact, they are not trying. Thank you, to honorable taking body and again, we clarify and correct this assertion of families who don't know the portfolio community. I was going to do that. Then going to put that information and the matter. Honorable, I think because I think it's all depends and I refer you to what the Honorable Chief Whip has said. If we can just do that, it will last. Let me live in there. As an educator myself, I've never seen educators. I've never. And I know exactly what is happening in the classroom and so I think it's fair that so that you know, I refer you to what Honorable Deputy Chief was saying. And I know you will go. Not as your job. Not as your job. And again, I think you need to take time and visit our schools. You see the operation there. You'll find the EAs, you'll find those who are learners, different types of leadership. You must take time and go to school. Let me not waste time, but I'm spoken to you. But I think the Deputy Chief will said it nicely. You must take a cue. Honorable Speaker, Pasina Retail said up front it's a big no.
No.
Said no, yes. Now you see that you're materialized. Oh, yeah.
I never said that.
Contracts, where there are elements, the accounting officer will deal with it. Then my focus is in ensuring that the learners the school that you are talking about in your book, that school it's identified as 1.9. So we can't waste any more resources. I think I must just be so we can't waste resources there. Those that school is going to be closed and we are fixing it. And again, on the issue of the I want you to refer you to my speech. You'll find the answers there. And again, with Honorable update on some debate on page 17. In our speech, it indicated there and it's clear. Maybe I think that it's shallow. I think it was shallow. It started. All that is based. All that with all the misinformation that they had. Now, that's only this one of as the department, we are going to deal with the problem. The accounting officer is going to make sure that if there's a breach of contract, he deals with it. We are still going to make sure that we focus on ensuring that our learners are getting food delivered in time. And we are going to make sure of that the centers that are in the SLAs. But we are also appealing to your good sense not to intervene, because that interference is defining the learner's the ambition that you have to work hard for it. But I don't see it possible after we have heard what the Department of Education in KwaZulu-Natal is doing for the province. And if it was not because of the nutrition, then again it was because of the young where there are challenges, the department has the capacity to address. I'm appealing to you says that moving out of this August house, We informed that the Department of Education, Investment and Cybersecurity is everything in our power in ensuring that the learners of KwaZulu-Natal are getting a nutritious meal delivered to their schools. Kodwa singenzi engathi konke akulo. As from K12, if I had enough time, Honorable Chair, I was gonna tell you that a number of schools, even on the day, because of progress with principals, they had meetings. But because the focus is not there, the focus is on ensuring that all the learners are getting to. We are going to work hard, myself, and should anyone needs to account, we will ask definitely going to show that via account that one what is your favor. It's what we are visiting going up. We will put attachment. Going up to honorable members, stand with the fellow committees. Okay. Yebo, ngibongile umhlonishwa ngibonge nje ngambiza ngegama yena umhlonishwa extension ngakhona ukubonga umhlonishwa ngakhona the EFF umhlonishwa uChiliza otherwise ngiyabona bonke sihlalo wepolitical committee ngiyabonga ukubona bonke ukushiwo uqinisekisa ukuthi abantwana bakwaZulu-Natal base ezandleni ey'phephile emnyangweni.
Honorable members, we have come to the end of debate on both sides. Education, which was a very good debate. And with that also kept the MEC for a very good budget report. Which was well competent. Thank you so much. And so for a few minutes, because we'll be starting at 1 o'clock.
Okay, let's continue, honorable members. We'll request our MSc for Sports, Arts and Culture, Umama Ubongi, Mama Stole Mlui, for 45 minutes to address this house. Thanks.
Thank you,
Order.
Chairperson, Deputy Chair of Chairs. Greetings to Honorable Speaker of the House, Honorable Boyce. Am I audible? Honorable Fifian. Oh. Good afternoon, Honorable Chair of Chairs, Deputy Chair of Chairs. Thank you for the opportunity. Greetings to the Speaker, Madam Speaker, Honorable Nontembeko Boyce, Deputy Speaker, Honorable Mthembu, Honorable Premier, Dube, Leader of Government Business, Honorable Siboniso Duma, colleagues in the Executive Council, honorable members of this August House, distinguished guests, business leaders, members of arts and creation industries, leadership of the sports, federation and recreation entities, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen. Honorable Chair, as I rise to deliver the budget, it is with a distinct sense of understanding that the challenges we face as a province and a country, however precocious they seem, means that we are always required to up the ante in our quest to improve the lives of our citizens. In thus cannot be business as usual if we stand any chance of mitigating even bigger challenges brought about by the socio-economic situation we are often confronted with. We'll deliver this budget under the theme towards sustainable sports development that harness and inclusive, renewable and prosperous arts and culture. We are saying this with Comrade Nelson Mandela in mind, who once said, I open quotes, as we let our own light shine, we unconsciously give other people permission to do the same, close quotes. Honorable Chair, that is why I am humbled by this opportunity to present the budget for 23-24 financial year. For the newly amalgamated Department of Sports, Arts and Culture. This budget vote is not only about presenting budget figures, but it is a presentation of the programs that will make an impact in changing the lives of our people for the better. It is about positioning the sports, arts and culture sectors to play their critical role in nation building, social cohesion, youth development, employment creation and economic growth. We stand here today to deliver the Vote 10 budget for one of the most critical government departments in the provincial government. Literally the new kid on block. As we would all know that it has newly amalgamated. It used to be Department of Sports and Recreation and Department of Arts and Culture. Now they are one. Literally the new kid in the block, as I have indicated. Our work is to make even more challenging by the fact that We also place our heart our vital role of mobilizing community, not only through social cohesion, but sports as a unifier and arts and culture as a way to showcase our talent and a sense of belonging and heritage as a nucleus of our identity. I also wish to agree with the Premier of our province, Honorable Ingcugce, that it is important for KwaZulu-Natal government to work collaboratively and strengthen coordination. We just cannot afford to work in silos. For us, it cannot and can never be business as usual. We must account for each rand from taxpayers, and our work must speak to the service delivery that our people do desperately need, and emancipation vehicle from the throngs of poverty. This budget vote is taking place on the 20th of April, a day that marks one of the significant milestones in the history of building South Africa as a nation united in its diversity. It was on this day in 1994 that a proclamation was issued adopting the new South African flag and Inkosi Sikelela i-Afrika. Siyakhumbula-ke ukuthi kwabe sekufakwa no-the stem kwaba i-national anthem ehlanganisa izizwe zonke nezilimi zonke eyenza ukuba kubonakala ukuthi we are now a real one nation as South Africans. With April being the Freedom Month and in line with the national theme for the month, consolidating and safeguarding democratic gains, we are reminded of the importance of preserving our liberation history and the value of freedoms that we have today. In this regard, as part of our nation building and social cohesion exercise, the department will put more effort in promoting the recognition of our national symbols. We will utilize the framework of school sports, arts and culture that we signed with the Department of Education last year to foster national pride amongst our children, including I Am the Flag campaign. I will give more details on this program later. At this time of uncertainty and upheaval, our nation needs us in the sports, arts and culture sphere to take center stage and play our role in uplifting mood of the people of our province. At this stage, let me take this opportunity to reflect on the highlights of what we have achieved over the recent past. We have continued our crusade to provide sports and arts facilities for communities. We have completed the construction and handed over the Kwamsan Sports Complex in Tuba, which is a multi-sport venue for football field, combination courts, cricket practice net, BMX track and outdoor gym, as well as a state-of-art high-performance center. This is a model facility that is being replicated in other districts in order to decentralize the provision of high-performance service training to be available at local level. We are happy to report that after months of delays, the state-of-art Dugu Standard Library was completed and handed over to the community. Siyazi ukuthi bekuloke kuyindaba exoxwayo. Siyafuna futhi ukuthi sisho ukuthi siphinde sadlulisela amanye ama-modular library amathathu endaweni yaseDeni, Dalton, Olundi, KwaNkosi, Khumalo, eMadlangeni, nase-Greater Kokstad, eFranklin. Coupled with this, we have intensified the Learn to Read campaign pertaining to renowned storytellers, uDokotela Ugcina Mhlophe and Inyosi Umdletshe, esebenzisana nabo njenge-department. Sesikwazileke ukuthi sisebenzise internet siyifake kuma-library ethu awu-164 okwenza isiqiniseko sokuthi ulwazi liyatholakala futhi nangobuchwepheshe besikhathi. Siphinde futhi kuma-library neshagalolunye safaka izinsiza zalaba abangaboni emehlweni zokufunda ukuze bakwazi ukuthi uma beye ema-library nabo balithole usizo abasuke belidinga. Siyafuna futhi nokusho ukuthi-ke singenxa yesivumelwano esinaso nomnyango wezemfundo KwaZulu-Natal senza isiqiniseko sokuthi yonke amakhodi akhona sizoba nohlelo lokwamisa kahle abafundi bakufundiswe noma kutrainwe abafundisi kanjalo kutrainwe o-coach nama-community volunteers to deliver quality and effective program for school sports, arts and culture programs. This includes setting aside Thursday as the dedicated day for the playing of school sports, arts and culture programs. So sitheke usuku lesine kuyoba yilona suku elizothi-ke KwaZulu-Natal yonke iphela izikole zonke zakhona kube usuku lokudlala kwabantwana bethu. At the beginning of the month, our province hosted CAF African Schools Football Tournament. Idindel Technical School under-16 girls team represented South Africa together with the Clapham High School from Gauteng. It was the second year in a row for the Pietermaritzburg school to reach the finals of the Continental Schools Tournament. Although they did not have a good tournament in Durban, however, the Idindel girls deserve praise for their effort and achievement. Singabashayela izandla abantwana base-Idindel girls ngokuthi baphumelele basimele. Nonkululeko Mlaba and Shabnam Ismail were selected for the KZN Cricket Rural Hub Development and Township Cricket Program to represent South Africa in the recent ICC Women's team in the World Cup played in Cape Town. Njoba nazi ukuthi kuzoba ne-World Cup ezoba khona elaphaya eCape Town, nathi-ke simelwe and sinabo abantu bethu abachongwa ukuba bayongena khona basimele. Siyafuna-ke ukuthi-ke nakwi-boxing asimile, sinayo uthando lwethu Mathiba kuthiwa-ke weigh 50 kg, nolethu kuhle uSibisi uweya u54 common and both are Commonwealth medalists. Bakhona-ke besinabo la ngaphandle, ngiyacabanga ngenxa yespace-ke bahleli bayabukela lapho bekhona. Siyabonga iqhaza abalibambile nokusimela kwabo kade belaphaya e-India eDelhi beyokwenza-ke i-boxing khona. On that note, I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate our artists, Zeik Bantwini and Nomcebo Zigode, who together with Mr. Kellerman won the Grammy Awards for the Best Global Music Performance in the Global Music category for their hit Bayede. Sithanda ukubabongela-ke sibashayele ihlombe ngomsebenzi abawenzile. Sifuna ukuthi-ke sihambise izinsiza nokusebenza kwethu kuye kuma-district lapho sikhona sisebenzisa silandela uhlelo lwe-district development model. We want also to ask this house to know that they must support us when we are doing this, and we want our program to make a meaningful impact to our communities. Isizathu-ke ingakho sithi-ke akuhanjwe kuyosetshenzelwa kuma-district ey'fundeni zethu ukuze usizo lonke litholakale eduzane lapho sikhona. KwaZulu-Natal is rich with cultural, artistic and sporting tradition. Our goal is to promote growth by aligning our plans with the National Sport and Recreation Plan and the Creative Industries Master Plan, both of which provide comprehensive strategies for their respective sectors. We will prioritize local sports development through the Siyadlala program and support local stakeholders to champion sporting programs. Our goal is to create a thriving sports culture in our province and provide opportunity for young athletes to showcase their talent. The investment in sport and culture industries will benefit the local economy and promote socially cohesion and community development. Our effort includes organizing events and workshops to provide opportunities for skills development, talent showcase, and support local organizations that share our vision. Investing in the arts, sports, and culture and heritage, it is vital for the growth and the well-being of our communities. We will undertake 4 key initiatives to uplift our local artists and creative professionals, including skills training for those entering their respective fields. Our partnership with the Small Enterprise Development Agents will introduce the Business in Art Skills program across all 11 districts of our province. Additionally, we have allocated 10 million for a specialized program targeting rural communities, women, youth, and disabled arts and culture practitioners, creating job opportunity for 300 local artists. Cabanga ukuthi sokushayela izandla ke lokho ke akuyasho ukuthi siyahamba sibhizi. Our ward-based public arts initiative and ward-based sports program present a unique opportunity for artists. Njengoba sishilo-ke ukuthi-ke akuyogcina nje kuphela kube ama-artists, nama-designers, nama-athletes, nama-cultural experts, and generating employment and enhancing our region's cultural landscape. Siyazi ukuthi amasiko ethu nobuciko bethu buyashiyashiyana ngokwezifunda esihlala kuzo. Abanye bafume ngokuhlukile, abanye bafume ngokuchucha, abanye bafume ngokusika imvunulo, abanye bafume ngokwenza eminye imisebenzi yezandla nemisebenzi yobuciko bokubhala nokudweba. Sifisa ukuthi-ke konke lokho kwenzeke emawadini bese phinda kwenzeka kuma-district ahlukeneyo. Yingakho sithi-ke siyosasa umsebenzi wethu suse kuma-district. Sikhuluma ke ngalolu hlelo lethu ke esilubambisana no-Department of Education. Siyafuna ke ukuthi ke i-framework yakhona si-outline ukuthi last year i-Department yakwa-Sports, Arts and Culture and Education ba-revise the existing memorandum of agreement. Sibe sesivumelana ke ukuthi ke akube khona i-strategy esi-integrated lapho sizokwazi ukuthi ke sibambisane ngokupheleleyo. And siyakholwa futhi njengoba sesidesignile ukuthi usuku loba yiluphi lapho kudlalwa khona ezikoleni sizovumelana thina njengo-sports, arts and culture sizobe sesiletha i-equipment eyokusiza abantwana ey'koleni ukuba bakwazi ukuthi ba-participate kuma-codes onke e-sports, okunjalo baphinde futhi ba-participate emsebenzini yobuciko kanjalo neminye imisebenzi eyamelene naleyo ezikoleni bese phansi. Unyaka ka-22-23 479 schools benefited from the provision of sports equipment and attire, with 36,394 learners participating in different in district sports tournaments. Ngonyaka ka-23-24 i-department ke izohambela ke izikole, izokwandisa izikole zibe u-450 ezozinikezela equipment nezinto zokudlala nezokwembatha balungele ukudlala. Silindele ukuthi izikole ezo-160 zizoba no coordinator abazobe becoordinatela ama-sports kanye no-arts and culture. Labo ke bazoqashwa babese babe kwi-employment eyinkontileka. Siyamathuba ke omsebenzi lawo esizobe siwenza. Siyaprovide futhi ke abantu abawu-600 esizoba ama-educators nama-volunteer azobe etrenelwe i-coaching, etrenelwe imikhakha eyahlukene yezemidlalo. Cishe abantwana abawu-26,000 bazobalindeleke ukuba babe yingxenye yalama tournament ba-compete kwi-level ye-district kulo nyaka ka-23-24. The support will continue to be given to partnership with the private sector such as Build It in offering the under-13 football and netball development programs and projects, and with other public entities to develop school sports. The program will involve over 1,750 under-13 learners in 12 district tournaments. 12 sports ambassadors who are ex-professionals in those sports code will be involved in the program. Focus will once more be on the provision of competitions to unearth football talent to participate in the CAF school football tournament in Africa. In 2023-24, the Department of Sports and Sports, Arts and Culture will set aside 40 3.6 million from the mass participation conditional grant for the implementation of schools arts, and additional 10 million will be allocated through the equitable share. It means the total will be 50.6 million that will be putting aside to ensure that the school sports are realized. Department also will focus on information campaign to increase knowledge and understanding of the national flags amongst learners at school. The program includes the rollout of the I Am the Flag campaign throughout the province. Provision of sports, arts, and culture infrastructure, delivery of sports, arts, and culture relating infrastructure for rural areas remain a focal point for our department. These include the establishment of libraries, community arts centers, sports facilities, SMMEs, and other art and culture infrastructure. The department is targeting to complete 3 facilities in 23-24 financial year, namely Ofabeni Study Library, KwaMdakane Standard Library, as well as Winston Churchill Theatre. The department will continue to fund the construction of 5 libraries around the province for the different municipalities, namely Umzumbe Library, KwaDlangezwe Library, Endaleni Library, Pomoroi Library, as well as Lubisi Library. In addition, the rehabilitation of 3 art centers and 3 libraries is planned for the 23-24 financial years. These are Utungulu, Osizweni, Mbazwane art centers. Libraries services will be the following. Libraries will be in Ojozini, Ndumo, and Washbank areas. Department will also construct 33 minor sport facilities in 2023-24 financial year. These include 22 combo courts, amakhumbi courts, 22, in a cost of 16 million, and play gyms for early childhood development. The total is 192 million is set aside for infrastructure, including all the above that I've just indicated. Thank you, Chair. Hey, bakwethu. Bakhona nje abantu abanjalo. Audiovisual repository, we're talking about archive services here. This year, the KwaZulu-Natal archives have reached a milestone in our undertaking to transform the KwaZulu-Natal archives into a truly archive for all facility. The archives and recording services has launched a new audiovisual channel that bring the archives closer to the people. This innovation new platform provides the public with access to a vast collection of oral history, interviews, and audiovisual content, making them available online for the first time. Again, ngashayela izandla lapho sisebenzile. Audiovisual channel represent a significant step towards modernizing the field of archiving in South Africa and place KwaZulu-Natal at the forefront of innovation in the archive field. The department will also pilot a new stakeholder archive data backup program aimed at assisting selected stakeholders, institutions, and organizations to safely store a backup copy of their digital archives data. The preservation of the province history records is of the utmost importance to the KwaZulu-Natal archives, and we would like to make our expertise accessible to those in the archive center. Department purchase and audiovisual storage equipment at a cost of 600,000 rand in 22-23 financial year. National symbols and orders. National symbols are regarded as a way of marking a country's national sovereignty and are collectively used as a rallying point for national unity, cohesion, and national pride. The ICAV Directorate continues to lead the I Am the Flag campaign. Sizoqhubeka-ke njengoba sesishilo siqhubeke futhi-ke ne-memorandum yokuthi-ke u-I Am the Flag campaign simfake nasey'koleni and sinemali esiyibeke eceleni ewu-500,000 yokwenza isiqiniseko kulo nyaka wezimali. Museum, we have upgraded umuseum wakwaDukuza and useyaphela. We have put 10 million on that. And we are certain that when you see it, you'll see that it's a state-of-art museum. The department will continue to provide funding for 41 affiliated museums for this financial year. Department has transferred 12.2 million to local municipalities and 5.1 million to museums that are managed by boards of trustees for the provision of salaries and operational costs. In pursuit, the government's agenda of social cohesion and nation building, museum service will stage exhibition which consciously take into consideration accessibility for people with various forms of disability. The first exhibition related to the Comrade Marathon is highlighting how sports has multiple purpose beyond physical exertion and competition. The second is focused on commemorating Ingcugce Libalele of Amahlubi, mainly in resisting the colonial power in land dispossession and control. The third is showing the victories of the Zulu over and above Isanjwane battle in commemoration of Anglo-Zulu War of 1879. Language services, the department remains committed to promote indigenous language as such. Projects such as International Translation Day and International Mother Tongue Day form part of our calendar events this year. UKZNU's language policy in the process of being reviewed, and also in this current financial year, we are working with them in ensuring that we reap the benefit. We are conducting research in these areas at Groutville, KwaSokhulu, Kokstad, Kumbane, and Edendale. Language coordinating structures such as KwaZulu-Natal Geographical Names Committee will continue to receive financial and administrative support from the department, recognizing of their role in the developing languages. The total allocated to the language services is 21.6 million. Sports for the people with disability, the vulnerable groups. The department will continue to streamline and support programs for vulnerable groups. This will be done through dedicated program in different sporting code. The continued support of disability sports reflects itself in the performance in major sports events such as Paralympic, Olympic. Our commitment to support the empowerment of women, youth, and people with disability reflect our resolve to mainstream and institutionalize these focus areas so that related initiatives are adequately resourced and implemented. Department is committed to supporting district and community structures that provide support to the people with disability. Sifuna ukusho ukuthi nakulo nyaka wolwabiwozimali imidlalo ethinta abakhubazekile isifake imali ewu-10.3 million ku-financial year esikuyona ka-23-24. Nama-programs esinawo siwakhulisile. We have set aside a target ka 75% of its procurement spend for historical disadvantaged individual, of which 40% for women, 30% youth, 2% for persons with disability, and 2% for the military veterans. Gender-based violence and femicide. Our country continues to face alarming rates of gender-based violence and femicide, despite the stride made by the government and the civil society to address this scourge. Department's program on gender-based violence and femicide focuses on the strengthening initiative on engaging boys and men in the promotion of women's empowerment and gender equality. Disruptor dialogue will be rolled out to take us out of their comfort zone. Sifuna ukuthi sibambisane ngokufundisa. We Love Life is our partners, which is a non-profitable organization or non-governmental organization that is working with us on this initiative. Creating of job department is committed to initiating several interventions to ensure that our people get opportunity to share in the economy. Department aim to reduce the current vacancy rate by ensuring that critical vacant posts are filled. Over the medium term, the department planned on creating job opportunity in the sports and culture and creative industries sector. 2023-24, the department will make an allocation of 2 million to the sports KZN Sports Confederation for the employment of sport ambassadors, legends, and ex-professionals to serve as mentors, talent scout, and coaches at the ward level, and to support the school sport and club development program. We have set aside a target of 400 jobs that will be created through the mass participation conditional grant, EPWP social sector, incentive grants, and the equitable share. Sizimisela ngokuthi i-department isebenzise u-2.3 million ku-EPWP social sector initiative incentive grant kulo nyaka, iphinde futhi ke u-9.9 million we-mass participation conditional grant for job creation. We are going to utilize these two grants for job creation as well. In addition, the department received 7% allocation of 7.1 million from the mass participation conditional grant for the employment of sports assistant at a district and head office level, as long as on a long term to support the grant funded program. 1.9 million is committed. 1.9 million is committed from the equitable share for 2023-2024 for the employment of sports assistants on contract. Enhancing socio-economic benefits of sports, arts, and culture by hosting major event. Department will support 15 major sports events that include boxing tournament, high-profile football and netball matches, and major road running, cycling, and canoeing races to lend support to the sport tourism sector. World Table Tennis Championship. This marks 30 days before the province of KwaZulu-Natal hosts a 2023 World Individual Table Tennis Championship at Ingcugce Albert Luthuli International Convention Center that starts on the 20th to the 28th of May, and preparations are well underway. Swatholeka ama-reporter show ukuthi ready to host and everything is in place. We'll be hosting about 200 countries and also 500 million viewers globally will be watching that World Table Tennis Championship finals in our show that will be hosted in our shows. I'm sure ukuthi ke nizojabula phela manje ngoba nizobe nibuka kuwona wonke lama-country kanti anisajabuli na. The total budget spent for 23-24 World Individual Table Tennis. Manje siyafuna nathi ukujatshulela uma sowenze ukuhle nizophuma ku-TV yomhlaba bantu bakwaZulu-Natal kuhle lokho bahlonishwe. The commitment from department is 3.3 and the national department is also contributing in ensuring that we host a successful championship. Netball World Cup 23 sizwile ukuthi se-Cape Town iqalile-ke amalungiselelo akhona. Ama-tournament ayoqala-ke ngoLwesihlanu mhlaka 28 kuJuly to Sunday mhlaka 6 August at an international convention center in Cape Town. Sibheke khona-ke and siyobuya nazo-ke iy'ndebe njengoba sidumile ngokwenze njalo ukunimela bantu bakwaZulu-Natal. We are pleased that the province will be the first recipient of the National Football Netball World Cup trophy on the African soil. Izwileke bakithi-ke leyo nto yezandla ezinkulu. COSAFA Cup, the province is in its final year of the 3-year agreement to host the COSAFA tournament in eThekwini in partnership with the eThekwini municipality and the Department of Economic Development, Tourism and Environmental Affairs is partnering with us in this COSAFA Cup. We also want to highlight that in Comrade Marathon, after the success of a 95th Comrade Marathon kade ikhijuma ke lo mdlalo ngonyaka odlule beku 95 years sibonile ukuthi sihoste ngempumelelo elandelayo ke i-marathon ya 2023 izoba ngomhla ka 11 kuJune and ke siyakholwa futhi ukuthi ke sizophumelela ukuqinisekisa ukuthi labo esibasupportayo njenge department siyabanikezela. We are going to contribute 1.3 towards the race in 2023, and this will include support for indigent runners through provision of accommodation and meals the night before the race. In the past study, the race had more than 70% of the participants coming from outside the local region, and thus we anticipate the race will bring many socio-economic benefit for the province. Iyaziwa ke le marathon ihlale njalo isenza ukuba siphume kwibalazwe lomhlaba. The signature event, as part of the ongoing efforts to assist the recovery of the arts and culture sector, the department initiated the establishment of signature event, which has been hosted successfully over the past 2 years. In 22-23, the event benefited 96 performing artists from different districts, 50 beaded works, 8 publishers, and 12 fashion designers. Funding for this is through a conditional grant from National Department of Sports, Arts and Culture and Voted Fund. Department will continue to implement this program as an important event for the struggling arts and art centers. Dandi July, the famous Jaho wamahashi yaseDandi has grown usukhulile abantu abebekade belindelekile ngokudlule babe u20,000 sakwazi futhi ke futhi bakwazi ukuba khona. Siyazi ukuthi ke nayo futhi iDandi July inawo umthelela wokuthi isize ekuqiniseni ezomnotho kuleya ndawo nakusifundazwe sakithi ngoba kusuke kusuka abantu besuka kuzona zonke indawo nangaphandle KwaZulu-Natal nase South Africa bakhona basuke bephuma koLesotho bakhona basuke bephuma nakwamanye ama-province afana noMpumalanga no-Eastern Cape beza ney'nkabi zabo bezogijima. Siyakholwa-ke ukuthi-ke nakulonyaka sizophinde senze isiqiniseko sokuthi-ke izinto esizenza ngalesi sikhathi njengemibukiso yempahla siveza amakhono amanye esinawo njengokuhamba siveze amasiko i-multicultural parade will continue and will ensure that abantu bakithi bayayithakasela as we normally do. Imkhosi kaZulu sikhulumile-ke ngayo iyaziwa imkhosi kaZulu lapho sibambisene nongangezwe lakhe sikhulume ukuthi-ke sizoqinisekisa ukuthi-ke indlunkulu yonke imikhosi ehlale njalo iyibamba nathi njengomnyango sikhona ukuba siqinisekise ukuthi umkhosi womhlanga uyimpumelelo, umkhosi welembe uyimpumelelo, umkhosi wakaNomkhubulwane uba umpumelelo, nomkhosi woselwa, nomkhosi wamaganu kanye nomkhosi wasesandlwane. Sibonile-ke eminyakeni edlule iba impumelelo. Siyafuna futhi ukuthi siqinisekise ukuthi asiphezile sizoqhubeka nakulonyaka ka-23-24 ukuyisapotha yonke le mikhosi ngoba inayo imithelela yokuheha abavakashi, inayo futhi imithelela yokukhulisa ezomnotho nokukhulisa nje ezokuvakasha kwisifundazwe sakithi. KZN Amafa and Research Institute, over the past year, Amafa has engaged in several initiatives aimed at preserving the heritage of the province. These include the rehabilitation of the Herigwala National Heritage Site and the declaration of the National Heritage Site in the grave site of Herigwala, Mama Elda Gwala and Lulu Gwala. In partnership with the Ladysmith Black Mambazo, The Institute hosted the Amambazo Week program in Ladysmith to commemorate the legacy of the Professor Joseph Shabalala. Niyalazi-ke udaba ukuthi labaculi besicathamiya basimelile kuzwelonke nasemhlabeni wonke lapho bebuye khona nama-award awu-5 ama-Grammy Award beqhubeka besimela ngomculo okungowethu nosungulwe yithina singawuthathi kwabanye abantu. So guys, in order to promote social cohesion, the institute working with Kokstad municipality hosted a heritage festival to commemorate the life of Greek leader u-Adam Kok wesithathu lapha eKokstad. Siyoqhubeka njalo ke sikwenza sibeka imali kulonyaka esizoyitransfer 57.3 million to amafa aKwaZulu-Natal and Research Institute. Unyaka ka-2023 marks 100 years since Ubaba uMoses Mabhida was born. In order to commemorate his centenary, Amafa Institute will produce a short biography of Ubaba Mabhida. In addition, Amafa Institute, working with the department, will facilitate a centenary lecture in October 2023, a month when he was born. His gravesite, located in the Heroes Acre in Pietermaritzburg, will be declared as a heritage site. Izandla ziyadingeka nakulokho. To commemorate grassroots struggle by ordinary people, 2023 marks 40 years since our outburst of local resistance in the township of Lamontville. Amafa Institute will declare the site associated with the 1983 boycott and the gravesite of Umsizi Dube. The provincial heritage site will be declared as a provincial heritage site. Senzela ukuthi ke makufika isikhathi sokuba ideclare as a national site vele thina sesiqalile njengeKwaZulu-Natal. Asizobheka kencane soqhubeka sihlabele emgama, sizobakhumbula nabasembumbulu, sizobakhumbula uAnton Lembede, sobakhumbula oMafika Gwala, sobakhumbula obaba uMfenendala, inkosi uMtubatuba Mkhwanazi. Akuyi ngakuchema kuya ngokuthi ke kubhaleke kanjani nemlando uthini. Mounting a memorial where the remains of inkosi Langalibele of Amahlubi niyalazi ukuthi abake nakhona sizobe senza umsebenzi ofanayo simaka 150 years. Ngizama njalo ukuthi ke ngibuye ngifake ukuthi nibe live. Ngiyanibona nifuna ukulala. Siyaphinda futhi ke siqhakambise iqhaza elabanjwa uRW Msimang ngeke sibakhohle emlandweni wethu. Siyabazi ngemisebenzi abayenzile nokubhala kwabo bebhala izindaba zesizwe nemisebenzi abayenzile. Siyafunda futhi ukuthi sisho ukuthi umama uMxenge nobaba uMxenge asiyulibala ukubakhumbula njengabantu abasilwela belwela lenkululeko yethu balibulawa ngendlela emnyama ngabantu abangabasoxolo. Working with Umxenge family, Umxenge Trust and the eThekwini Municipality, the house will be declared as a heritage site once the modalities of transferring it to the ownership of the trust are finalized. The house will be then refurbished and turned into a museum. Shuthi ke siyashintsha-ke bakhona abantu nabesifazane ngijabulela lokho nje ukuthi Alzina Zondi will be also be remembered. Mama uJabu Ndlovu, ama-site abo will be then declared as provincial sites. Kuyothi-ke nabanye-ke abafisa ukuthi kube khona abakhunjulwayo bayosazisa sobe sesibheka-ke ohlelweni esinalo ukuthi siyobafaka kanjani senze ukuthi baziwe bakhunjulwe ngoba-ke kuyafiseka kube njalo. 30 youth will be granted cadetship over 2 years by department, and 40 short-term job opportunity will be created to maintain heritage site throughout the province. Kusho ukuthi-ke noma sesikwenzile lokho asiyugcina ukuthi sishiye kanjalo, kodwa soqinisekisa ukuthi kunabantu abagade wonke lamadlinza akhona, wonke lamathuna akhona noma sibiza kanjani, kodwa la sideclare khona bazoklina bangalali khona bakline kodwa kube kuhle kube sezingeni Futhi makulethwa abantu abazoboniswa lamaqhawe bafike indawo ibafanele isezingeni lokuthi ungaziqhenya ngokuthi ke amaqhawe namaqhawekazi ethu. Arts development ngo-2023-24 i-department izoqhubeka i-support ama-project provincial choral music competition at a budget of 2.4 million, district and provincial theatre festival at 800,000, fashion training, visual arts training, intellectual property rights workshop will mobilize, and also in that will put 2.5 million. Department izoqhubeka isupporte ama Cultural Institute ne Music House isizosupporta ngo-8 million in this current financial year, 23-24 financial year. Sizophinda sisupporte ke amanye ama-cultural institutes and art centers in a tune of 18.4 million. That include all bedside no orchestra. Sports, yeah, I'm there.
You can continue. You still have time. You can continue.
Any question? Or second negotiate?
Yes.
Oh,
We'll take from your time.
we are negotiating.
Yes.
Ubale nje sihlala ungasabi. Ushiye futhi makushiyeka. Kulo nyaka i-department is targeting ukuthi sibe no siseke silekele lo coach about 12,631 coaches, creation, leaders, education, volunteers ngemali ewu-12.6 million esiyibeke eceleni ukuba siqinisekise ukuthi kuyenzeka. Nami ngiyathanda ngathi bengathiwa ke nginomhlomulo lana nani bengizomhlomulela manje inkinga ileyo. Imali engango 9.2 siyibeke eceleni ukuqinisekisa ukuthi ke umjaho wamabhayisekili nawo nomdlalo wamabhayisekili siyawusupporta kulo nyaka. Sizoqinisekisa ukuthi Kwamsani High Performance Center is in operation, and in 23-24 sizophinda siqedele umsebenzi wakhona. Siyadlula siya kwi-boxing, sikhulumile nge-boxing. Sizoba nabantu abazoqashwa futhi besebenza belekelela kulo mkhakha. Siyazi ke ukuthi ke khona Ruth Mthalane farewell fight ezoba se-City Hall. Zonke ke noZandile Malinga abawo-chairperson bakwa-boxing nabo siyabonga baphinde bakhethwa ukuba bayosibambela iqhaza ku-national. Wona wonke kama-district sibhizi ngokuthi siqiniseke ukuthi i-boxing iyadlalwa and sifuna ukukhipha o-champagne. I-school sports scholarship, sinama-scholarship aka-sports. Kule nyaka ke wezimali silindele ukuthi ke sisize abafundi abawu-24. Sifuna futhi ukuthi sisize imali esiyibeke eceleni, sibeke imali engango 1 million uqinisekisa ke ukuthi kuyenzeka. Kanjalo nama-sports awards siwabekele imali engangemiliyoni. Siyakholwa ukuthi ke konke lokho kuyokwenza ukuba iKwaZulu-Natal ingafani nangaphambilini. EADP Elite Athlete Development Program nayo ngokunjalo asiyekile. Ye-high performance and sports science siyaqhubeka nokusebenzisana nabo, sisupportana, and sizoqinisekisa ukuthi ke lokhu kuyaqhubeka ngoba siyawubona umahluko kulokho abakwenzayo. And ke kulo nyaka ke wezimali sicabanga ukuthi ke will support 105 elites and developing athletes from across i-province yethu yaKwaZulu-Natal. Chairperson and honorable members, I want to present the budget allocation for Department of Sports, Arts and Culture in a tune of 1.4 billion with the programs that are in. We are having program 1, which is administration. We are allocating 287,290,000. Program 2, cultural affairs, we have allocated 320,459,000. Program 3, library and archives, we have allocated 509,462,000. Program 4, sports and recreation, 375,593,000. The total is 1,000 1,492,804 thousand. Angithi manje million laba bayahlupha baningi. Sengibala ke ngiyafisa ukusho ukuthi ke siyazi ukuthi njengomnyango silindeleke ukuba siqinisekise ukuthi we develop and enhance esports, especially to our young people in KwaZulu-Natal, kakhulukazi laba abasey'ndaweni zasemakhaya. Sizimisela ukwenza lokho ngempumelelo njengoba sishilo ukuthi iy'ngqalasizinda sizohambisa sizoyifikisa emakhaya. Siyafuna futhi ukusho ukuthi sizibophezele ukuthi kulo nyaka akukho mntwana ongazudlala esikoleni ngoba sizokwenza isiqiniseko sokuthi njengoba sinokubambisana nomnyango wezemfundo sizoqinisekisa ukuthi akuphela nje ukuthi bazobe befunda ezemidlalo kodwa bazobe befunda ngezwe labo nemvelaphi yabo kanye nokubaluleka kwezwe nokuba ngamathandazo. The African National Congress and a political party I represent in this house is working tirelessly to ensure that our people taste the fruit of freedom, so we had fought for. We are not about to fail them. We are not about to stand aside and watch their aspiration perish when we have the opportunity to do just and to do right by servicing them. So njengoba sithunywe kombutho wesizwe sisho njalo malunga ahloniphekile siyathanda ukubonga kakhulu ubambisana esikubambisene ne-portfolio committee sihlalo sekela sihlalo wehlalo. Siyathanda futhi ukubonga izimvo abazinikele zona nobuhlakani bebesigayida ngabo masiza phambi kwabo sizokwethula imisebenzi wethu njenge-department. Sithanda ukubonga kakhulu ukuthi lo msebenzi wethu esiwenzayo bawuthatha kakhulu njengomsebenzi obalulekile mabenze oversight. Nathi sizimiseleke futhi ukuqhubeka nokubambisana nabo. Ngiyafisa futhi ukuthi ke ngilethe i-attention to abaphathiswa lapho ngizokhotha khona amazwi ashiwo u-Alan Patton i-author yencwadi ethi Cry the Beloved Country, when he said, open quote, "The tragedy is not that things are broken. The tragedy is that things are not mended again," close quote. Njengoba sazi ukuthi khona abangazange baqaleke bayoqhubeka la sekugcine khona thina uma befisa kanjalo kodwa ke thina sesiqalile la kufe khona sizolungisa lapho singaqala khona sizoqala. I would like also to take this opportunity to thank the acting head of department uDokotela uNdlovu and the entire team yakwa Sports, Arts and Culture for the work they've done and also for ensuring that our people get the services that they deserve. We applaud you, senior managers and the team, Yakwa Sports, Arts and Culture. Really, you are a good team and a winning team. Siyayazi msebenzi yenu. I want also to extend my gratitude to the African National Congress, umbutho wesizwe, for allowing me to act in this position of an MEC and also to present this budget. Ngithi ngiyabonga kunina Masosha Kathambo ngokungethemba ngalo msebenzi. Lo msebenzi wesizwe akusiwo wami nani futhi akuwona owenu kodwa sonke ngokubambisana singenza abantu bakwaZulu-Natal bathi impela kwaba kuhle ukuba sikhethe ukhongolose abuse kulesi sifunda. Ngiyafuna ke ngikubonga uNdunankulu wakwaZulu Natal uPremier umama uNomsa Dube. Siyabonga kakhulu unzwakele i-guidance esiyithola kuwena nokusilekelela lapho ubona ukuthi sihamba kancane usisheshise sikwazi ukuletha insiza kubantu. Sifisa ukubonga ke amalunga onke executive council nge-guidance ne-support. Sengigcina ngithanda ukubonga umndeni wami. Ngibonge kakhulu umyeni wami uGebane wamaphale nge-support anginika yona nabantwana bami nomndeni wonke nje uphelele ngoba nginamanye ama-responsibility asekhaya bayabekezela bangisupporte noma ngabe ngikuphi ngibabone bevela. Ngiyazi ukuthi ukhona la emekhona ucuthile ukubabona ukuthi ngempela uhamba kahle yini. I-support ke esiyidingayo emndenini ngoba imndeni la siphelela khona at the end of the day mase sesikhathele siphuma emsebenzini. We go back to our families and I expect our families to support us. I present the budget for Vote10 KZN Sports, Arts and Culture for 22-23 financial year for consideration by this House. I thank you, Honorable Chair.
Eleven. Thank you. Thank you, MEC, with the comprehensive report. I think it was very detailed. Honorable members, will allow our next speaker will be presenting a report for us. Honorable Sonjeta. Oh. I'm sorry. Honorable Enar Machola for 10 minutes. Sorry, Honorable Sonjeta, angwazi ukuthi ungenzani.
I'll take it easy. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Premier, Honorable Members of the House, Honorable MEC, Arts and Culture.
Honorable member of the mic.
Officials of the department and distinguished guests, good afternoon. In the month of freedom, we not only honor those that fought in militancy, but for our freedom, militants for our freedom, but we also honor those in the creative industry that played a pivotal role. Siyabakhumbula Mama Makeba, babesitsho besithi nanga amapolisa azongena endlini abeka umzabalazo. One that comes to my mind, as well as I have mentioned Mama Makeba, is Sugar Ray Prulu, whose goal against then white team charged not only sport but the political environment, which became part of the resistance. The Portfolio Committee of Sport, Arts and Culture exercised its mandate as stipulated by the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, recorded under Rule 122 of the KwaZulu-Natal Legislature. The obligation is to consider and adopt the budget for Vote 10 of 2023-2024 financial year. The Sport, Arts and Culture Portfolio Committee received a briefing from the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture on the 2023-24 final draft APP and Vote 10 budget in a meeting which was held on the 31st of March 2023. The committee has noted that the department's priorities were aligned with the National Development Plan, Provincial Growth Development Plan, and the 7 national government priorities, and thus will focus its non-financial oversight on priorities derived from the 2023-2024 annual performance APP. These include inter alia the ensuring that all critical and funded posts to be filled urgently, use government procurement to enhance localization and create more opportunities for SMMEs, intensify the implementation of the EPWP and projects for mass job creation, develop and implement impactful programs for the vulnerable groups in line with their core mandate, digitize all government operations, service delivery systems and communication systems, amongst the others. The committee acknowledged the department for maintaining focus on its key mandate, being social cohesion and moral regeneration and job creation, targeting youth, women, and disabled. This will be down through the department's continuation of support for the main events, sports, federations, and empowerment of artists in line with the prescriptions of the Public Finance Management Act and Treasury regulations. Observations and findings by the committee have been covered and alluded to in the statement that I have just made mention of in the preceding paragraphs. For the department to deliver services efficiently and effectively, the committee recommends that the department must strengthen its monitoring and evaluation mechanisms. This is imperative since the department transfers much of its budget to KZN arts and cultural non-profit institutions and SMMEs. The department has a responsibility to ensure that money is used effectively and efficiently. Ensure that the filling of the budgeted critical vacant posts, especially those that have a great impact on service delivery, is prioritized as this committee strongly believes that service delivery should not be compromised. Strengthen the focus of key mandate of the department being social cohesion and moral regeneration and job creation targeting the vulnerable groups, such as the youth, women, and disabled. Ensure a close working relationship is formed between the KZN AMAFA and Research Institute and Moses Kotane Institute to foster and create synergy and efficiency in research matters. Ensure the finalization of election of board members for Kwabulawayo Heritage Site matter for the firm recognition of Ingcugce. Assist municipalities in ensuring the refurbishment of sports facilities as there is a need for sports infrastructure to be up to date and in good condition always. The committee wishes to highlight to this House that all parties supported the 2023 budget and 2023-2024 final draft APP of the Department of Sports and Arts. The Portfolio Committee on Sport, Arts and Culture recognizes the critical role of nation building and social cohesion assigned to the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture and will always offer its untiring support to the department in fulfilling this important mandate. Honorable Chair, the Honorable Committee members wishes to thank the erstwhile MEC Honorable Amanda Bani Mapena, the HOD and senior officials of the department for their continued cooperation. The Department of Sports, Arts and Culture has been allocated a budget of 1.493 billion for 2023-2024 financial year. The committee has observed the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture budget that is broken as follows in the 23-24 MTF. Program 1 has been allocated 290 million for the 2023-2024 budget year for the provision of effective management and administration of the department and to ensure effective and efficient use of financial and human resources. Program 2 has been allocated 320 million 459 million for the 2023-24 budget year. The committee has noted that the main aim of this program is to provide for projects in the arts, culture, language, and museum services. Of this budgeted amount, 459 million, the committee has observed with keen interest that the KwaZulu-Natal AMAFA and Research Institute has been allocated 57.354 million. Program 3, the library and archive services have been allocated 462 million for the 23-24 budget year for the provision of library and information services as well as archive services. This includes transferring of funds to municipalities for staffing and operational costs for libraries as well as the construction of new libraries and upgrades and renovations to existing libraries. We know that these municipalities have failed us high time in the utilization of these funds. Program 4, Sports and Recreation, has been allocated 365.593 million for 23-24 financial year to cater for sporting federations and other sporting bodies to assist with promotion and development of sport and recreation within the KwaZulu-Natal province. The committee noted that Included in the budget allocation of 375.593 million is an allocation of 101.488 million for the mass participation of sport development grant. The committee will ensure that it plays its robust financial and non-financial oversight role over the implementation of these infrastructure projects, as they have been long-standing matters which needed to be resolved by the department. The committee has also, with keen interest, the allocation of 2.078 million against the EPWP integrated grant for provinces, which is to be used for the appointment of 499 contract employees to continue to assist in the administration of the infrastructure, the SCM, budgeting and accounting units. Furthermore, the department will allocate 941,000 on the equitable share allocation for the appointment of 40 additional EPWP employees. The committee is also pleased by the fact that department will also continue to support and empower artists in current financial year, that is 23-24, through the provision of the budget within the various sub-programs of this program. Chairperson, before I run out of time, let me say the budget has been adopted fully by all majority parties. The ANC adopted the budget, IFP adopted the budget, DA adopted the budget, and minority parties.
You can conclude. You can conclude. The time is up.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks,
No.
ma'am.
Okay, thank you. I have also reached the end of my report. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Honorable Member. Thanks, Acting Chairperson of the Portfolio for Sports, Arts and Culture. We'll request when we start our debate, Honorable SM Sonjitsa Zangamandla. But let's note, honorable members, that we have apologies from ATM, MF, ATM, and ACDP. Thank you.
It's cutting out yourself.
Your time is 10 minutes. 12 minutes.
Yes,
thanks, sir.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Good afternoon to you. Good afternoon, Honorable Acting MEC. Good afternoon to MECs who are here, especially Ingcugce, Deputy Chairperson of the African National Congress. Good afternoon, honorable members. Good afternoon, Honorable Banima Pena, the immediate past MEC of this department. Good afternoon to the officials of the department. Honorable members, one of the key areas that the ruling party, the African National Congress, decided to prioritize was to ensuring that everyone in South Africa has access to free education. Before 1994, only 61% of South Africans were able to read and write. This number has improved since the dawn of democracy, where over 94.3% people are now able to read and write. Whilst gains were made in the education sector, there was still a gap which was identified by our government, which meant that more can still be done, especially for those who are struggling in terms of academically. Those who went to school during our times, or members, Kaula, will remember how school sports became an integral part of our schooling years. We used to have a day dedicated for sport activities, which meant that sports education formed an integral part of a curriculum which helped shape many of our athletes over the years. Over this, in September of last year. The signing of this progressive memorandum of agreement by these two departments will forever change the lives of learners in our schools, as it will help in building healthy minds and healthy bodies. The current status of school sport and arts has been an ongoing concern for all of us, especially the leading party in this province, which is the ANC. Over years, there has been a dwindling participation of learners in sporting and arts activities, while some schools only offered soccer and netball to learners. KwaZulu-Natal has more than 6,000 schools, but less than 10% of them have access to structured, organized, and resourced sport participation opportunities. This has been mainly due to inadequate sport facilities and equipment, as well as lack of skilled, competent technical staff to support sport development in our schools. Some schools have been prioritizing classroom teaching and learning over physical education, when this should actually go together, as they play a complementary role in the development of young people. All these factors, along with the lack of sporting and art activities in many communities, have pushed our youth towards sedentary lifestyles, which has resulted in high levels of obesity amongst children. The reintroduction of school sport and arts is in line with the Sustainable Development Goals, an international convention on the rights of the child. This also speaks directly to the Department of Education's vision of being an innovative hub for quality teaching and learning that produces learners developed to exploit opportunities for lifelong success, which requires a holistic approach to education. The signing of this MOU will go a long way towards addressing the imbalances of the past and create opportunities for learners to showcase their talent. Extramural school sports and arts activities can also help position our pupils to receive scholarships and endorsements from companies. Scouting talents will also be able to identify their talent at a young age, when it is still possible to develop their skills to their maximum potential. Harnessing the power of physical activity and arts is one of the most valuable tools to addressing the challenges of school dropouts, as well as fighting the scourge of social ills such as substance abuse, teenage pregnancy, and crime. Sports and arts will also contribute towards promotion of social cohesion and national identity. While the department is not yet in a financial position to erect basic infrastructure to encourage learners to engage in sporting activities activities in all schools. We will be engaged. We will be encouraged learners to engage in sporting activities. We will be engaging with municipalities so that our learners can use public facilities such as sports fields and swimming pools. We will also be engaging other key stakeholders who have financial muscle to build sporting facilities such as combo courts in our schools, particularly in those disadvantaged communities. These partnerships by these two departments show how effective the ANC-led government can be when there is a cooperation between government departments. Although physical education is implemented through life orientation policy, policy limitations do not set aside the dedicated contact time for physical education and sport. Educators do not have the necessary skills and qualifications for physical education. Without physical education specialists, it will be difficult for basic sport and movement skills to be instilled in learners, especially in the primary schools. Schools also do not have necessary equipped to teach basic skills. Through the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture, school sports coordinators and legends have been employed as coaches and mentors. To develop, they must be deployed to clusters of schools to assist with imparting skills development and life skills. To date, 466 school sport coordinators have been employed to assist with the implementation of the school sport and cluster and what level. School sport coordinator, 1,213 school sport coordinators, educators, volunteers were trained to assist with the delivery of school sport with code-specific training. Training as in COVID-19 compliance officers and technical officials and beginner coaches. This means 131 school sports structures have been supported at district and provincial level. Honorable members, we have started to see fruits of this partnership as we have witnessed the performance of Edendale Technical High School's girls team. They won the COSAFA Regional Championship in October last year, which qualified them for CAF African Schools Championship, which was staged at King Zwelitin and Sugar Ray Stadium this month. The ANC-led government, our vision is to see more and more schools like Edendale putting us on the map in all other codes, making our former President Nelson Mandela vision a reality when he said, sport has power to change the world, it has power to inspire, it has power to unite people in a way that little else does. It speaks to the youth in the language they understand, close quote. The pride, the passion, and tradition of sport is what connects us as individuals, families, and communities, and a nation. Indeed, sport has capacity to bring people together in ways that transcend boundaries of language, culture, nationality, age, sex, race, and social standing. As we build a better Africa for all, we owe it to our children to work together through all spheres of government to creating opportunities for our future leaders through sports, education, to build a better leaders. The ANC indeed is part of this budget. We support it. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
No, thanks, honorable member. That was our first speaker. The next speaker from the IFP will be Honorable P.A.T.N. Buthelezi for 8 minutes. Yeah. She's the only one with 4 alpha initials. For 8 minutes, when I remember.
Thokoza kakhulu Sihlalo Dabezitha. Ngiyabingelela ngokukhulu kwithoba sihlalo, ngibingelele kusomlomo lapha khona ku-Premier, i-cabinet yonke, abaholi bonke abala, acting MEC no-MEC wethu kade siphethe uMapena, honorable members, ama-officials ethu, ngibingelele noNgwane aselapha noSisilinda, siyathokoza ukuba nani la. The IFP welcomes the budget of 2023 and 2024 financial year budget. We welcome 1.5 billion for the 2023-2024 financial year. KwaZulu-Natal has a rich and diverse cultural heritage exemplified by national monuments, museums, and cultural industries, including music, crafts, arts, and traditional dances. If this culture is well developed, KwaZulu-Natal will be able to attract many tourists, have more people employed, and earn a decent living, and strengthen a national identity. In this turn, this will restore important attributes of human nature, such as self-confidence, and pride in being KwaZulu-Natal resident, which are crucial for participation in developmental projects. The IFP has on numerous occasions raised its concern about the meagre budget allocated to the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture. We urge the Honorable MEC to address the elephant in the room, which is the failure by the department to spend the budget fully. It is an offense not to spend the budget, as this results into many projects get delayed. Traditional. The IFP commends the department for always supporting traditional events such as Umkhosi Womhlanga, Umkhosi Wesivivane, Umkhosi Wokweshwama, and others. Umkhosi Womhlanga, revived by the late His Majesty Ubhejane Phumesiqweni and Zulu traditional Prime Minister uMangosuthu Buthelezi, has become one of the biggest events on the country's heritage events calendar. Umkhosi Wokweshwama and other commemorations of our Zulu culture and heritage bear the same significance. These are what have made us and will continue to make us what we are, the people that we are in our country. The Zulu nation today is the envy of not just one other nations in South Africa and Africa, but it's the envy of many around the world. Siyathokoza ukuzwa ukuthi umnyango uzoqhubeka uyeseka imikhosi yesizwe njengoba dechaza lana ungqongqoshe obambile. Uzoqhubeka nokweseka imikhosi yasendlunkulu, ngosumnyango ukuthi uqiniseke ukuthi izinto zokuthutha bakithi ezisuke zithwele intombi eziya emkhosini omhlanga ukuthi ziba sesimeni. Ngoba kufike ukuthi kuphelelwa ama-break njengaleya nhlekelele saba nayo, bayakhumbula abahlonishwa bonke nama-officials ethu isho esaba nalo sesesigodlweni sathi sahleli nje singakahambi kwakuthiwa sekuginqika ibhasi ney'ntombi zethu saze sayongcwaba ngapha ePort Shepstone. So siyafisa ukuthi umnyango uqiniseke ukuthi izinto zokuthutha iy'ngane zisesimeni esifanele. Iy'ndawo zokuhlala nokulala iy'ntombi zisezingeni elifanele ey'laliswa kulo, hhayi lezi ezalaliswa kukhaphethi. Nakhona ukhaphethi abafika Ntathakusa bakithi sasikhona lapha esigodlweni. Ngaleso sikhathi bafika Ntathakusa kwathiwa bebize over 500,000. Kwakusaphethe umeya weTheku lapha, umeya Mhlonishwa uZandile Gumede wachitha imali engango-500,000 yokhaphethi, kodwa abafika Ntathakusa iy'ntombi seyisilalise emacansini nokudlala o-newspaper lapha emathendeni. Isimo siba sibi kakhulu uma zingekho into zokulala, zingenwa nayimikhuhlane iy'ngane zingenwe amanzi laphana masuke kubanda udaka phansi. Libraries. Public libraries have established themselves as an indispensable element in the life of the community. They provide information essential for progress of commerce industry. They make research possible in every department of intellectual life. A library is a cardinal in society, as it is a reservoir of information which citizens consume to become knowledgeable. It is worth noting that the libraries and education form an inseparable relationship. Worth noting that libraries and education are being fundamentally and related to coexist with each other. One cannot be separated from other. KZN is a growing province, therefore needs libraries. We note that the department moved funds towards provincialization of libraries against the community libraries services grant, which with regards to the appointments of cyber cadets, noting has been said that how many cyber cadets will be employed, how much they will earn, and where they will be employed. This must be clarified. Further, it is concerning that this department always underspend its community library services grant, as it has been the case in 2019 and 2020, where the underspending was over 36 million. And again in 2021 and 2022 on the same program, the underspending was 20 million 986 due to the delayed process of filling the vacant posts. Further, the department underspent by 15 million 447 in 2018 and 2019, mainly as a result of department withholding transfers to organizational art councils and to Rocks Drift Art Center. Honorable MEC, this must be addressed. Imitapo yolwazi eseyakhiwa ayivulwe ukuze ingacekelwa phansi izigebengu. Umnyango awuyeke ukuthumela izincwadi kwimitapo yolwazi sekwedlula isikhathi. Size kwaqala nje impela ingane seyidinga nento zokubasiza amabetadisha uthola ukuthi incwadi azikabikho kuma library. Sike sikubone baholi masenza ama oversight visit lokho. Sinxusa umasipala ukuthi uma imitapo yolwazi seyakhiwe abaqinisekise ukuthi bafake ingqalasizinda yamanzi kanye nogesi ukuze ikwazi ukusebenza ngendlela efanele leyo mtapo yolwazi. Ama-artists, the IFP is concerned about the negative effects caused by load shedding to the arts industry, still reeling from the impact of COVID-19. The art sector is being decimated by rolling power cuts due to the failure by the ANC government to end load shedding nationally, because really most of the time it is as if it's KZN which is failing, but electricity is controlled nationally, truly speaking. But we cannot say to the people, as home tina lapo, see it in detail. What is happening nationally also affects the province, and then even the other people just end up complaining to the municipalities if we are the problem is national. So siyacela ukuthi ngempela ngathi national angazi ngizwa kanjani ukuthi bafike ngamasokisi nabayeholi bethu la bakwazi ukuthi babe nencithabuchopho ezizobona ukuthi yini engasisiza ukuthi ngempela lesimo kubola ukudla, cost of living is very high, ukudla kuyadula, bese kuphindeke nama libraries abe nje nabo ke bathi bazama amakhono, bayazama ukuthi basize ingane zethu bazicijisa amakhono kuhamba ogesi. Ngikhumbula nje siye lapha na ePlayhouse sikuyomukela indondo lapha nababehlonipha kumntwana magogo, kwaba into ebuhlungu kabi, kwavele wacisha ugesi, wayimukela ngompisholo indodana kamntwana magogo. Bangafakaza ongwanase nosisilinda abalapha phakathi kwethu. Kwakhanyiswa ngama-cellphone emukele i-award. Really it was very sad. Make buhle bani, uhlekano bisihlobo sakho. Uhlekano MEC. Enda. In darkness. Sihlonipha umnyamana, sisho ukuthi umnyama. So ke siyacela ukuthi basize basilungisele indaba zogesi. Many artists were affected by COVID-19 and
remember the time is up.
Oh, thank you, Ndabezitha. So bona nondini.
Ngiyabonga mzala wami. The next speaker from Democratic Alliance is Honorable Pising. Honorable Pising for 6 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Greetings to the caretaker MEC and the honorable members of the Sports, Arts and Culture Portfolio Committee. South Africa know when we are in different stages of the electricity crisis. They know how bad the current situation is. Currently, the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture is on stage 23. One more stage left for a total collapse. Since it's leaderless, after the MEC sudden resignation, we must thank the caretaker MEC for filling the vacuum and for the presentation of the budget. We have full confidence that she will bring the necessary stability and clean out the department of the vultures that are still looming around. The Democratic Alliance welcomes the increase in the budget for the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture from 1,492,804,000 to 1,644,704,000. It is understood that the department undertook the reprioritization process within the respective programs and included an inflationary percentage to determine the allocation for the last year. The department's vision is to create a healthy, creative, winning, and social cohesive province through sports, arts, and culture. And the mission is to transform sports, arts, and culture environment through integrated, sustainable capacity development and economic empowerment programs for all citizens, including a free booze party at the Morningside nightclub, where senior officials and their families were living it up amongst the bottles of NSC at the expense of the taxpayer. It was a well-deserved.
An order. There's another. Can you take your seat? Just hold on.
Honorable Member.
Just take a mic, please.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. I rise on Rule 57 to ask the Honorable Member if he's willing to take a question based on his debate. Thank you.
Honorable Member, can you take the question, please?
Thank you, Chairperson. I only take questions from the MECs.
Okay.
It was a well-deserved 3-day vacation in hotels around Durban for employees and their families at the end of the financial year. Senior management within the arts and culture branch know what I'm referring to, as the caretaker MEC is still catching up. Honorable Chairperson.
Yes, Honorable Member. Which role are you rising with?
Honorable Chair, I rise on Rule 74, A and D. And I request that the Honorable Chair ask the member to withdraw what he just said. It's the rules of this House.
Okay. Honorable Sim. Can you withdraw?
Thank you, Chairperson. What must I withdraw?
Let me read for you. Rule 74.1 A. A member may not make any accusation of improper motives against another member. And D. A reflection upon a member's integrity or dignity. Are you willing to withdraw?
Chair, I never cast any aspersion on any member.
Okay, we'll another member.
Chair, I never mentioned.
We'll refer the matter to the Rules Committee.
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah. Yes. Yes. That's why we've asked the member, can you take any question? And he refused.
Thank you for
let us refer the matter to the Rules Committee for the ruling. Thanks.
And thank you very much for protecting me, Chairperson.
You can continue.
Senior management within the arts and culture branch know what I'm referring to, as the caretaker MEC is still catching up. Honorable Chairperson, Amartha is being used as the dispensing agent for the signature event and other events. The Democratic Alliance is fully aware of it. The budget for compensation of employees has notably increased and caters for filled and vacant posts, which we as the DA hope to see materialize in the forthcoming months. It is of concern that the head of department has not been appointed a year after the merger. and that the Deputy Director General for Arts and Culture post remains unfilled despite interviews being conducted. The Mass Participation Sports Development Grant provides for major events hosted by the department. As such, provincial and national tournaments, indigenous games, and the national championships, as well as the appointment of staff to work on contract as healthy lifestyle coordinators and school sports coordinators. And this grant was also increased over the medium-term expenditure framework. It is further believed that the Community Library Services Grant was also increased for the procurement of library material and books, since the department failed to procure a single book since 2019. The previous tender for library books was declared void due to irregularities after raised by the Democratic Alliance. The opening of the Dugu Dugu Library finally happened after more than 5 million rand was spent on PPE, and not a single person worked on site during the lockdown, and not a single person was arrested. The final cost of the library is yet to be disclosed. Honorable Chairperson, they rushed the opening, and though the furniture had not yet been delivered, but luckily the department still have unopened modular libraries in the province that were completed a few years ago.
Order. Just wait for the mic.
Honorable Chair, thank you. I do not wish to disturb, but I rise on Rule 61.1D. The Honorable Member has persistently and continues to make serious allegations that are without any substantial evidence or information. Please may he give us information that is relevant to his debate, substantial in nature, because for starters, one of the things he mentions is not correct. Thank you.
Okay. Honorable Member 61D, it reads as this: persisting in making serious allegation against any member without adequate substantiation or following the correct procedure is incorrect. Can you withdraw that one?
The Chairperson, again,
the information that you have just read?
Any member's name.
Are you withdrawing?
No, Chairperson.
Okay. Okay. Can you take a seat? Honorable Member?
I think, Chair, let's start there. You will have to make a ruling if a member must withdraw. You use the powers as a presiding officer. And then there is a law that applies if a member refuses. And then that's the next level, because you will have then to take a decision whether the member continues to be in this house. MEC or former MEC Mapena is a member of this house. It can't be that you refer to the former MEC and then you say to us, we are not referring to the member of this house. It's not correct.
Honorable members, Rule 62, a member ordered to leave the chamber in the case of if a member is deliberately contravening of a provision of these rules, or that a member is disregarding the authority of the chair or a member's conduct and is grossly disorderly, he or she may be order the member to leave the chamber immediately for the remainder of the day's sitting. Honorable member has refused to withdraw for the first instance and also the second instance, whereby he has deliberately insulted the member who is in the house and also disregarded the member's his presence here in the house. I think we can allow the member to sit down and would move out of the chamber as 62.1 rules. According to 62.1, Honorable Singh, you can leave the house. Any objection?
Chairperson, you did not find on the first point of order.
Read it.
Chairperson, that
Honorable Mayor, it's not a point of order. I've ruled that the member has refused, which withdraw.
Chairperson, you did not find on the first objection. He said he doesn't withdraw. You don't find him that. Now you want to eject him on twice, not withdrawing.
No one gave you the authority to speak.
I'm sorry, Chairperson, you cannot, while the person is on the floor, eject a speaker.
Can you sit down, Honorable Member? Honorable Singh, can you sit down and also leave the house?
Yeah, but Chair, we allowed 3 times.
It's
You
been
only
3 times.
mentioned- No, you only mentioned 2 times. 3 times we allowed. Look at the rules, Chair. We allowed 3 times. We are allowed
Can you
3
sit
times.
down, Honorable Member? Can you sit down?
Yeah, but I'm allowed 3 times.
Can you sit down?
All right, I'll sit down and wait for you.
Other members, I have to continue with our debate. Okay, honorable member, let's continue with the next speaker from the Economic Freedom Front, Honorable PP Herricks, for 9 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Greetings, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Chair, Honorable.
Can you sit down? Honorable Mayor, can you sit down, please? Honorable Mayor, can you sit down for the second time? Honorable Mayor, can you sit down for the third time? Honorable Herricks,
Thank you.
you can comment.
Greetings once more. Good afternoon. Currently in this province, we have a crisis in infrastructure level, in sports involvement and the division of sports facilities. Sport and culture must always remain a priority for the youth in the current government administration, with its social challenges which require funding first. It's been an impaired system for rural townships. You cannot deprive another generation of South African children the opportunity to participate in sports. At the birth of democracy, we had USASA, which was the most effective with some form of system, whereby teachers would participate in the provision of sports in schools for learners voluntarily. As the leaders, we are to carry the best within the Department of Basic Education and the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture to pledge on delivery, growth, excellency for our Africans from this budget allocation given in Vote 10. In tertiary level, there are challenges on internships for postgraduates, which doesn't reach the population or postgraduates. Affluent schools need to adopt a township school to provide sports coaching on these premises of the township schools. The sooner the department undergoes the tournament in this province under Program 4 in the mass participation and sports development grants, the better for empowering the youth in KZN. Establishment of a funding model for under-resourced schools that work together is a must, and making local municipal sports facilities accessible to the schools, and also building facilities as a central school or in a central high school in a township. Every township has a legend that played specific sports to a high level. Hence, we need to tap into these learners to mentor our sporting codes. 80% of parents believe that sports, arts, and culture help their children to learn about discipline and dedication, as well as how to get along with others, whilst culture serves as a guidance for behavior, for dress, for language, and demeanor in a situation. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Honorable Herix. Thank you so much. We'll take another speaker from the ANC, Honorable GN Sorpoint Tombela, for 9 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Chairperson, let me first and foremost thank Honorable PATN Muthelezi for acknowledging the work that has been done by Honorable Amanda Mapena in this department. Secondly, Chairperson, we are not going to be abused as members of this House, especially as women, by a member who comes here in front of us and talk about hearsays. Because Honorable Singh does not have concrete evidence of what he is talking about. The question is it the first time or or always that you have abused women? Uyaqala noba uqhelile sisiqhelo. Impela sisiqhelo yini? So is it the first or you are used to that? That is the question. Honorable Chairperson.
Honorable Mayor, are you raising the point of order? You can sit down. You can take a seat. Remember, rule.
Sorry, Chairperson. I'm rising on Rule 63. Sorry, Chairperson. Chairperson, I'm rising on Rule 70. I do apologize. That a member is to address the chairperson, not a member of this House directly.
Thanks. There's no. Okay. Honorable member.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chairperson, if you can add my own point of order, which I rise on Rule 2723G, which says a member may not deliberately give false information and evidence or produce false documentation. This member came here and gave as fact information that is not correct, and you have asked him to withdraw. He has not done so. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. You get it, remember. Okay. You can comment or remember there was no point of order.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, the Sports and Arts and Culture Department is a very important department. It is a vehicle that drives social cohesion, and it serves as an instrument that unites society beyond cultural and racial divides. Youth, women, and elderly people are an integral part of our society whose well-being is of paramount importance. The agenda for moral regeneration hinges on the functionality and programs of this department. The overwhelmingly masses of our population remain dependent to the department in their plans to keep busy, fit, healthy, and mentally stable through sports and reading of library books that are educational. The empowerment and emancipatory roles rendered by this department cannot be understated. Sport and creative arts in the Black and colored townships carried our people through the toughest times meted out to them by the white apartheid. Chairperson, former President Nelson Mandela once said, I quote, "Sports has the power to change the world. It has the power to inspire. It has the power to unite people in a way that little else does." I close quote. He further said, I quote, "Education is the most powerful weapon which we can use to change the world." Close quote. In line with my analysis, this call to action serves as the cornerstone of our activities as the ANC-led government. Chairperson, it is therefore the view of the African National Congress that this department should be given enough financial resources it deserves. The 1.492 billion budget is inadequate. We urge the Premier and Treasury to look at increasing the budget so that the department may pursue its mandates effectively for a better life for all. We, however, want to plead with the department to use all the funds effectively and efficiently. Our biggest concern is the 25 million that has been rendered back to Treasury. Although the department explained that it was due to municipalities not submitting invoices and documentation and phrases not ready for transfer on time. So it was difficult for the department to transfer funds to the municipalities. We note that the department has come with a good strategy to assist municipalities so that they submit on time. In the same vein, during the budget hearing held on Friday, the 17th March 2023, by the Committee on Sports, Arts and Culture Portfolio Committee and the department, the committee had great concerns about the filling of vacant critical posts. The department implemented the 2023-2024 MTF budget cuts amounting to 15.262 million, 6.172 million, and 10.864 million against all programs under compensation of employees. Although cuts were implemented against COEs, the department indicated that there is no impact on the department's plan on filling 80 budgeted critical posts, as the department plans on filling these posts in phases over the MTF, hence the declining growth rate over the MTF. Chairperson, the department is finalizing the matching and placing of employees that has unfolded. The department reported that they had recently advertised 33 critical posts that are in the process of filling. We want to state that the non-filling of posts has a negative impact on service delivery within the core function of the department. Chairperson, the department has an interim organizational structure and is filling posts according to the interim structure. That the committee suggested that the department must speed up the process of a new organogram and report to the progress to the committee. Furthermore, a special committee should be organized by the chairperson, whereby the department takes us through its new organogram. Once more, is of great concern to note that the EPWP grant was reduced, although the department indicated that 100% of the grant was used. The department was unable to meet the target in terms of job creation. The department had a target of 914 jobs and was able to create 621 jobs. And now the department was unable to allocate the budget to meet the targets. Again, one has discovered that the department does have capacity to actually put targets in place. But we just want the department to put targets according to the budget that they have. Before I conclude, Chairperson, this revolutionary movement wants to commend Honorable Amanda Mapena Bani and the department for successfully hosting the following events that have been able to sustain livelihoods to arts and cultural practitioners. the genre music festival, craft bets festival, Dugu Dugu Library opening evening and at the museum. Imikhosi yonke, umkhosi wohlanga, umkhosi wokushwama, umkhosi wesivivane, arts exhibition, choral competition, World Football Summit, signing of MOA, school sports with education, Lalinga Youth Camp, to mention a few, Siyakuba. The department has achieved a lot, but we admit upfront that a lot still needs to be done to address the needs of our people, to close the inequality gap. Simultaneously, the liberation movement is confident that with its limited resources, the department should continue and not despair to ensure the betterment of the lives of our people. The ANC supports the budget. I thank you, Chairperson.
Member. Thanks, Honorable Member. The next member from the NFP is Honorable C.M. Shinga for 3 minutes.
Honorable Chair, honorable members. This vote received 1.5 billion, and it is our duty to ensure that the department will successfully organize regular and structured recreational activities in the 156 hubs on a weekly basis to address the social challenges of delinquency, crime, alcohol and substance abuse, domestic violence, and HIV and AIDS among our youth. We must have confidence that the department will properly carry its mandate to develop and promote sports, arts, and culture effectively in the province. The NFP welcomes the move to reprioritize some of its funds in transfers to sport federations such as the KZN Cycling, the KZN Netball, and KZN Indigenous Games, as well as the introduction of a new transfer to COSAFA. The department moved an amount of 17.011 million in 2023-2024 and 9.791 million in 2024-2025 against goods and services under Program 2. Cultural Affairs and Program 4, Sports and Recreation. On behalf of the NFP in the province, we urge the Provincial Treasury to redirect more funding to the department in order to adequately develop sports and promote arts and culture in the province through the departmental programs and events. The department is focusing to procure about 90,000 library materials to be distributed to all 219 public libraries. However, the NFP highlights that 219 public libraries are inadequate to serve the whole province. And how many of the 219 public libraries are in remote rural communities where the source of information such as Therefore, we call on the department on the rollover of 20.986 million in respect of a community library services grant to support and to procure library books and materials to 27 libraries such as Umvoti, Tswaga, when completed. We are pleased that the department intends to employ 81 healthy lifestyle coordinators and school sport coordinators using the 2.261 million allocated, and that the department will devote 2.8 million of the equitable share to EPWP in order to employ extra 30 healthy lifestyle coordinators and school coordinators. This will make significant contribution to the department's aim of increasing community engagement in order to promote a creative, active, and healthy and a winning province. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thanks, Honorable Member. The next speaker from the African National Congress is Honorable J.N. Tele for 9 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Premier, members of the executive, Umama Unomagugu, Simelane, okhona phakathi kwethu no MEC bonke abakhona. Izihambeli zethu, members of this August House. Sanibonani, the first democratically elected president of the African National Congress, Baba Dr. Nelson Mandela once always stated that a reading nation is a winning nation. It is said a country cannot be considered a reading nation if it does not have community libraries and books in mother tongues of its people. We as the African National Congress could not agree more. That is why we are seeing the launching of new state-of-the-art libraries throughout the province. We are of the view that more of this can be done, and it will take additional funds being placed in the efforts to ensure that every community in the province has a library that will be able to assist members of the community with access to the internet, for those who are applying for employment, students who are studying towards their respective goals. The African National Congress supports this budget vote and hopes to see it used wisely and towards the ideals of Tata Mbaba Mandela and the many scholars our glorious movement has nurtured in its ranks. Equally so, Henry Ward Beecher echoes, and I quote, "A little library growing larger every year is an honorable part of a man's history. It is a man's duty to have books. A library is not a luxury, but one of the necessaries of life." Close quote. The above declaration indicates that imitapo yolwazi ibaluleke kakhulu ekuthuthukisweni imiphakathi yakithi, ingolobane yolwazi, futhi isiza ukuthuthukisa imikhuba yokufunda, iphinde iqinisekise ukuthi abantu bakithi banokufinyelela olwandle olukhulu lolwazi kuyo yonke imiphakathi. Isabelo mali esithulwe namuhla umphathisihlalo siyimashe eyaphambili ehambweni lwethu singuhulumeni kaKhongolose lokuhlinzekela ngezemidlalo ezobuciko esifundazweni sethu, ikakhulukazi uhlelo lomtapo wolwazi kanye nezinsiza zokulondoloza umlando isabelo mali esingu-509,462 million ngonyaka ka-2023-2024 kanye no-189,080 million ozosetshenziswa ukwakhiwa kwemitapo yolwazi. Simbonile uhulumeni wethu ethenga izincwadi eziwu-59,400 onyakeni ka-2022-2023 waphinde wasingatha imiqhudelwano eyi-8 emtatsheni yolwazi ehlukahlukene. Kuwo lo nyaka ka-2023-2024 uthembisile ukuthi uzothenga izincwadi ezingaba ngu-90,000 ezizosatshalaliswa kuyo yonke imitapo yolwazi yomphakathi engu-219 esifundazweni sethu kanye namathoyizi njengengxenye yohlelo lwe-Early Childhood Development. Kuzofinyelela kubantu abangu-300,000. Ngisho lokhu ngoba i-department ngonyaka ka-2021-2022 yaba nama-challenges in terms of procurement of library books, and it became an audit query mengabe ukuthi akwenzekalanga. Kodwa siyabonga ukuthi umnyango usuphinde wakulungisa lokho ngoba kunama-library afana no-Milanyoni ukuthi mase ikomiti lifika kuwona lithola ukuthi iy'ncwadi azikho esimweni esanele sokuthi zitholakale. The department in the last budget speech committed to embracing technology by providing digital access of e-books to even the most remote areas of our province. Kunyaka ka-2023-24 umnyango usithembise ukuthi uzohlinzeka i-internet yamahhala kwimitapo yolwazi
164. Nakulokhu ngo-2023-2024 sizibophezele ukuba ama-mini libraries will be available in public libraries. Kade kusho manje umphathiswa through a partnership with the South African SA Library for the Blind that aims to improve accessibility for people with blindness and visual impairment. Sishayela lesenzo sishayela ihlombe kakhulu. Amathuluzi okufunda okufinyelela kumaphephandaba ohlukahlukene nezinhlelo zokuqeqesha ezidalelwe lamalungu, ikakhulukazi njengamakhono ekhompyutha, amakhono okuphila i-braille yabaqalayo. Namuhla sibika ukuthi umnyango usudlulisele izimali to the SA for the Blind. Siyabonga kakhulu kulokhu kukhombisa ngempela ukuthi uhulumeni we-ANC uyanakekela futhi uyasabela. Honorable members, everyone knows that u-2020 no-2021 ube nenkinga in terms of i-COVID-19 nokuthi sihliswe li-budget ngenxa yezimo ezithize. And e-livelihood and sparked protest against lockdown laws. In spite of that, the department committed to improve the relationship with the creative arts, creative and cultural industries who are now able to speak with one voice through the Cultural and Creative Industries Federation of South Africa, SIFSA. In March last year, 2022-2023, the department hosted the first KwaZulu-Natal Cultural and Heritage Experience in Ingcugce district and committed in growing the program to becoming a major program where today we see the program ongoing in the Pavilion Shopping Center, benefiting many artists and crafters with class enables commercial and marketing opportunities. Abake baye lapha baye babona ukuthi cha impela imisebenzi yabonakala. This year in April, we are pleased to report that we saw the department hosting the Craft and Beat Festival in Durban, where KZN crafters, bidders, fashion designers, and visual artists, which has given a lot of emerging artist exposure, sales, and networking. We also note that the department has completed renovation at the Music House and going forward, is now focusing to be internet and connectivity. Connectivity, telephones, air conditioning, and system upgrade. Equally, the department hosted provincial and district choral music competition, which benefited our composer, choristers, facilitators, and pianists. In addition, our winning choir ayithola 20,000, performing national anthem nje wodwa batholele 20,000. Provincial and national perform komasipala in the province and national spheres, and each choir receive receive 20,000. This ensure economic sustainability amongst other programs that are continuing. Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, all of these initiatives underpin how this vote enables comprehensive support system that empowers our creative industry. Sengihlala phansi isihlalo, siyabonga kakhulu sumbutho wabantu ngalesabelo sezimali. Sizokwenza ukuthi mangabe lama program eqhubeka abantu bahlale eindaweni zabo la behlala khona kodwa bebebazi ukuthi intuthuko izofinyelela. Sibonga kakhulu kumphathiswa osephumile umama Amanda Bani. Sibonge ukuthi usithathe wasibeka la kodwa ukhongolose uzophinde futhi usitholele omunye ozosbaza ukuthi asiqhubekise asibeke phambili. Sayibonga inhlangano yabantu.
Thanks, honorable member. We'll take our next speaker, but let me say this, honorable members, with the matter that has been raised of the point of order for Honorable Singh, the matter will be referred for further investigation to the speaker. But then we'll allow Honorable Singh to come as the next speaker of the Democratic Alliance for 6 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. You, in fact, robbed me for 5 minutes. but nevertheless, we would continue. Chair, in terms of infrastructure projects within the department, what has happened to the establishment of the provincial archives and the Arts Academy? This is what happens when MECs come here and grandstand with no political will to implement these programs. Shame on you, ANC, shame on you. It is with keen interest that the upgrade and additions of the Tungulu Arts Center will proceed in 2023-2024, which sadly is another embarrassment to the ANC, since 29 million rand was wasted on a so-called state-of-the-art center that has not been used for almost 10 years. Shame on you, ANC, shame on you. Allocations was also approved by the provincial treasury of 16 million towards the Winston Churchill Theatre. Another embarrassment to this department, as they have overspent on this project by millions of rands during the previous financial year. Shame on you, ANC, shame on you. The DA will ensure that it plays its robust financial and non-financial oversight role over the implementation of these infrastructure projects, as there have been long-standing matters which needed to be resolved by the department. The DA further noted that the budget allocation of 189 million rand for the community library service grants, which is to be utilized by the department for the construction of various libraries over the MTEF. However, modular libraries, not yet open from previous years, is another embarrassment to this ANC. Shame on you, ANC, shame on you. Mobile library buses purchased 2 years ago and not yet in use. And some service provider has been tasked with the reconfiguration of these buses so at least it can be used. The buses cost the same amount as the reconfiguration. It is a disgrace that a bus would lie at the KZN Museum services for 2 years. Shame on you, ANC, shame on you. The DA will pay very close attention to the spending of the Community Library Services Grant, as the DA will only accept the full expenditure of the grant by the department so that it does not get lost to other provinces. However, we should be transparent and accounted for, unlike the payment of 7 million rand that was made for magazines, Honorable Chairperson, that was never delivered. Shame on you, ANC. This Department of Sports and Recreation has always received clean audits in the past. Since the merger, sadly, it has regressed and there were no consequences to department officials for their failures. 101 million rand for mass participation and sports development grant, which is to be utilized by the department for major events hosted by the province. The department needs to deliver services efficiently and effectively, and the DA recommends the department must strengthen its monitoring and evaluation mechanism. The department also needs to assist municipalities in ensuring refurbishment of sports facilities, as there is a need for sport infrastructure to be up to date and in good condition always. Chairperson, the DA, however, still maintains its concern following the resignation of the Provincial Arts and Culture, Sports and Recreation MEC, Amanda Bani Mapena, from the department. The MEC's resignation comes while there are still individuals linked to corruption scandals that are still employed within this department. The sudden resignation of Honorable Bani Mapena will leave a vacuum at the department, and we are concerned that the vultures will take advantage of it and go on a feeding frenzy using taxpayers' money, especially since there has been a large increase in budgets. The Beads Festival is a typical example where they were having a booze party and each person allegedly had a wristband for alcohol valued at 6,000 rand. The DA will remain critical in ensuring that the acting MEC, Bongiwe Malloy, steps up and does not simply play a caretaker role in terms of managing critical funding. This must include MEC ensuring that the people of KZN, including our long-suffering artists, start seeing the money intended for them and not being pocketed by greedy officials. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Honorable Member. The next speaker from the IFP will be Honorable M. Kaula for 7 minutes.
Angithokoze sihlalo hloniphekile ngibingelele kumhlonishwa ungqongqoshe obambile. Ngibingelela kumhlonishwa ungqongqoshe walomnyango wangempela. Amalungu ahloniphekile. Ngithokozela ithuba lokusika elijikayo egameni leqembu lenkatha yenkululeko kulolu daba ekukhulunywa ngalo. Kodwa mhlawumbe ngingafiki khona Magujwa, ngiyajabula ukuthi ula dadewethu Msholozi. Ngifisa nje ukuthi ngithi silungiseleni bakithi. Asiyidingi le drama. As leaders, please do take care of this. It's a drama that is unnecessary. Umnyango lo okade ungezemidlalo osuwu program 4 kule budget unikezwe imali ewu375 million. Ngesikhathi umnyango uyimali wodwa, iprogram ye-sport and recreation kade u389 million, which is more than what this program is getting now. Which means umnyango waka-sport and recreation osuhlanganiswe no-arts and culture akusizanga ukuhlanganiswa no-arts and culture ngokwezimali. Okwesibili, ngiyafisa ukusho sihlalo ukuthi njengeqembu lenkatha sinankinga nalabasebenzi. Dr. Sifunda ephethe umnyango sisebenze kahle naye. Dr. Ndlovu bambile asinankinga nabo. Kodwa nayo inkinga ekhona-ke dokotela. I-organogram akukwazi ukuthi kungaphela unyaka dadewethu ningayifinalizeli. Lokhu kwenze ukuthi nabuyisele emuva u36.8 million obekufanele kuqashe ngawo abasebenzi kwangaqashwa ngenxa ukuthi aniqedile i-organogram. Ngiyafisa nokubingelela usikhulumata wami yawo Nkosi yami sengikhohle udadewethu Linda Bukhosini nobaba uTembe ngiyambingelela abahlobo bami. Umnyango uthi uzosebenzisa inketho ewu941,000 uqasha abasebenzi betoho abawu40 ka-EPWP. Uqashe abanye abasebenzi abawu81 betoho ngo2.2 million. Uqasha abanye betoho ngo2.8 million. Uma usubahlanganisa bawu30, uma usubahlanganisa bonke benza 151. Kuthiwa bazosiza ezikoleni ngo-healthy lifestyle nokunye kwa-EPWP. You see ke KwaZulu-Natal we have got more than 6,000 schools thanks to umntwana kaPhindangene. Manje engifuna ukusho ukuthi Dokotela uNdlovu bamonitheni labasebenzi ngoba kule izikole ezi more than 6,000 abasebenzi abawu181 kubonakala kungekho lutho olwenzekayo because monitoring is very poor. So get closer to them and monitor what is happening. Ngikhalile isihlalo ekomitini ngokuthi ibhodi amafa KwaZulu-Natal ibukela ubuthuntu mayelana nokugcina amanye amagugu esifundazwe zingene elifanele. Lokhu kuyaqapheleka lapha esizindeni samakhosi esizwe emakhosini, kuyaqapheleka edlinzeni lesilo kwaDukuza, emzini wesilo kwaBulawayo, kuyaqapheleka edlinzeni lenkosazana uNandi, kuyaqapheleka nakweminye imizobo yabathwa namalawo lapha okhahlamba. Ngakho-ke siyiqembu lenkatha yenkululeko elizigqajayo ngokulondolozwa kwamasiko namagugu esizwe. Siyacela ngqongqoshe ukuba lokhu kusukunyelwe nguhulumeni. Amagugu, ubuciko namasiko esizwe efanele bambe iqhaza libonakalayo ukuthuthukisa umnotho kanye nokuvakasha esifundazweni. Lokhu angeke kwenzeke ngempumelelo uma izizinda zamagugu zingekho ezingeni elifanele. Sihlalo hloniphekile angidlule lapha esikoleni sesilo umdlokombana enyokeni. Isilo sike sakhala kakhulu isilo esibuzile umdlokombane ngokuba kusetshenziswa ubudedengu igama laso yilabo basemagunyeni kumanyezela inkece kahulumeni emoyeni kepha ungabonakala umsebenzi owenziwe. Isilo sasikhuluma ngenkece elinganiselwa emakhulwini ayisithupha ezinkulungwane zamarandi 600 million okube kuthiwa isetshenziswa ngumnyango kazwelonke wezobuciko namasiko okulungisa indawo okuhlanganele enyokeni. Isilo saze sacela ikomiti likazwelonke lephalamende elesifundazwe kanye lele-NCOP ukuba kuzobona ukuthi ukhona yini lo msebenzi ka600 million. Lokhu kwenzekile nawo amakomiti afika ababaza. Isilo sihambe emhlabeni loludaba lungaphothuliwe isihlalo. Isilo saze sakhuluma amagama aqosheme isihlalo sathi uma lokhu kungalungiswa okungenani buyiselana umhlaba waso ube njengoba unjalo nithathe inkece yenu nikhale nemuke. Iqembu lenkathi yenkululeko liyacela ukuba umnyango ubambe iqhaza elibonakalayo ukugcina esimweni esifanele nokuthuthukisa izilimi zomdabu ezibonakala zibulawa futhi zizoshodobala. Lapha kwele ngabade sekuze kwaba yisiqhelo nje ukuba uma kuhlangene kubonakala kufanele ukuba kuvetezwe isilungu noma kunasidingo. Izingane ezikhulayo zisesimweni lapho ulimi lwesiZulu lujijwa khona nazo zikhule kulokujijeka. Nakhona lapha emsakazweni yethu yezilimi zesintu kuyajijwa kuze kujwayeleke futhi kujwayelwe. Yini nje ujikijiki lona ohlala ukhulunywa ngabasakazi. Uzokhulunywa endaweni enedumela nelalelwa njengawo umsakazo kuthiwa ukhule ungakhokhobi. Kanti isiZulu sithi ukhulu ukhokhoba. Uze kuthiwa lalani ngoJesu ningalali ngenqaba ngoba lizothunukala. Kanti isiZulu sithi lalani ngenqaba. So mhlonishwa ngqongqoshe HOD siyacela ukuthi nizisukumele lezi zinto. Khona leli hlelo elibizwa ngokuthi social cohesion elingalitolika ngokuthi ukuhlanganisa imihlathi noma imihlambi ebihlukene kuze ikwazi ukuhlalisana ngokuthula. Hayi ngqongqoshe ayibonakali inqubela phambili lapha. Ngempela iNingizimu Afrika ekhululekile ngemva kweminyaka engama-29 yenkululeko namanje sisahluleka ukuhlalisana ndawonye ngokuthula. Uzobona nje ngesonto elizayo ngosuku lwenkululeko. Uzobona kwangempela ukuphila hayi lokhu kokuzenzisa. Ubuhlanga maye babu. Nasemabandleni yiso leso somdonsiswano ngoba phela i-social cohesion ihamba ibanga elide. Ukucwasana kuhamba ibanga elide akubona ubuhlanga nje kuphela. Ezinkundleni zemidlalo kunemidlalo ebonakala ingeyalolu yahlanga kuphela. Abanye uyabacosha enkundleni okudlalwa khona olunye uhlobo lwemidlalo. Okusho ukuthi eNingizimu Afrika nayo imidlalo idlalwa futhi yesekelwe ngobuhlanga. Ngakho-ke sengihlala phansi isihlalo hloniphekile ngqongqoshe. Ngiyafisa ukuthi as the IFP we would like to see this department succeeding, especially because it touches, the nerve of our being as African people. But if the ANC is going to cause this drama, and we have an MEC who is some day here, the other day there, please sort this out. We don't need it. Sort it out. Thank you.
Thanks, Honorable Member. Thanks, Honorable Member. The last speaker. Order. Honorable members. Our last speaker from today's debate is Honorable N. Armachola from ANC for 12 minutes.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Ingakhange ndadla ixesha elininzi ndifuna uba ndiqale ndigqithe khona pha uMbasa ndimxela into ye-social cohesion zange bayilungisa kwabona. Ndifuna amamele into yoba ndizawuthetha ndithini nangamava into leyo ephendula intetho yakhe. Xa ndithetha noBradley, uBradley uzothetha ubuxoki kwindlu yosishamthetho. Uthi incwadi azikaze zathengwa. It's an amount of 20 million ethenge incwadi. Uyaphinda shukuma zoba nesibindi sokuthi ayikho ifurniture edukuduku. Into ebonakala into ukuthi xa usisiya kwi-oversight akawafunda ama-document into yokuthi what consists of this document. When we are talking of construction, what is it that is part of that construction? We felt that looking at him ephinda ethetha le ndaba yokuthetha edukuduku nethungulu nobilanyoni kum. Ndingaze ndithi njengangoku le nto ukukusihlaba ngomkhonto into yokwazi bashukume azowuthetha aphikisane nathi thina bandlu emnyama esibuza ngendaba yodukuduku nobilanyoni nothungulu abakhiwe after how many years bengazange sabasaba nabo thina ngexesha lokukhula kwethu. Namhlanje this government is coming up with those libraries in order to improve the life of the black child. We wouldn't like to talk more. As I open my debate, I wish to quote the preamble of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa when it states that, open close, quote, we the people of South Africa recognize the injustices of our past, honor those who suffered for justice and freedom in our land, respect those who have worked to build and develop our country, and believe that South Africa belongs to all who live in it, united in our diversity, close quote. It is healthy to remind this House about the act that has taken us to where we are currently. It can be thrown on opposition flesh, but truth must be told. There was no recognition of our both physical and living or intangible heritage resources of the province of KwaZulu-Natal before 19 1994. We therefore salute the African National Congress for coming up with the KwaZulu-Natal Heritage Act number 4 of 2008. This Act is supplemented by the provisions of the National Heritage Resources Act number 25 of 1999 and the National Heritage Council Act number 11 of 1999. This law has mandated the South African Heritage Resources Agency to protect, monitor, and manage. In consideration of the ANC 55th Conference resolutions on arts, culture, and science were clear on reviewal of laws against racism and stiffening of sanctions if necessary. Statutes of former white leaders being removed. It has been made clear that dealing with issues confronting arts, culture, heritage, and archiving, there is no other time of taking into account the history of the liberation movement, the Constitution of the African National Congress, the Freedom Charter, the South African Constitution, and the conditions facing our people, among other things. The aim and objectives of the Constitution of African National Congress implores us to unite all the people of South Africa for the complete liberation of the country from all forms of discrimination and national oppression. Further to that, we are mandated to end apartheid in all its forms and transform South Africa rapidly as possible into a united, non-racial, non-sexist, and democratic country based on the principles of Freedom Charter. This is done solemnly in pursuit of the National Democratic Society. This sixth administration is tasked to achieve the vision of building South African nation that has common patriotism and loyalty, in which cultural, linguistic, and religious diversity of the people is recognized. Chairperson, our guiding with the Freedom Charter made it clear that the doors of learning and culture shall be opened, where the government shall discover, develop, and encourage national talent for the enhancement of our cultural life. This government is viewing arts and culture as a tool for the mobilization of the society. President Oliver Reginald Tambo succinctly stated this understanding when he proclaimed that, open quote, let the arts be one of the many means by which we inspire the millions of our people to fight for the South Africa we envisage, close quote. We have seen recently different groupings being united by Honorable Amanda Bani Mapena in Eshowe, thanking you in all the strides that you have taken over, when you have taken over debate. We know in Dogudu, whoever will be coming will take over again. When it comes to the commemorating heritage, this was done through public displays of beads grouped as tangible heritage, cultural performances, and ritual during community festivals and other platforms. It was in Africa where the first museum was established in Egypt around 240 BC. With the advent of colonialism, heritage became a tool of dispossession, and it was used to cement policies of separate development, apartheid, and ethnic nationalism. Looking at how apartheid used heritage in KwaZulu homeland, its key pillar was to demonstrate how Africans were different in terms of their ethnic identities. The homeland system was formed to engineer such a project and ensure that Africans could only see themselves as an impossible to unite race and built on the edifice of ethnicity. When the KwaZulu-Natal Bandustan was established in 1977, one of the key areas it identified in order to sustain itself was the manipulation of ethnic nationalism. As soon as Bandustan was in place, it established monuments committees, which was tasked to identify key sites it wanted to use to perform this function of strengthening Zulu ethnic nationalism. Chairperson, when KwaZulu Homeland Board promulgated the Monument Act, it marked the establishment of KwaZulu Monument Council with an exclusive ethnicity project. Throughout its days, the KwaZulu Monument Council was synonymous with Ingcugce and was largely a mouthpiece of Chief Buthelez's exclusive political agenda. Any work that the KwaZulu Monument Council might have tried to execute was shadowed by its use as a political pawn by Ingcugce and Buthelezi. It was only early in 1992 that the African National Congress managed to adopt a policy which sought to ensure that heritage was to become a tool to build social cohesion in South Africa.
Order, Kapisa.
It was only early in 1992 that the African National Congress managed to adopt a policy which sought to ensure that heritage was to become a tool to build social cohesion in South Africa. The victory of the African National Congress heralded a new era in the heritage fraternity, not only in the newly established province of KwaZulu-Natal, but the whole of South Africa. The KwaZulu-Natal Monument Act was repealed and Amafa KwaZulu-Natal was established. Chairperson, blood of our brothers and sisters kept on whispering in the ears of the real profound leaders, and Amafa changed from being the entity that promoted exclusive Zulu nationalism to an entity to identify, protect, promote, and manage the heritage of all the people of KwaZulu-Natal. Yiloo nto sesiqhubeka kangaka ukulanda abantu bethu kumazwe angaphandle apho imiphefumulo yabo yalahlekela khona sizoba ngcwaba kumakhaya abo sibanika isidima esibafanele. Chairperson, Amafa never focused on the northern part of Uthukela River but expanded their focus to the entire province. Chairperson, looking at the achievements of the Amafa today, uyomangala xa sibala okulandelayo. The transformation of Isandlwane that commemorates the role of AmaZulu who won the battle. Previously, the KwaZulu-Natal Monument Council has only commemorated the legacy of English colonial invaders. Construction of the memorials to commemorate the role of Ingcugce Bambata Kamancinza during the rebellion, 1906 rebellion. Installed memorials to commemorate the arrival of Indians in KwaZulu-Natal. Supported the conservation of the Luthuli House in Groutville and its subsequent declaration to be a national museum, declared the Nelson Mandela Capture Site in Howick in partnership with SMVelo, KZN Wildlife, identified rock art sites in the Greater Drakensberg World Heritage Site, built over 50 heritage markers in the province, including those of Ingcugce Shinga, Ingcugce Gamalake, the southern part of the province, facilitated the nomination of Harry Gwala grave site to become a national heritage site. The site was recently upgraded, nominated Sibutu and Border Caves to become UNESCO World Heritage Sites. Chairperson, currently they are on the tentative list of UNESCO World Heritage Sites. Partnered with the Griqua communities to commemorate their heritage in Ingcugce. They have built numerous memorials to commemorate liberation struggle of our heroes and heroines. Chairperson, since the democratic dispensation came into power, there has been an extended focus at ensuring that heritage resonates with local people of the province. As the democratic government, we put emphasis to the potential of heritage to facilitate healing and ensure that heritage is not used for sectarian purposes. As I close, let me quote Nelson Mandela when he said, open quote, "Our rich and varied cultural heritage has a profound power to help build our nation," close quote. The ANC support the budget. I thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thanks, Honorable Member. Thanks, Honorable Member. We will now receive the response from the MEC for Sports, Arts and Culture to respond to Honorable B.N. Stolemloyi for 15 minutes.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to all the members who have participated in this debate. It has been an empowering and exciting debate. It's truly sports, arts and culture. There has been creativity, art, and also a little bit of sporting in this debate. I could feel that people were excited about it. Thank you to honorable members for that. Kukhombisile impela ukuthi cha sikuyi-department e-right la. Ubona nge-activity yama-members ukuthi abanye bayajoke, abanye baya-act, abanye babona ukuthi hayi cha si-right. We really, on a serious note, thank you, honorable members, for the participation, and it was empowering and also informative on some of the matters. Angiqale ngo-acting chair, Honorable Majola, thank you for the presentation and the support, and also reporting that all the parties supported the budget when it was presented. We also want to indicate that with the transfer that we are supposed to be given to municipalities and the delays, we are looking at that and we are going to correct it as a matter of urgency, as you have indicated in the presentation that you give. I want also to welcome a discussion by Honorable Sonjeka. Thank you, Putuami, for that. And also to applaud a department for designating Thursday as the sports day in KwaZulu-Natal. Also, in matters yokusupporta i-budget esikhuluma ngake ngaphendula ke indaba eqondile sesiphendule lokho kuyimbuzo but ukubonga amalunga ahloniphekile umntwana uphumzile siyabonga kakhulu Shenge for input yakho ngizwile ukuthi ugesi wacima e-playhouse kodwa ke ngoba vele ke i-playhouse siyayixhasa kusho ukuthi ke izobheka kule uxhasweni ukuthi cha angacima ugesi kuzokwenziwa umsebenzi omkhulu kangaka wokuhlonishwa komntwana umagogo bese kukhanyiswa ngamafoni ngiyakholwa ukuthi bazokulungisa nathi sizolekelela ukuthi sibheke eduze ukuthi kwenzakaleni ngoba akusiniki isidima lokho kodwa ke ngoba siyasebenzisana ne-playhouse so kubheka eduze ukuthi kwenzakalani mhlambe ngale kwe-load shedding kwaba sekuba khona nokunye okuyimthelela yalokho ke will really humble siqolise kulokho ke ngoba sekuboya sengazi ukuthi nathi sasiyingxenye yokucima ugesi singahloniphi abahlonishwayo abantwana siyabonga kakhulu ke ukuthi angeke nami ngize angibhlungu ukuthi honorable Simelane lokuthiwa lo fikile lo bambile lo ngathi unjani sekunamagama amaningi ngabula ngibizwe ngawo lo cuphile lo gadile lo bambile lo sadlula bonke ke lawo magama will learn. But I think we must also appreciate the fact that the MEC did her part, and we have seen her going throughout the province, bringing life to sport, bringing life to heritage activities that are happening in our province, and the support that she has been giving to the royal household in respect to their imikhosi yesilo emkhosini yesizwe ubebonakala ekhona siyabonga kakhulu ngomsebenzi awenzile emele umbutho wesizwe akusho ukuthi akaseyena umbutho wesizwe sesokhuluma kabi ngoba nakho akaseyena uMEC she did her part and we want to thank her for that wouldn't be standing here reading this budget and presenting this budget if she hasn't done her part. I want to thank her because she made my life easy when I was to come and present because number of matters she has dealt with. Siyafuna ukusho ukuthi cha sisebenzisile imali expenditure yethu was at 99.6 percent. Siyafuna ukusho cha kusho ukuthi ke sashoda nje ngo 0.4 finish budgeted. Conditional grant, we spend 100%, and we want to assure the members that the allocated budget also we are going to do the same, ensuring that all expenditure are monitored and also are spent in a manner that is going to assist our people. Edugudugu cha imali ibikhona yenziwa idugudugu all the necessary furniture and books and equipment that is needed was put in place before the MEC opens that and handing over of the library. I think we must applaud her for doing so. Books were bought and we want also to say that with the project of iCards, that is with the public works now, they are going to start the process of building the iCards as expected. And I'm certain that when we come back in the end of this financial year, we'll be able to report positive results as we have noted the concern raised by the colleagues. I think the other project which Usbaru Ramlapaya Ukapisa was talking about, Enyogeni, it was a national project and there is a working relationship now and the province has been asked to take over and monitor it, and certainly the committee will then be on the province portfolio committee will then monitor and do oversight on it so that it gets finalized. With Winston Churchill, we intend to close the chapter in ensuring that we have renovated and put it in the state that it's supposed to be by end of June this financial year. We'll come back and then report on that. with the transport to transport the maidens, and also the safety of the maidens and the well-being of the maidens when they get to Ingcugce. We listened to what the members have cautioned the department on, and we are going to work to ensure that I think we have been working with Department of Transport in checking all the transport that transport our maidens that are in the state of roadworthiness and also are safe. And police also have been working with us through community safety and SAPS that we monitor the things that used to happen in Ingcugce, uthole kukhona abantwana abahlukumezekalayo noma abalimalayo unnecessarily so. We saw that our modular libraries, we have indicated that we are still continuing. We are going to build 22, and those libraries are bringing the knowledge to our community where they are. And certainly we'll monitor and ensure that. And with educating our people and bringing social cohesion, I am the flag when we are going to educate our children at school, but also we also educate our community about I'm the flag, to understand the colors in the flag, to understand what it means, and also to understand how important to be patriotic about our country and how are we supposed actually to work with our government, because this is the democratic government, the government of the people, by the people, for the people. So it cannot happen in this day and time that we find our people wanting when the government, their government is in place. So we are going to ensure that the issue of the organogram is addressed as guided by this house, and members has reflected on it. I believe that we are we'll come back and then give a feedback in the near future, hoping that the portfolio will assist us in doing so. Ngicabanga ukuthi-ke okuningi bekukubonga umsebenzi esiwenzile, cha nami ngizwile kade sixoxa la ukuthi hayi iyashayisa izandla yonke lento ebesiyilethela nesazoyenza futhi iyakwenza ukushaya izandla, ngoba si-specific ukuthi ngalesikhathi sokwenza ukuthi ngalesikhathi sokwenza ukuthi, futhi sishilo ukuthi kuloko okudlule senzeni kuloko esasikubikile. That's what actually we normally do. Siyabika siphinde sisho-ke ukuthi sizenzani. Ngiyafuna ukuthi-ke lento Honorable Singh, I believe that the allegation that you put forth should actually be looked at, would appreciate, because there are ways and processes that must be followed when there are serious allegations, so that we don't speak here and then finish here as if we are debating. If there are serious allegations and there are tangible information, do the right thing, then write to us and also take that to the law enforcement to deal with the matters, other than just debating. I think that will be my advice in that manner. On that note, I want to thank all of you for the participation and also for the contribution that you have made, and we have also enhanced our debate as you were coming up here, irrespective. Nama critics are right. Nokusibonga futhi ku right as the department will continue to cooperate with the department, with the portfolio and with the legislature in all matters of sports, arts and culture. I want to thank you all and thank usiswam lapho mncane the then MEC angikwazi ukuthi ngithi ufoma noma ngithi uba ngade ndisimqamba la simela ukuthi we want to thank her also for the work that she has done, and believe that young as she is, she still have a future and a bright future. And I also wish her all the best in her new ventures, and aqhubeke nje enze umsebenzi wesizwe angabi nawo amahloni. I thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you so much, Honorable MEC. Sibonga kakhulu. Honorable members, we have come to an end of our today's debate. Of vote 10, order, Capes. Honorable members, before we close our session, maybe one needs to acknowledge that we have 3 entities from AMAFA. Let's acknowledge Dr. Damuga, the head of AMAFA, and from the Playhouse we have Linda Kosini, who's also a CEO, Hopefully sizobhala ke manje ngocisha ugesi. And then the last one is KZN Philharmonic Orchestra, Mr. Bongani Tembe. Thank you so much for being part of this session. Thank you, honorable MECs, for being part of this, and all members, thank you so much. We'll now take another vote. The vote 11 will break and take vote 11. Thank you. Bona bangekho ke la. Kufanele bezonke la.
I'm told that we do correct, so we can continue with the proceedings of the House. We will now proceed with the matters on the agenda, being Vote 11, Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs. I am humbled to call upon the MEC for Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, Honorable B.N. Sithole Moloi, to come forward and deliver her report for 45 minutes.
Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity. Greetings to Honorable Speaker, Honorable Premier, Leader of Government Business and MEC for ETIA, Honorable Duma, members of the Executive Council present, honorable members of the Provincial Legislature, Ingonyama Yesizwe, KwaZulu, Indolamithi Yamakhosi. Siyakhuleka wena ongangezwe lakhe, members eNdlunkulu, amalunga eNdlunkulu akhona, amakhosi aseNdlunkulu. Ngiyazi ukuthi akhona amakhosi amele ihouse anathi namhlanje, nosihlalo wehouse uyinkosi yakwaShinga. Wonke amakhosi kanye nezinduna siyathanda ukubingelela. Usihlalo kaSalga, ukhansela uNtuli, ama-mayors ethu wonke, amakhansela aphuma kubona bonke omasipala bethu, inhloko yomnyango kanye izinhloko zomnyango ezikhona kanye na wonke abasebenzi bakahulumeni abaphakathi kwethu, ama-stakeholders ethu, abasithathele izindaba, kanye na wonke umphakathi wakwaZulu-Natal. Sithanda ukunibingelela kule ntambama yanamhlanje. Sinibingelela ngetimu yakwa-COGTA ethi supporting local government and traditional leadership institution to become effective and become effective service delivery hub for the betterment of the KZN province. Honorable Chair, we present this fourth budget speech of Vote 11, Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, inspired by the remarkable fortitude, resilience, tenacity, and sense of solidarity of the people of KwaZulu-Natal, as has been witnessed over time. After a long cloud winter that engulfed KwaZulu-Natal, we are seeing the rainbow of hope in the horizon, in the statute and efforts of our beloved King, His Majesty the King, Misuzulu Kazwelithini. We wish to ensure Isilo that as COGTA, we are determined to enhance our contribution in making KwaZulu-Natal a trailblazer by bringing all stakeholders in social compact to improve local government, which is at the coalface of our service delivery. Siyafisa ukuthi siqinisekise wena omdala ukuthi sizokwenza konke okusemandleni njengomnyango ukuba lube khona uzinzo esakhiweni sobuholi bomdabu kulesi sifundazwe. Lokhu sizokwenza ngoba siyaqonda njengohulumeni ophetheyo ukuthi ubuholi bomdabu buneqhaza elibaluleke kakhulu ukuthuthukisa isizwe. Ngiyafisa futhi ukuba ngibonge ubambisana esinakho namakhosi aseNdlunkulu uma senza lo msebenzi kanye nomasipala bethu uma siqhuba imisebenzi yosuku nosuku singu-COGTA. The President was in the State of the Nation address that the poor performance of many municipalities is a key area of concern for the sixth administration. In KwaZulu-Natal, we are also experiencing an added challenge with the murder of Amakosi and Izinduna, which is not, and there are no arrests that has been made, and that has a potential of destabilizing cooperative governance and deprive communities of basic services and development. In this regard, we welcome the marching orders given by the Premier to take decisive action to enhance the capacity and performance of local government. We further support the call of the communities and law enforcement agencies to draw a line in the sand on the matter of our revered traditional leaders. In this context of persistent challenges around electricity, water, and sanitation, we wish to ensure the people of KwaZulu-Natal that together with all the relevant stakeholders will be redoubling our effort to mitigate the impact of load shedding, which also affects the provision of water and other services to our communities. Honorable Chair, we will use the opportunity to present our plans and a vision for the cooperative governance in collaboration with the Institute of Traditional Leadership in KwaZulu-Natal. We remain guided by the ideal of the people-centered, capable local government geared towards building peaceful, prosperous, and sustainable communities through service delivery of quality, dignity, basic services. In this regard, we wish to commend the people of KwaZulu-Natal who informed this address by providing us with input through public engagement and social media. Honorable Chair, we are pleased to present the budget policy statement having achieved a clean audit outcome. Thanks to the foundation laid by my predecessors, this is the third clean audit in succession by the department. Kusho ukuthi imali sesiziphatha kahle, sesizokuthi masikhuluma nomasipala ukuthi abaziphathe kahle imali, sikhulume sime on the firm ground of that we have an example of being a department that is leading by example. On June 29, 2022, our province reconstituted the KwaZulu-Natal House of Traditional and Khoisan leaders. We congratulate Ingcugce Singa for his election to lead the House for the 5-year term of office. I wish also to put into the attention of this House that we were so disappointed by one of our district that could not constitute its House, which is Ingcugce district. That local House has not been constituted up to this far, and we have not seen the cooperation and the coming of these Amakosi to the activities of the House as expected. We're hoping that they are going to rectify that and have a House that is in line with the Constitution and the legislatives. We had a 3-day strategic planning session with representative of traditional leaders. The gathering agreed to prioritize rural development, the safety of Amakosi and Izinduna, and to accelerate service delivery. We are pleased that we have reached consensus with our traditional leaders about the need to prioritize infrastructure development, agriculture support, local economic development, social cohesion, and rooting out gender-based violence and femicide. Honorable Chair and honorable members, in 2022, flood left a permanent wound, untold suffering, and vast damage to KwaZulu-Natal. The province recorded at least 785 disaster-related incidents. Latest figure show that a total of 27,069 households were affected. 8,584 houses were totally destroyed, and a total of 13,536 houses were partially destroyed. The total cost of the damages for infrastructure was estimated at 25.3 billion, honorable members. The municipal disaster relief grant for the April-May 2022 floods were allocated to the KZ municipalities for phase 1 was a total of 87 billion 330 and 93,000 million. My apologies, it's 87. My apologies, I didn't read correctly, but it's 87 million 393 thousand. That's what I'm supposed to be saying. And the phase 2, the amount is 134 million 457,000, and we're hoping that the municipalities will deal with that. And there is also an additional of 6.3 now billion was allocated. We want also to report to this house that we are concerned with the municipality that is not spending these grants for the disaster, and particularly those that have a huge impact in the infrastructure. And we are very worried about 34 of those municipalities that has not done so, and we are following up. That I want to put it up front so that when you ask, you should get it from the horse's mouth that this is the state that we find ourselves, but not only on the disaster grant, but also on other grants. And with the Department of with the Treasury, we are visiting those municipalities that has a huge amount that has not been spent. We wish also to say kubantu bakithi KwaZulu-Natal abathintekile kulezi inhlekelele, siyakhalisana nemindeni yabo nalabo abangabazitholi izihlobo zabo, ngoba thina njengesintu siyakholelwa ekutheni ithambo lethu silibiyeke siligcine noma ngabe siligcina ngayiphi indlela, kodwa sazi ukuthi siligcine kuphi ukuze izizukulwane zazi ukuthi sababeka kuphi abathandiweyo bethu. Siyakhalisana ke nemindeni engakabatholi abathandiweyo babo. Siyaphinda futhi sikhalisane nemindeni ekuthe ngomhla ka-16 4 days before we come before this house bashelwa izindlu nayo yonke impahla bebenayo lapha eDakota eSphingo, imizi ethintekile u-350 households and over 800 people lost their homes and belonging. It was sad to see more than 308 children left homeless. Yayinzima kakhulu, kodwa ke sikwazile ukuhlangabezana nayo zonke iminyango ethintakalayo. Njengoba sibonile ukuthi ongqongqoshe bakazwelonke behlile futhi bazobona bazolekelela ukuba kubiyele isimo endaweni yaso. Honorable Chair and honorable members, I want to talk about program 1, which is the administration, the preferential procurement. It remains a department's policy to utilize the public procurement to actively empower previously marginalized communities. We have specific targets for women, youth, and people with disability as a means to level the playing field. Department supported economic transformation and Black economic empowerment by ensuring that 60% of all bids were awarded to Africans. We ensured that no less than 30% of procurement was awarded to women and women-owned businesses. Equally, we met the minimum target of 10% to military veterans, 5% to people living with disability, and 15% to the youth. We continue to make strides to building skills requiring for the department and an ethical, capable, and developmental state. We continue to work closely with the National School of Governance, SALGA, and other stakeholders to professionalize the public service and enhance skills. The department has taken a decision to pursue avenues for recognition of prior learning for officials who have gathered years of experience in various fields but have not been able to acquire any formal qualification. We have already started engaging institutions of higher learning, whilst we have also identified the first cohort of officials to take part in the program. These consist of a total of 162 officials who have completed grade 8 to grade 12, with some of also have PRISA certificates. Sesikwazile ukubasiza about 162. We are continuing with our program. Siyazi ukuthi abaningi abakwazanga ukuya ezikoleni baqedele. Siyafuna ukusho futhi ukuthi kubantu abakhubazekile sesikwazile ukufika kwi-target ebekade ibekiwe ewu-2% ukuba sibanikeze amathuba omsebenzi. Besiye senze ke imisebenzi si-recruit abantu sibe specific ukuthi sifuna laba abaphila abakhubazekile ukuba bazobamba iqhaza ukuze sikwazi ukuthi sibanike. Bafundile-ke abanye babo, abanye banamabhizinisi, ingakho nibonile ngale siyasho ukuthi-ke sibasize nalabo abanamabhizinisi. Program 2, which is local government, Honorable Chair and members, in the 2023 State of the National Address by the President of our country, the fact that 163 out of 57 municipalities are dysfunctional or in distress due to poor governance, ineffective, and sometimes corrupt financials and administrative management and poor service delivery. That was the word that was said by His Excellency the President Cyril Ramaphosa. We agree with the President on the need for consequence management, attracting a highly skilled, ethical public service on merit. Equally, we must focus on maintaining and upgrading municipal infrastructure, as well as taking decisive steps in line with the Constitution to intervene in municipalities that are not functional. Siyakholwa ukuthi-ke akuzukhala lokho-ke njengoba siqhubeka nokulekelela omasipala la sibona khona bengasupportekile, we support them. La sibona khona bephume esandleni, we try ukulekelela nabo ukuthi babuyele endleleni bakwazi ukusebenza ngendlela elindelekile elandela umthetho. The 2021 local government election led to an increase in the number of hung municipalities, resulting in the establishment of coalition governments. While coalition have become a norm in other countries, they are still a relatively new development in our country and present specific challenges which affect governance and delivery of services. Sibonile-ke komasipala abaningi bayasukuma bayahlala bafike kugcotshwe kuphinde kuqalwe phansi njalo ngenxa yokuthi amandla awekho kulabo abekho abathole amandla alingene ukuthi bangaqhubeka no government. And-ke siyafisa ukuthi-ke nomnyango sizoqinisekisa ukuthi siyalekelelana ukubuyisana endleleni nasekwenzeni ukuthi-ke noma kukhona i-coalition kodwa ama-services abantu awaye kubantu ama-services singagcini nje sigcine singasakwazi uthatha iy'nqumo ezizonikezela ama-services. We are also going to ensure that the national minister is also brought on board on trying to minimize the instability and poor service delivery that is caused by this coalition government in our municipality, local government level. We are also going to facilitate a situation where we speak with SALGA and also deal with these matters and try to find a conflict management mechanism to ensure that coalition government at the municipal level are stable, predictable, and efficient. Siyakholwa ukuthi-ke sizobambisana-ke ngasezimalini-ke siyafuna ukuthi-ke it is clear ukuthi-ke izimali azikaphathwa ngendlela elindelekile ku-local government ngenxa yombiko olethwe umgcini mabhuku ukuthi-ke okwamanje sakwazi ukuthi simuve ngoyedwa umasipala sinomasipala abane kuphela abakwazi ukuthola i-clean audit. Siyakholwa ukuthi-ke lokho kuzolungiseka ngenxa yezimo-ke zokuthi lama-coalition enza bangasebenzi kahle omasipala bagcine noma sebesebenzisa imali bangayisebenzisi ngendlela elindelekile ngoba abanye balabo masipala bagcina bengasathatha ama-resolution emkhandlwini ukuba ba-implemente izinto zomkhandlu ngoba manje kuyacashelwana kwenzela ukuthi-ke kulokudojwana kugcine kunganzekile kahle. We want ukuthi-ke i-cooperation ibe khona phakathi kwethu njenganomnyango in assisting them so that they deliver services as expected and also adhere to the legislatives that guides them and also inform them on what they're supposed to do as municipalities. Ezezimali-ke sizigadile ngenxa yalokho siyafuna ukuthi sibambisane. There are municipalities that we are going to visit with Treasury to ensure that we discuss the issues of how they manage their funds and how the National Treasury has wrote to us to intervene in this, go and assist in these municipalities to ensure that they come back and spend the budget as expected. The unfunded budget also we are going to disapprove, and all budgets that has not been passed by councils and those that are unfunded, we have written to the Treasury to say, ignore them, don't allow them, and don't accept those municipalities to spend those money because they don't have, and also they need to go back and relook at their budget and follow the correct processes. Ngiyakusho lokho ngoba ngiyazi ukuthi kwesinye isikhathi ukuthi ade ngimenyezwa kuthiwa ufunani u-MEC uyangenelela u-MEC kanti angingeneleli ngingazange ngize ngiqale ngibuze ukuthi nenziwa yini ngingakwenzi umsebenzi wenu. Ngenela mase ngibuzile uma kuthiwa anihlalisi aniwalandela ama-rules of order ngiyanibuza kungani ningakwenzi lokho bese maniqeda lapho niqhubeke ningizibe ngiyangena-ke sengiyobiza umhlangano wamakhansela phela ngenza umsebenzi mina ngoba phela amakhansela afanele enze umsebenzi. So-ke ngiyafuna ukuthi singanyathelani-ke amakhona ngalokho, and I'm also reporting to this house ukuthi that's a situation that we find ourselves, and we are going to support municipalities, but also we are not going to support municipality blindly and say hayi bafowethu qhubekani noma ningaba nenzi kahle anilandeli umthetho. Akwenzeki kanjalo, it can happen. We also want to learn ukuthi asiphinde sibonge ngoba njengoba ngishilo ngathi bakhona umasipala abasebenze kahle kakhulukazi umasipala omusha ongenile emva kokhahlamba neKingcugce nomhlathuze. Ngiyazi ke abanye ke angifuni ukuyipolitika le so ibeka nje obinjalo ngoba kuzoba sengazi ngiyapolitika mangisho ukuthi hayi wawukade ungaphethwe laba abaphethe kodwa ke uthola i-clean audit kanye ne-Rain Konyeni who's joined the queue. Singasho ke ukuthi ke khona abangaphathi kahle ngokubuqembu kodwa nje sisho ngokwezandla zokuphatha imali ukuthi cha baphathe kahle labafo. So ke sinomasipala abawu4 esobashayela izandla ukukhahlamba Ingcugce umhlathuze kanye ne-Rain Konyeni abathole i-clean audit base benikeza nama-awards by u-AG for doing well. We want also to assist in reducing ama-government debt, and sikhulumile kakhulu ukuthi siyafuna ukuthi ku-addresswe ama-section 21 schools angafuni ukukhokha, and nokukhulumisana neNgonyama trust on the land that they are not willing to pay the property rates on them, but also to say that we want to also to encourage municipalities to ensure that they speed the process of valuation, because at times that's a process that delays and makes other people not to pay for their rents because they are still contesting some of the rates that they are said are due to them. We are going to also to have valuation appeal boards throughout our province. We are going to have 10 district evaluation appeal boards and 1 in the metro. It means we are going to have 11 evaluation appeal boards. We are trying also to assist in capping the debt that the local government is incurring, and that also reduce their revenue. We are also going to assist the municipality in dealing with the issue of enhancing their revenue, and we are going to also to intervene in ensuring that all what is due to the municipalities is done, and those municipalities are supposed to apply and correct their billing processes and all that can make them to increase their revenue are assisted with the systems to do so. We want also to report that we are building capacity to our municipalities in cooperation with SALGA and other stakeholders. We rolled out the sector-based councillor orientation workshop aimed at inducting and orientating both new and returning councillor about their role and responsibility in local government environment and legislation that governs it. Siyabafundisa ke silekelele sisho ukuthi ke bafanele ukuyigcina imithetho nansi imithetho abasebenza ngaphansi kwayo. Ngiyafuna ukuthi ngisho kulendlu ukuthi amanye amakhansela wahambile emhlangano lama workshop ayawadoja beyingakho ubona sebenza izinto ezingafanele nje zokuthi badibhize imkhandlu bakhandane futhi kabusha ngendlela engeyona ingoba abahlali emhlanganweni balalele babuza ukuthi kuranwa kanjani imkhandlu bacabanga ukuthi umkhandlu nje bazovele bawuthi hayi asawuthandi lo sesithandalo bangalandeli indlela ekufanele zilandele. Siyayenza i-capacity yokubalekelela. We hoping that amakhansela will try and participate in this workshop and ensure that they gain i-capacity elindelekile kubona and they will run. Manje ke siyahlushwa ke ngilento engabi khona kuma-workshop. Abanye benza into engenziwe ukuthi umkhandlu usukhandiwe uthola ukuthi umkhandlu futhi sekhona umuntu oyikhansela kodwa engelona ikhansela suke nje an ordinary person kuthiwa hayi uyikhansela ngoba siyakuthanda bese ke manje kumkhandlu kusho ukuthi ke kufanele ukuthi kungenwe emthethweni ukuthi ke wenziwa njani lo mkhandlu ngoba uphula umthetho. We want also to strengthen the public participation. Siyafuna ukuthi ke siqinisekise ukuthi ke Kule nyaka lwabiwozimali siyaqinisekisa ukuthi i-department iyafuna uku-increase ama-community development workers. Sizowa-increase ngo-100 ama-community development workers ethu ukuzama ukufica inamba yama-wards esikhona, because ngokomthetho kufanele ngabe i-ward ne-ward ine-community development worker yakhona esizayo in also assisting i-issue of ama-war rooms at various districts and wards. So sizokwenza kanjalo-ke ukuyi-fast tracker that service, and also ensure ukuthi this house ukuthi sizoqinisekisa ukuthi namanye ama-ward futhi nawo siyawanikezela as imali siba nayo noma sesireviewa i-budget yethu. Overall provincial IDP credibility average increased from 74% in 2021 to 80% in 2022, and the top achiever municipality in the province on IDP credibility received a score of 96%, which is an improved from the previous year of top achieving, which was 88. Kusho-ke izinga lokusebenza nezinga lokwenza ama-IDP afanelekile nalindelekile likhulile. Owayephuma number 1 ngonyaka oka-2021 wayethole u-88%, kuka-2022 uthole u-96%. It means ukuthi-ke ukusupporta esibanika wona, it's adding value, and hence we are seeing this movement in the improvement of our IDPs. Revitalization, we revitalize uMasakane campaign. In 2023-24 financially, we want to launch a war on illegal dumping and with an aim of converting dumping sites into organic gardens for the communities. We are going to work with the Department of Agriculture in ensuring that they will continue to teach people to plant organically, but also to clean our township and areas where we see people dumping where they are not dumping. We are going to launch a war against that, and as part of our Masakane campaign. Revised approach to intervention in terms of Section 139 of Constitution. We want to revise, and so that we don't have this situation where amasipala bethu kukhona ungazwani ngenxa yokuthi understanding yokuthi usection 139 uhamba uphelephi amakhansela yini umsebenzi wawo, administration when the matter intervention seyikhona kufanele kusetshenziswane kanjani, but also to put some of the matters that we feel that it should be included to augment the capacity of abantu abasuke benikezwele ukuba bayo represent the minister in those respective municipality. Sifuna ukuthi si institutionalize i-district development model. Malunga hloniphekile lendlu sithi ke we are working with municipality. We are accelerating the implementation of the district development model to unlock the bottleneck in the service delivery in the delivery of services. We have made huge strides in developing and adopting the one plan, one budget for district municipality. 10 of the 11 one plan, one budget were adopted. One plan were adopted by June 2022. Political instability at Ingcugce district made it to be the only municipality not to adopt the first generation of one plan by the political hub after the recommendation of the technical hub by the deadline of June 2022. Sizokulungisa ke lokho siphinde senze nje kade ngishilo ekuqaleni sivakashele labo masipala abanawo ama challenge even yokuhlala ukuthi bahlalise inhlangano i-adopte izinto ekufanele zi-adoptwe as expected by the law. Sizostrengthenisha ke institution on the DDM approach ngo 2023-24 UCOGTA will dedicate at least one day a month for all the hubs and clusters to convene. We'll also intensify capacity development initiative for councillors, municipal officials, as well as sector departments and national COGTA in finalizing the framework for the institutionalization of the DDM. And this will assist all role players abide by the rules of the game. Siyazi ukuthi senesikhalazo thina ne-department ukuthi omasipala bayaba nawo ama-DDMs but i-visibility ne-participation yama-departments provincial and national seems not to be at a pace and also in a manner that we will expect them to participate. That also needs on us to deal with it. DDM is in action through the African Smart City on the Eastern Cape Seaboard. Sifuna ukuthi siyibike ukuthi ke umongameli uzile wazolauncha i-process and that process yokuthi ne framework yokusebenza ye-Eastern Seaboard Regional Special Development Framework umongameli afika la sazohlanganyela embandakanya ugu Herigwala district kanye ne-Eastern Cape. Siyaqhubeka ke nalomsebenzi and siyazi ukuthi uzokwenza ivalue elindelekile kakhulu. Siyafuna futhi ukuthi sisho ukuthi njenganokhokta we-province yonke imisebenzi ethinta ukuba siqinisekise ukuthi lo budlelwane buyaqhubeka siyenzile and also sikhona nemsebenzi othinta i-electrification program plans related to Alfred Zo district, Ugu, Herigwala and OR Tambo district as we are dealing with the seaport my apology. Siyafuna ke ukuthi siya program 3 which is the development and planning. Nakhona i-department is monitoring and support municipality on the implementation of infrastructure projects through MIG, through WSIG and RBIG grants. And as a result of such monitoring, 25 KwaZulu-Natal municipalities received additional MIG funding in the 21-22 financial year, and the province recorded the best expenditure performance nationally. We agree with the Premier that in the year ahead, KwaZulu-Natal COGTA should play a greater oversight role, addressing the failure of municipality to spend their municipal infrastructure grant. It is indeed a sad indictment that at present, KwaZulu-Natal municipalities are reported to spending 53.7% of their MIG allocation, 40.4% on the WSIG, and 30.6% of RBIG. I have listed the municipality that has the National Treasury has written to us where they have withdrawn money. It's listed there with the amount, and we're hoping that with the engagement and the decision that was taken by Cabinet that we must visit those municipalities and also get explanation and find a way of assisting where there is a need to do so. Expanding electricity provision. Honorable members, Honorable Chair, with regard to the challenge of load shedding, we welcome the message by the Premier on the state of the provincial address, outlining the steps being taken by the province to mitigate the challenges and turn the situation around. I want to assure this House that the meeting with the Premier has started, and we have agreed that we are going to meet once a month and ensure that we turn the situation around in our province. We have progress in the electricity master plan, as one previously this department has presented the plan and is complete now, and we are going to deal with the aspect of the plan moving forward. We are also going to engage on the alternative energy initiatives, and we would give further clarity ways they need to do so, but we are committing as well. Where COGTA is also progressing on the COGTA electricity investment, and we have outlined the amount and the municipalities that we have assisted in ensuring that they provide this service to our people. Bulk transmission plan by ESCOM, we also report on the 1.1 billion projects that are funded by ESCOM in our province in ensuring that there is light. But we want to say that that amount has also went to Umgungundo family, who had run a weekly war room to unlock the implementation of the challenge. And I'm not going to embark on discussing the issue of the energy crisis, but safe to say that we are on top of the situation. We are trying to assist our municipalities and ensure that even if we don't have much money, but with the little we have, we are going to assist them to ensure that there are lights in those municipalities, and people living on those municipalities are given the services, because it doesn't only affect that the street lights and the lighting in the houses, but also it affects the provision of water, because pumps use electricity to pump water to the pipe and take it to the houses that they're supposed to go to. Honorable members, we are busy implementing our KwaZulu-Natal water and sanitation master plan, and we have embarked on ensuring that we prioritize the bulk water distribution and storage project funded by the RBIG. And Kwanongoma, we have put 822 million. Also in Greytown, we have a cost of 524. I hope that it's going to assist. I'm not going to go through. We'll continue to monitor the implementation of the water service funded bulk water project, and in particular the challenges with Ingcugce, Ingcugce, Thugela and Herikwala. The current program of the rationalization of water boards will result in the provision of a strategic support required to unlock some of these projects relating to bulk supply. We welcome the rationalization process, which will result also on one water board of the KZN province and a more targeted approach to transform the water sector in order to reach universal access by 2030. Honorable Chair, in the year 22-23 financial year, other water reticulation and O&M projects funded throughout water service infrastructure grant with budget of 972 million supported project in Herikwala, Thugela, Ingcugce, Zululand, Ingcugce, Ilembe and Umgungundo district. I'm not going to go down and also highlight other municipalities and how they are spending, but also safe to say that the slide is also indicating how are we doing in relation to water and also in relation to sanitation. Building skills and technical support to municipalities. We want to assure the House that we are hands-on on support to municipalities to address service delivery challenges. The department appointed a project management unit to support Uku, Thugela, Amajuba and Newcastle and Umsunduze over the duration of 24 months to the value of 169 million. Technical services teams, 24 months. Deployment for municipal PMUs. Support comments in the 1st of June 2022, comprising of water engineer, project manager, and 4 civil engineering technician, administration officer, and the stakeholder engagement officials. We are also establishing a social compact. Want to also to report on that as before this House. My apologies that one would want to go in details. Unfortunately, we don't have much time, but we are in the course in dealing with social compact concept and roadmap, has since been approved by the relevant structures. An implementation plan for the social compact was presented to the KwaZulu-Natal Economic Council, and it has been agreed that 4 district municipalities will be targeted. These are Uku, Umgungundo, Ilembe, and Herikwala. Building resilience in the management of integrated human settlement. Through this partnership, we will jointly recruit 4 doctorate research fellows who will undertake research that will be beneficial to our climate risk challenges. The advert for this has already been finalized. An annual budget of 1.2 million over the next 3 years has been set aside for this partnership with UKZN, and we expect a groundbreaking outcome. In 2023, the department aims to implement the recommendation made in the critical review of DDAs that was conducted in 2022. These recommendations include increasing the mandate of the DDAs, establishing an interdepartmental team between Department for Economic Development, Environmental Affairs, Tourism, Trade and Investment, KwaZulu-Natal, and COPTA, and educating local political leadership on the value of DDAs. Department will work hard in ensuring that DDAs become the center for local economic development in districts by ensuring they play the central role in the development. The LED project implementation and institutional support, we report in this August House on them. And I'm not going to go into details, safe to say that we are on course on it. And we expect that with the attitude that we are adopting, we are going to see these local economic development projects reaping the fruits and changing the lives of our people, so that we minimize people that are coming to big cities looking for job, but they will work in their respective areas where they reside. We also have a project that we are doing with the collaboration between ourselves, ATIA and DART, and there are key stakeholders that are also participating in ensuring that we up the game on the local economic development project implementation. A small town revitalization program, we are still on course and we are continuing with phase 1, which was value 10.6 million, and Mkambatini CPD roads value at 14 million. We are going to ensure that Dumbe also road upgrade is also getting the attention it deserves. Identify namanye, and we are also saying to this house that we want to see this small town that those small towns. Besifuna ukuthi ke sitheke sizoletha into kwi-portfolio nakwi-legislature eshoyo ukuthi what is really an advisable small town. Masikhuluma nge-small town sisho into enjani, and we agree on it ukuthi these are the features that we want to see when you say this is a small town and it's going to cater for the people around that small town. Singaboni into yokuthi sithi siyazama emsinga ngenxa yendawo nangenxa ye-situation yakhona kungabonakala umahluko noma sesiwakhile umgaqo noma sekwakhiwe ibridge, still the road is congested and it doesn't look like a small town at all. So we'll try and relook at the concept and try and make something. We are going to minimize the number of those small towns that we are going to assist, because we want to see the impact. Because when we say let's deal with all of them with the minimal funding that we have, we are not going to make impact. If we said let's target about 3 or 4, we target those 3 and 4, and we put all the resources there, and we change that small town, and people will say, indeed, this town was not like this before, and now it's a town that we can be proud of as people of that particular area. Ngiyazi ngenishaya izandla ngoba phela nina lezi ndaba lezi zini-excite, mina zangi-excite. Ngiyabona ukuthi senithanda ungathi niyakhathala, ningakhathali. Amakhosi Rural Economic Development, we have a program, and we are saying that we want to see in the areas of Amakhosi, understand Amakhosi why it's important to allocate land for economic development. Mabe allocate abanga allocate indawo baziba allocate amasimu kube iziza zokwakha ba-allocate ney'ndawo engabe ziba ama-centers where we can put ama-structures azokwazi ukuthi attract ama-investors in that particular rural area or leyo ndawo yenkosi ukuze bakwazi ukuthi abantu bakhona bathole amathuba omsebenzi and nalabo abantu abangosomabhizinisi bakulezo ndawo bathole iy'ndawo zokuthi nami ngiyathanda ukwakha ibhizinisi kodwa ngifuna ukusebenza ngasekhaya and we create jobs ngasemakhaya lapho sikhona. We are working with amakhosi. There are projects that we have been doing with the Ibula Found vegetable production. Inkosi yakwaXolo siyasebenzisana naye ngama-vegetable production. Sibambisene no-Copter kulokho. We have put aside 6.5 million because we want to see this thing working and we'll target few of amakhosi as pilot. And then when we go through with them, we have also agency, imali sinikezwe agency yase together in assisting these areas of amakhosi so that we see the difference and develop those areas economy yakhona. Ngiyakholwa ukuthi uNgamalala emisika rural agriculture will assist us in ensuring that when we deal with the auction, they deal with the auction. They will put us on board so that we understand how can we make those people come there and also not only auction, but also the people that are going to the auction will be the people that have butcheries in those respective areas, so that people will get meat in their areas, and there's a business, and also people will get jobs out of that. So we comprehend that. We are going to speak with the MEC as we are finalizing our MOA. We're hoping that that will make it different. Expanding a public works program. Nathi njengano Copter sine war on leaks, and that program is allocated 10.8. We are going to utilize EPWPs. Implement war on leaks as we have agreed, and also siyafuna ukusho njengoCopter ukuthi omunye umsebenzi esifuna ukwenza njengoba sisho sathi sizoba ne war on illegal dumping, soba ne war on leaks. We want to assist the municipality in ensuring that, and hence we are going to employ about 500 that are going to get an opportunity to deal with war on leaks program. And we're hoping that it's going to make, we are going to deploy them in different municipalities, and we are going to present a plan on what is it that they're going to do so that an oversight is done on us by the respective portfolio elidwa umamvelas. Community Works Program, the department monitor over 45,000 work opportunity in the Community Works Program. We reported the department has achieved 100% municipal coverage on the CWP. We are also going to go on and ensure that this could be attributed to strong institutional arrangement in the province. Municipal internship program and municipal in-service training program. Sinayo njengoCopter, we have put aside imali 30 million in the internship program and 7.5 million in the in-service training program, achieving its target of recruiting 500 interns and 250 in-service trainees. We want to do that. That was done in the previous year. We are continuing with the program. Same, a number of people will then be absorbed in the program. It means that we have 750 opportunities that is going to be created by the department. We want to also to report on the land governance and management. We want also to indicate that, as we have discussed earlier, we want to address the challenge. Copter has launched a provincial-wide campaign aimed at building better neighborhood and sustainable human settlement. The campaign #My Neighborhood, My Pride was launched as part of the wider Masakane program. We strengthen it and continue with it. Want to reduce the disasters in human settlement through improved land use management. Sizoyenza kanjalo ngoba siyazi ukuthi abantu ngendlela abahleli ngayo, they cause disaster at times, and the disaster that should have affected few, it affects the number of people that live in the informal settlement. We'll deal with that and assist them, and also support the municipalities in ensuring that these floods and devastating floods are taken care of, and we also prevent the floods or the disasters that may incur and incurred by those municipalities in the future. We have put 1.1 billion with the national copter and the human settlement for the immediate response purpose to augment the resources of the affected organs of state, dependent coping capacities, or even their own resources have been depleted. Siyafuna ke ukuthi ke sisho ukuthi ke approving from approvals from emerging relief funds, we are as follows: 325.7 million was allocated from the provincial emergency housing grant. 221.8 million was allocated from the municipal disaster response grant. These are the municipalities that have benefited. I've listed them: Oku, Reinkonyeni, Msunduzi, Ukhahlamba, Ilembe, Inkosilanga Libalele, Alfred Duma, KwaDukuza, and eThekwini. The plan for early warnings, we have the Provincial Disaster Management Center has established a solid relationship with the South African Weather Service to monitor and disseminate developing weather warnings and advisories to the alert stakeholders and communities that they are likely to be affected. So besowenza ke siqhubeke njalo ngaloko kuxhumana elibesimemezela ke njengoba kade kuzoba ile impela sonto ende yama Easter ukuthi abantu abaphephe, abantu abasuke sisebenzisana nayo uweather abantu bezezulu. Recurring of the PDMC, siyazi ukuthi kama floods asibambile ngonyaka odlule April no May, and siyafuna ukusho ukuthi we are monitoring the situation and also assisting our municipalities.
MEC, I'm going to give you 10 minutes because I can see that you have got about 3 pages left, but that 10 minutes is going to be deducted at the end. That means at the end when you respond, you'll have 10 minutes. Thank you, MEC.
There is progress on the communication system. I'm not going to go through it, and we intend that the department establish a multidisciplinary senior management task team to embark on the benchmarking exercise on the existing disaster management communication system in the country in order to identify the most suitable system that can be better serve the needs of our province. Sifakile ke imali yokwenza isiqiniseko sokuthi lokho kuyenzeka. Ama disaster center eswasupportayo amajuba sifake u5 million, eMzinyathi safaka u5 million, sizoqhubeka ke nabanye sibafakele. Building ama human settlements esikhulumile ngawo. Siyafuna ukuthi ke we strengthening the fire and rescue capacity. Njenge department we are custodian of disaster management, fire and rescue services. We must continue to promote and implement integrated and coordinated disaster management in the province. This requires concerted effort and commitment to provide technical and financial support to municipalities to establish and enhance municipal disaster management centers as well as municipal emergency centers to ensure functionality. Program 4, Utabala Makosi, the provincial government of KwaZulu-Natal remain disturbed by the murder of Amakosi and his Induna. We again wish to pay our respect and to convey our deepest sympathies to families of Amakosi and his Induna. And Isilo did the same to support and also to lead us in saying that we must actually look at this matter. We are looking at it. We had a joint meeting which was facilitated by our chairperson of the portfolio committee with the portfolio of community safety, where we were discussing the matter on how can we work together to ensure that there is safety in our traditional leadership institution, and also people are educated on what is it, and also to uproot the challenges that they face that leads to them being murdered. We also commend the steps taken towards establishing the Community Safety Intervention Unit, which will focus on the safety of Amakhosi and Izinduna. And we have committed that we will be in the forefront assisting in ensuring that Amakhosi are safe. We have a commission on traditional and Khoisan leadership disputes. The committee lukhona, the three commissioners, namely Uthemkosi Sithole, chairperson, advocate, wa Mawande Mazibuko, and Professor Jabulani Sithole were appointed. Finalization of the dispute, we are going to finalize this dispute in those respective ubukhosi as outlined in this budget. We further combine 15 TACs and CSCs, Amacambi, Amaqadi, Cele, Masambisane. The list is long, and the three TACs naming Wampungose nabo sizoba lekelela in constructing their TACs with an amount of 10.4 million. With the 15 above, we are going to spend 24.7 million. We also want to present before this house that we are continuing with the project that was stopped long ago of Imizi Yezizwe. We are going to deal with them, and we have put an amount of 5.7 million to assist, and we are going to identify the Amakhosi that are going to be assisted that need our assistance in this thing, in this regard. Provision of tools of trade for Amakhosi. We want to report that we are still assisting Amakhosi. We have given 447 tablets to Amakhosi at a cost of 1.2. We have put furniture for 52 TACs, value at 8.8 million. Amakhosi who belong to the level 11 local traditional houses. We are pleased to report that the pledge was fulfilled. Siyenzile ke le engentla and siyaqhubeka. Ukuthela kwamanzi kwamakhosi, we had a meeting with the ongangezwe lakhe and trying to plead with the ongangezwe lakhe ukuthi siyacela ukuba abheke kwi-schedule sakhe ukuthi angasinikeza ziphi insuku zokuletha amakhosi, nokuthi ke asivumele ukuba siwaclusterishe amakhosi ekwenzeni isiqiniseko sokuthi ayathela amanzi nalawo azobekwa agcotshwe isilo samandla. Sifuna ukubika ke ngokukhokhelwa kwe-payback yey'nduna okumsebenzi esiwenzayo siwuqalile kuqala inyanga. Sikholwa ukuthi ngomhla ka-28 kule nyanga sobe siqedile nazo zonke iy'nduna eziwu-2,229 ezi-current, bese kuba u-775 walabo abangasekho nalabo abagcina sebehlile ukuba zinduna bazokhokhelwa based on imali esinikwe nationally ewu-633 million, and we are on course. With that, the Premier has asked us also to look at the stipend of our TC secretaries, and that was also improved, and we have brought the report, and we are happy to report in this house that we are going to assist Amakhosi with their TC secretaries with the stipend now from 1,600 to 8,000. That will be starting as of next month, the payment, and we're hoping that it will make a difference. Honorable Chair and honorable members, I want to present our budget as the Department of department le yakho We want to present the project, budget per program. Honorable Speaker, we have allocated 454.95 million for program 1. We also have for program 2, we have allocated 332.5 million on the program, and for program 3, we have allocated 434 million. And for program 4, we have allocated 1.2 million in this financial year. This is the budget that we want to present before this August House for the approval of the House, so that we utilize the funds that have been approved by our House. I want to also to thank all the members of the House for the cooperation and the work that we have been doing. Particularly, I want to thank the ANC for trusting me with this responsibility of leading this department of KwaZulu-Natal, and also to say that that is done in ensuring that the work of the ANC is done through the government to deliver services that we have promised our people. Hence, the people voted us into government. I really want to assure the ANC that I will hold this department and lead this department as expected of me. I want also to thank portfolio committee, our KwaZulu-Natal, for the work that we are and the guidance that we are getting from them. All the time, members, we really appreciate. We don't feel bad when you shout at us and correct us, and we will then learn from you. No, nama committee wonke, like finance, scoper, and every time when we come before you, we'll pledge our cooperation, because you must come before you, and you must tell us where we are not doing right, and also we are going to go back and correct some of those things. We want to thank you. I want to thank also uNkulunkulu nje ukuthi angiphelele ithuba lokuthi ngizokwazi ukuma la okwesibili present. Ngiwadingile lamandla ngiwatholile, ngiyabonga. Thanda ukubonga kakhulu ukuthi ke ngibonga umndeni wami, ngibonga umyeni wami. Ngithi ngiyabonga Gebane for the support, you always there for me. Ngiyazi ukuthi ukhona nje, uhleli la ihleli khona uyabuka. Ukuthi ke ngiyabonga kakhulu ukubona nomndeni and the boys. Ngihlala namadoda wodwa lapha namantombazana asashada, and the boys, they can be troubled sometimes, but they manage ukungi-accepta as the mother. This is not at home all the time, but siyabonga kakhulu. Ngifisa ukubonga, ngigcina ngalamazwi, ngibonga konke executive, premier. Ngenxa yesikhathi angisezungena ngidlule kakhulu ekubongeni, ngaze kuthiwe angisenaso isikhathi sokuphendula. Ngiyafuna ke ukuthi ngibonge bese ngisho lamagama ukuthi uRuth chapter 1 verse 16 to verse 17 uthi ke uRuth mayikhuluma nomamezala wakhe, unganginiki ukuba ngikushiye ngibuye ngingakulandeli, ngokuba lapho uyakhona ngiyakhona, nalapho uyohlala khona nami ngiyohlala khona. Abantu bakho bayokuba ngabantu bami, uNkulunkulu wakho uyokuba nguNkulunkulu wami. Lapho ufela khona ngiyakufela khona nami, ngimbele khona. uJehova akenze njalo kimi, enezele futhi ngokufa kuphela okuya kusahlukanisa. Ngenzela ukuthi ke lamazwi ngisho ukuthi when I'm given a responsibility and opportunity, I don't want to be begged, but I must do the responsibility and appreciate the responsibility that I'm being given, because I'm doing the service to our people. And to the honorable members, thank you very much. I thank you, Chair, for allowing me that 10 minutes. Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable MEC. I can see that the MEC is tired. She has done well because she has presented two budget reports today. Can we continue to the next member? The member is the chairperson of the portfolio committee, and she's going to share the budget report, chairperson's budget report. Honorable ZLI for 10 minutes.
Thank you.
Anginamusa
Chair. Greetings to yourself, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Swatboy Dombela, Amakusa Sendlungulu, MECs present, honorable members present in the House, and the people of KwaZulu-Natal. Honorable Chairperson and members of this House, I take this opportunity to table a summary of the committee's deliberation on the 2023-24 budget. The Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs presented the 2023-24 budget and the annual performance plan at several meetings of KwaZulu-Natal Portfolio Committee. The first draft of the budget was presented at a meeting held on the 2nd of September 2022, and the draft APP presented at a meeting held on the 24th of January 2023. At the meeting mentioned above, the committee had several inputs to the budget and the APP, and these were considered by the department and thereafter incorporated to the final APP and budget. As required by the sector oversight model, the committee held an interactive session at Ilembe District Municipality on the 24th of January 2023, a session which was attended by the stakeholders and the public at large. At this meeting, stakeholders were given an opportunity to table their contributions on the draft APP budget for the 2023-24 to the committee. To continue the vigorous oversight role, the committee considered the final report at a joint finance and COCTA meeting held on the 16th of March 2023. At this meeting, the committee was informed that there were final touches that had to be made to the APP, and the department requested some time to finalize their APP. A meeting to adopt the final APP was then held on the 31st of March 2023, which was to allow the department to make sure that all the inputs were made effectively in the final APP. At both engagements, the committee had an opportunity to cross-examine the budget and the APP of the department. Through deliberations and engagement with the department, the committee noted that the 2023-24 draft APP was compiled, taken into cognizance all relevant laws, policies, strategies, and govern local government, and the APP of the department is aligned to the national and provincial priorities. The National Development Plan, Provincial Growth and Development Plan, the State of the Nation's Address, SONA, the State of the Province Address, SOPA, for the 2023. It is worth noting that the 2023-24 APP has been developed in line with the approved Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation, revised framework for strategic plans and APPs. There are some key priorities covered by the APP of the department that are worth mentioning to this House. The APP has put priorities focused on the following areas: delivery of basic services, which is water, electricity, sanitation, infrastructure development as part of the recovery and reconstruction post the April-May flood disasters, district development model being made to be activities of the department to ensure that it is always relevant and aligned to the development agenda in the local government towards accelerating service delivery to our communities. Madam Chairperson, one wishes to report that the Portfolio Committee was very pleased that the department reported its key intervention contained in the 2023-24 APPs responding to priorities and 2020 to 2025 strategic plan by costing them in details. The committee commends the department for transparency displayed in the budget processes. As the Portfolio Committee of KwaZulu-Natal, we are glad that the issue of payment of izinduna back pay has since been resolved, an issue which has been troubling us as the committee for the longest of time and has also been raised on many occasions by the Auditor General. We have worked tirelessly to ensure that this matter is finalized before the end of this term. We thank the department and the government led by the ANC for their efforts to ensure that this matter is resolved. Among other things, it is worth mentioning to this House the following projects that the department is going to implement in this current financial year. 71,226,000 budget is allocated for electricity infrastructure and water interventions. 39,969,000 for the new construction of CSCs and rehabilitation and refurbishment of TACs. 27,135,000 allocated for electrification project. 15,700,000 budgeted for small towns revitalization. 59,746,000 has been allocated for disaster management under Program 3, Development and Planning. The committee will monitor with keen interest the implementation of these projects, among others. The committee commends the department on its spending in the 2022-23 financial year. The portfolio committee notes that the department is allocated 2,443 million in the 2023-24 financial year to deliver on its mandate. In the 2022-23 financial year, the Department of KwaZulu-Natal revised adjustment budget was at 1,820 million from the unchanged main appropriation of 2022-23 of 1,820 million. Of the 2023-24 final allocation of 631,083,000 is for the payment owed for Izinduna. The department has assured the committee that it will follow all necessary internal controls, measures, and processes in the payment of the back pay of Izinduna. In this regard, the committee will monitor this matter closely. This is to ensure that all Izinduna who are entitled to the back pay are indeed paid what is due to them. The committee was pleased when the department stated that it will fill 210 critical vacant posts in the 2023-24 financial year. The filling of posts will go a long way in addressing the issue of unemployment faced by the province. Moreover, the department has allocated 7.5 million for internal funding towards EPWP integrated grants for the province towards to address the issue of unemployment. This over and above the EPWP grant for the province's conditional grant allocation of 1,960 million, which has been allocated to the department for the 2023-24 financial year. In relation to budget transfers to municipalities, which has been budgeted under the goods and services economic categories, the budget for transfers to municipalities is within the 1,500,022,000 budget under goods and services economic category by the department. The department has assured the committee that it has a monitoring mechanism in place, which include a conditional register which gets updated on a monthly basis, and independent visit sites which are conducted by the monitoring subdirectorate to verify project implementation on the ground. The committee has keen interest over budget transfers to municipalities, as it is a committee that wants to ensure that service delivery indeed does happen at the municipal level. The committee wishes to highlight the following areas of concern and areas for noting that arose during the budget hearings. Amongst others, the continuous decline in the EPWP grant allocation over the past financial years. The committee urged the department to ensure that the EPWP grant is utilized fully. Also ensure that the reporting is done on time and adequately to the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. This is to enable the Department of KwaZulu-Natal to increase grant allocation received from National Treasury, as this grant is primary vehicle for poverty eradication in our community. And the issue of budget cuts was also raised, that it is a huge concern, and we requested our finance portfolio committee to assist us with this one. In conclusion, one wishes to note and appreciate the high sense of agency that the new MEC of KwaZulu-Natal has displayed in taking the issue up of reviewing the stipend to salaries of TC secretaries. We would like to commend you for that, Honorable MEC, and we would like to thank the department and the legislature staff. The budget was voted for, where the ANC supported the budget, the IFP supported the budget, the DA abstained, the IFP the EFF wasn't in the House and the NFP supported the budget. I thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. We now move to the next speaker of the ANC, Honorable M. Govender, for 10 minutes. Honorable Govender, you are the first speaker for 10 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Let us please observe a moment's silence for Nokolo Kumalo, who died when she unknowingly drove over a bridge. Chairperson, when she unknowingly drove her car over a collapsed bridge in Inanda. This was a real tragedy, Honorable Chairperson. Let us also keep the over 1,000 residents of the Dakota Informal Settlement and the residents of the Lusaka Informal Settlement whose homes were razed to the grounds in our thoughts. So just a moment. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Let me greet everyone in this Freedom Month, which is a time when we celebrate 29 years of freedom and democracy, 29 years since we shook free the shackles of apartheid, and 29 years since we gave birth to a free, non-racial, non-sexist and democratic country. April is also the month in which the 1906 Bambata Rebellion took place, and when 7,000 armed British soldiers struggled to quell the uprising of the Zulu people. It was one of the most brutal and bloody campaigns against an armed rebellion and was in response to the harsh policies that the Zulu population was subjected to by the colonial administration in Natal. It is also 10 years since the enactment of the Native Land Act, as His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa said in his January 8th address. This was a colonial act of dispossession that robbed millions of their land and consigned them to lives of deprivation and misery. And the act continues to have devastating effects on the social and economic position of Black South Africans. It calls upon us to pursue with greater determination the program of land reform and rural development as part of the program of socio-economic transformation, unquote. Honorable Chair, despite what the doomsayers and denialists say, we have to acknowledge that great strides have been made in improving the lives of South Africans. It is, however, indisputable that there is much more that needs to be done. And the ANC is doing just that, as at its 55th National Conference, it emphatically and firmly resolved that urgent and decisive action has to be taken to place our country back on a positive development path that puts the interests of the people first. In declaring 2023 the year of decisive action to advance people's interests, the ANC has recognized the critical role that local government plays in rebuilding local communities and environments as a basis for a democratic, integrated, prosperous, and truly non-racial society. The ANC's urgent priorities for 2023 include specific initiatives to deepen its renewal, accelerating the resolution of the energy crisis to end load shedding, building the social compact, and improving delivery of basic services and maintaining infrastructure. In prioritizing the resolution of the energy crisis and ending load shedding, the ANC recognizes the insecurity of electricity supply continues to be one of the greatest impediments to economic recovery and disrupts all South Africans' lives. In building the social compact, the ANC has directed government to continue the work of concluding sectoral compacts that will form pillars of a comprehensive social compact with all social partners, with the aim of supporting the broad approach and principles of the Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan. So there has to be a mobilizing of social partners. And in addition, this compact should set out obligations, commitments, and trade-offs needed from the private sector, organized labor, and civil society to ensure effective social and economic recovery. As the Portfolio Committee, we are pleased to see that working with stakeholders is included in the program of the work of the department, which intends to support municipalities in providing a conducive environment for the private sector to participate and increase opportunities for investment through effective implementation of municipal revenue enhancement strategies and municipal development incentive strategies. The department will also support municipalities to promote participation in community-based local governance processes and to respond to community concerns. The intention of this is to promote citizen participation and increase the responsiveness of local government to communities. The department has committed itself to ensuring that there is alignment between the national, provincial, and local government priorities, and has committed to working with different stakeholders towards the achievement of these priorities, as outlined in the MTSF. In fact, KwaZulu-Natal, in so aligning its budget, contributes to priorities 1, 2, 5, and 6 of the MTSF. And the 23-24 APP of the department contains many indicators that address these priorities, which are also the priorities that were outlined by His Excellency President Ramaphosa when he delivered the January 8 statement this year and the State of the Nation address. Honorable Speaker, the NDP's chairperson, the NDP stipulates that for the country to support its long-term economic objectives and development goals, we need to focus on investing in basic services such as electricity, water, sanitation, telecommunications, and public transport. And the provision of these basic services, like electricity, water, and sanitation, fall within the realm of local government, and KwaZulu-Natal, as the coordinating department, has to ensure that in order for these to be delivered, there has to be improved municipal and traditional institutional capacity, improved coordination of service delivery, and improved institutional capacity. KwaZulu-Natal has allocated 2.443 billion in the 23-24 financial year and to deliver on this mandate and to ensure that the priorities as outlined by government are addressed. 631.03 million of the budget goes to the back pay owed to Izinduna. The Portfolio Committee is pleased to note that the department's 23-24 APP is aligned to national and provincial priorities, as I have said before. The key priorities of the department include delivery of basic services, infrastructure development as part of recovery and reconstruction post the April-May flood disasters, the DDM being key to the activities of the department to ensure that it is always relevant and aligned to the development agenda in local government towards accelerating service delivery. I'll talk on some of these and my colleagues are covering the rest. The department's main focus for 23-24 will include monitoring the implementation of service delivery programs relating to electricity, water, and sanitation, indigent policies, as well as operational and maintenance plans. Honorable Chairperson, the department transfers a large amount from the 1.5 to 2 billion budgeted under goods and services to municipalities. And as a portfolio committee, we want to see service delivery taking place at municipal level. In this regard, we have been assured by the department that there are monitoring mechanisms in place, and there's a conditional register that's updated on a monthly basis, as well as independent site visits that they conduct to verify project implementation on the ground. Honorable Chairperson, as this House is well aware, there has been underspending on the part of municipalities, including spending on conditional grants and disaster funds, and this requires close monitoring, as we can ill afford to have funds returned to the national fiscus. We therefore strongly support the department's intention to provide support to municipalities to ensure that they implement business plans and achieve their milestones. The department will be supporting municipalities with the implementation of electrification programs to provide an increased supply of electricity to community, as well as with the implementation of the electricity asset management framework. Remedial plans will be put in place for those municipalities that are not compliant. The areas that will be covered in 23-24 include Kanyakude, Ugu, Amajuba District Municipality, and the Msunduzi Local Municipality. And to this end, 27.135 million of the 71.226 million budgeted for electricity infrastructure and water interventions goes towards electrification projects. In terms of water, the department, in addressing the ANC priority of increasing the number of citizens with access to water, will assist in the implementation of 7 water master plan intervention programs in water service authorities. And together with the Department of Water and Sanitation, it will monitor municipalities through WSDP review meetings to enhance existing municipal water service delivery plans. The department has also included the reduction of both consumer and government debt owed to municipalities, the reduction of Eskom debt owed to municipalities, and the achievement of favorable audit outcomes by municipalities as part of its priorities. We also welcome the budgeting to provide support to distressed municipalities and a package of professional support to improve municipal governance. Honorable Chairperson, We, as the ANC, support the COGTA budget. We want to raise the issue of underfunding of this department, and we've requested the Finance Portfolio Committee to motivate for additional funding from National Treasury. In conclusion, Honourable Chairperson, as the ANC, we admit that progress has not been sufficient. There are many municipalities that are not delivering as they should, but as the ANC, we want to say that great progress has been made in meeting people's basic needs, and we have done much to transform local government and build better communities. Through our program of renewal, as agreed upon in our 55th conference, we want to acknowledge our mistakes, but at the same time,
Remember, your time is
get
up.
back on track to serve our people. Thank you, Honourable Chairperson.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker to deliberate is an IFP member, Honourable O.P. Kunene, for 10 minutes.
Yeah. Athathe demand.
The Honourable Chairperson, the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition, the Honourable MECs present, Amakosa Zendlukulu, Honourable members of this Portfolio Committee, officials of the Portfolio Committee, and senior officials of the department, the SALCA Chairperson as greeted by the Honourable MEC, I greet him as well. It is my singular honour to represent the IFP in this debate. Local government is an important sphere in the governance framework of our country. This sphere is closest to the people. When other spheres fail to deliver services to the people of our country, the people would vent their frustration by marching in a local municipality. If the local sphere fails to render services, it becomes a double blow to the residents of that municipality. This demonstrates the huge task that this department is facing to ensure that the local sphere of government is functional and that this sphere delivers services to the residents, and that this department should provide the necessary support to municipalities within our province. This department has a responsibility for traditional affairs as well. This is also a very important branch of this department, which the department must provide resources to, financial and otherwise. If we are truly committed to ensuring that the traditional affairs branch functions that it should, more resources should be allocated to it. It starts with powers and functions of traditional leaders, which the IFP, through its founder, Prince Mangosuthu Buthelezi, has always lamented about. The IFP has always and continues to call for the amendment of the constitution of our country to allow for clearly defined powers of traditional leaders within the democratic dispensation of our country. Whatever everyone can say about the recognition and paying due respect to Amakosa and his CEO, if this matter is not addressed, whoever is talking will only be paying lip service and not genuinely committed to giving Amakosi and his CEO due respect that they deserve. I invite all honourable members of this committee to speak loudly about this matter so that this message reaches the ears of those who lead this country. It is not good that traditional councils do not have even a small budget allocated to them by this department, which they can use to buy stationery or even make a cup of coffee or tea when they hold meetings on their own. The IFP welcomes the 2.4 billion budget allocated to this department for this financial year 2023-2024. Of this allocation, it is pleasing to note that an amount of 631 million is set aside for the payment of the back pay to Zinduna. We congratulate the department that finally this matter, which has been a source for major concern, is resolved. Iqembu leNkatha liyazibonga izinduna ngokubekezela kwazo ngenkathi lolu daba lusasetshenzwa kwaze kwafika lesikhathi lapho selixazululeka khona. Izinduna njengabo bonke abantu zifanelwe impilo engcono ngoba mkhulu umsebenzi eziwenzayo zisebenza ngaphansi kwamakhosi zisebenzela isizwe. Ezinye izindaba ezimnandi ngezokuthi onobhala bamakhosi sebezohlomula kangcono kunalesi sibonelelo sobugqila ebesiwu 1600 ngenyanga
abakade benxeshezelwa ngaso nguhulumeni yonke leminyaka edlule. Ngangiyiphele endlebeni kumhlonishwa uHlomuka. Ngabuye ngayibika le ndaba kumhlonishwa uZikalala njengoba sigcina ilunga ngaphansi kamhlonishwa uMasithole wakamloyi. I remember vividly that there was a time where it was like I was hitting my head against the wall when I called for attention to this matter. But I continued to raise it because I regarded it as an injustice that this department was paying a stipend of 1,600 per month to traditional council secretaries. I commend the HOD, Mr. Tubane, and his team for finding a solution to this long outstanding problem, and also the sterling leadership provided by the Honorable MEC in resolving this matter. Even though I remember how difficult it was for me to get the HOD to accept that this matter requires attention. I had hope, Honorable MC, that we were moving away from a stipend to a salary, because the traditional council secretaries actually deserve a salary. A salary which will enable them to enjoy pension benefits, because they are working for so many years, but there's no contribution to pension that they are making. So I just don't want to be misunderstood. I really appreciate that the stipend has been increased. It surely would make a huge difference to the livelihoods of the TC secretaries. But there is a part that they should be employees so that they would enjoy stipend benefits. I mean, they will say that they will enjoy pension benefits so that their lives and their livelihoods can be improved. The IFP welcomes the 15.7 million budget allocated for the small town revitalization program. This is a very important program which the department, together the Department of Economic Development and Tourism, must collaborate on in order to grow the economies of the small towns. Upgrade the infrastructure of these towns, as the Honorable MEC had said. Find a solution to traffic congestion and overcrowding that is experienced by the residents of these small towns during month ends, because you will not even wish to go there when it is month end, and during the payment of social benefits, and during holidays, the way it is crowded. So it is pleasing that there's some money and there's a focus, and the fact that the Honorable MEC says it's a bit by bit approach that the department is approaching this matter with, so that few municipalities are given full attention. Full attention is appreciated. The IFP wishes that it becomes a norm for this department and all other government departments and the entities of government to obtain clean audits from the Auditor General. As a matter of course, public finances should be used prudently and should be channeled to improving the quality of lives of the people of our country and our province. We hope that we will not see any underspending of this budget, and that all vacant posts will be filled in order to strengthen the capacity of this department to render services as per its mandate. The IFP appreciates that an amount of 71 million rand has been set aside in this budget for electricity infrastructure and water intervention, electrification projects, which will be undertaken in Ingcugce, Ugu, Amajuba district municipalities, including Msunduzi. The Honorable MEC of Water and Sanitation, Mr. Senzo Mtunu, during the taking parliament to the people in Ugu last year, announced that an amount of 150 million was going to be allocated to address water challenges. I wish to know, Honorable MEC, whether are you in a position to shed some light on whether the Honorable Minister has fulfilled this promise or not? Disaster management. The IFP notes that in this budget, an amount of 59.7 million has been set aside for disaster management under Program 3. Our province will continue to face disaster, as we all know. In fact, the Sunday Times of 16 April 2023 had a headline, "Warning, worse ahead." In this article, Professor Francois Engelbrecht, the head of global change at VEST, is quoted as saying, quote, "The Durban floods a year ago were the worst, but they were not the first." He continues to say, there is more energy in the atmosphere for more intense storm systems because we are warming the planet, and there's more rainfall. There's more rainfall than ever before. There's more evaporation from the world's ocean warming. This article continues to quote Professor Engelbrecht, who is actually saying, making more people may die in flooding and tropical cyclones in Southern Africa unless cities develop early warning systems and community evacuation procedures and improve the management of stormwater drains. This could save thousands or tens of thousands of lives in the next 10 years. Community-based early flood warning systems are an important part of the solution, close quote. I think I can stop there, Honorable Chairperson, and I will come back.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The next speaker to debate is a DA member, Honorable L.M. Mayor, for 8 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, Honorable Members, Honorable MECs present. I stand before you in solidarity with the LGBTIQ community of Uganda, where new, even more draconian laws threaten their very existence. May freedom and love reign across our beautiful Africa. This department, cooperative government and traditional affairs, speak to the very dream we had in 1994. It reminds us of a time when we believed in a new era of cooperation, not just between different spheres of government, but also between the peoples of our country. And it also speaks to a new era of correcting the wrongs of the past by giving a place to traditional authorities that was ignored and attacked by the colonial and apartheid regimes. But where we stand now, 1994 sometimes feels centuries away, and we may have to start speaking of a dream deferred. For some in this country and in this very house are more interested in spreading hate and shouting abuse than they are in working with the spirit of cooperation to improve the lives of the people of KZN. Whatever I say here today will be discounted and lambasted by some of you here, not because of what I'm saying, but merely because the color of my party is blue and the color of my skin happens to be white. I'm very aware, Chairperson, of the wrongs of the past done by my forefathers. And walking in the streets of my province, I'm reminded of this often. But I'm also very aware that this is my country too. I was born here like so many generations of my family before me. I'm not only from South Africa and from Africa, I'm in Africa and Africa is in me. So I stand here speaking on this budget today as someone who loves his country and his province, and as a patriot. And as a patriot, I cannot be blind to the good in my country, but I cannot be blind to that is wrong. For if we ignore the wrongs, it is but the poor and the marginalized in our province that will suffer. So let us start with the good, Chairperson. The officials of this department do financially run a very tight ship, and compliments should go to the HOD and his team for keeping the reins on the department's finances and for doing their very best to bring forth a balanced budget, as much as is possible within the current political and economic climate that this department has to function in. KZN remains a province battered by disasters, some natural, some man-made, and it is our municipalities that bears the brunt of these disasters. And therefore, we look to KwaZulu-Natal to not only deal with these disasters, but also prepare our province and our municipalities for them. And the officials of this department truly do try their best to achieve that. Let me also compliment where it's deserved, and under our chairperson, the KwaZulu Committee is decisive in executing its oversight role, and I'm confident that this committee will continue to play that role over the budget. But Chair, we cannot with honesty stand in this house and say all is well with local government in KZN. The municipalities of this province, excepting one, is in a mess. In the beginning of this week, the DA leader, the Honourable Francois Rogers, compared the fiscal situation in this province to the Titanic. But honestly, there are some municipalities where I would rather take my chances on the Titanic than live there. At least on the Titanic, it only sank once. These municipalities are sinking over and over and over again. So if the core function of KwaZulu is to empower our municipalities, we must not give it a passing mark here. And sadly, the political leadership, the list of 3 MECs that marched in and out of this department, sometimes seem more intent on playing politics and is selective in where intervention happens, which is why the current MEC, unfortunately, is losing court cases. The Titanic only sank once. How often must our municipalities sink? And it's but the poor and the marginalized of our province that suffers. And let me add here, Chairperson, that, as I said, there's only one point of light in this province, and thank the voters of Umgeni for that light, that is shining in a dark and sinking province. But does the ANC decide to go and look and learn from Councillor Papas and his team? No, the ANC's answer is to try and retake Umgeni through the back door of demarcation, a back door that the demarcation committee himself said today is not going to happen. That is this government's approach. Everybody must sink with them, and it's but the poor and the marginalized that suffer. One point in this budget has left me very mixed feelings, and that is the Disaster Management Centre. The riots and the double floods have shown the shortcomings of the centre, and we have heard from the HOD that the centre will remain dangerously understaffed, while some concerns from the AG is being addressed. But even with an increase in the budget for the centre, and we welcome this increase, MEC, years of underfunding has left us with serious problems at the centre. The people of KZN deserve a state-of-the-art, high-tech disaster management centre. We do have excellence in our country, and we can build such a high-tech tech centre, and there's a fantastic one in the Western Cape. But then we are going to have to bite the bullet and make the capital investment in getting our centre there. This is not a nice to have. A high-tech disaster management centre is a must-have. Lives depend on it. We cannot continue to gamble with the lives of our people. We need to enter the 21st century. For years, we've been hearing about the 4th Industrial Revolution, but the Disaster Management Centre is one place where we really need it. Sadly, I must say, electricity is the 2nd Industrial Revolution, so it seems under ESCOM we're still a bit far off from the 4th one. I must also say that DS provincial leader and myself tried to visit the Disaster Management Centre, but sadly we weren't allowed past the foyer. I did see 4 boardrooms, so at least the government has somewhere nice to sit and meet after the disasters have happened. But the Disaster Management Centre cannot help us with another terrible disaster that plagues our province. Municipalities under administration. When Section 139 interventions are done, one expects to see an improvement in municipalities, but this generally does not seem to be the case in KZN. In some cases, I wonder if we shouldn't put the administrators under administration. Go ask the people of Ingcugce if their lives have improved. In a report that served before the Ingcugce Portfolio Committee, we see the same issues. These municipalities under administration fail to spend their grants, are in danger of losing some of those grants. Most of them have reported serious cash flow problems and crippling SCM challenges. And it is but the poor and the marginalized that suffer. Some of these municipalities aren't new to the state of administration. Umsinyati was put on administration in 2016. That's 7 years, honorable members. Mpufana also in 2017, 6 years. Others in 2018, 2019. And like a car stuck in neutral, there they remain. An administration that's supposed to be a temporary measure, KZN that seems to be rather permanent. Of the 8 municipalities under administration, 4 have unfunded budgets. But I recognize that the MEC in her speech today has announced a revived approach to these municipalities, and we welcome this, and we will watch this closely, MEC. At least the Titanic had some lifeboats. For the residents of KZN municipalities, bearing one, there is none. If they look to this provincial government for assistance, we can only shrug and say there's no hope for you here. No wonder by-election after by-election sees the residents of this province look for hope elsewhere, for it is but the poor and the marginalized that suffer. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker to deliberate is an EFF member, Honourable M.W. Twala, for 9 minutes. Is there an apology? Oh, they did not give me an amended list. I'm told that Honourable Twala has apologized. We can now move on to the next speaker, Honourable RZP Zulu of the ANC for 10 minutes.
Salo Mhlonishwa, Swarboy Ntombela. MEC Sithole Mloyi, MEC Ncamalala, members of this house, abasilalele nasey'nkundleni zokuxhumana, sifisa ukubingelela. Ngiyafisa ukubingelela ngokukhethekileyo amakhosi asendlunkulu. Sihlalo, sisebancane, sithathe isinqumo sokuzibandakanya nolusha likakhongolose. Satholana nabafowethu nodadewethu emzabalazweni. Sivuke ngezindaba ezibuhlungu ekuqaleni kwesonto uma sizwa izindaba zokudlula kukamfowethu uThemba Njapha waseJosiah Gumede region. Sithi dude emndenini. But when he was deployed by the ANC at a local government level, he represented us well. We are very proud of you as your generation. Sithilala ngoxolo sodubo. Kade sihlalo ngizwa abahlonishwa bebonga umbutho. Nami ngiyafisa ukubonga iDRSB branch nazo zonke izinhlaka zombutho wesizwe ukunginika ithuba lokuthi ngizowumela kulendlu yokushaya umthetho esifundazweni. At the commencement of the 2021-2022 financial year, the province experienced devastating floods. The World Weather Attribution to KZN flood scientific report states that climate change exacerbated rainfall as the root cause. The historical injustices that continue to affect spatial planning, governance challenges, aging infrastructure, a lack of clear early warning, etc., compounded upon one another to create the disaster. Preventing future disasters requires rapid and inclusive adaptation that considers changes in both the return time of extreme weather events and existing vulnerability and exposure. The PDMC undertook a benchmarking exercise by visiting other provinces throughout the country to determine best practices that can be implemented within the province of KwaZulu-Natal. Amongst these best practices, it is the development of an integrated information management and communication systems, which the PMDC will procure in the upcoming financial year, and which we really support that. Sihlalo, sisasikubalule futhi sibonge kakhulu kulabo abaseseka sibhekene nalenhlekelele. Siyathoba kakhulu kwisilo esibusayo. Sadlala enkulu indima. Inkosi kubusise bayede. Njengesishamthetho sasibuthaka kakhulu kodwa indima eyadlalwa abezenkolo ngokwehlukana kwazo esifundazweni. Siyabonga kakhulu kusithwala ukuseseka. uJehova womusa sengathi anganibusisa. Wonke umuntu wabamba iqhaza sithi nje siyabonga kakhulu. The devastating floods robbed us of one of the dedicated rescue officers, Sergeant Busi Mjwaha of SAPS K9 unit. You are forever in our thoughts, dadewethu. Qhubeka ulale ngokuthula. Accelerated sustainable development can be achieved through effective integrated planning, including local LED and implementation of schemes and provision of basic services. The purpose of this program is to promote informed integrated planning and development in the province. The program consists of the following sub-programs, namely the spatial planning and land use management. And when we translate it, it is an act as well, it's Bluma. But ke siyafisa sihlalo ukuncenga futhi sinxuse labo abanikezela ngezindawo zokwakha ukuthi baqikekele ukuthi abaziniki iziza osebeni lemifula. Imithetho eshayayo kulindeleke ukuthi siyigcine sonke. We are urging that floodplains must be avoided at all costs. Still, we appreciate all forms of funding and grant funding in the main that were allocated to the municipalities. However, it is of great concern that when it comes to expenditure, we believe that there are a number of contributory factors. Siyafisa ibuke naleyo ukuthi ngokuhlukana kokuphela kweminyaka mali kuyaba nomthelela. Uthola ukuthi uhulumeni wesifundazwe ngalesikhathi eyisa kuhulumeni uma eqala unyaka wezimali omusha in April, uma ekhipha imali eyisa kuhulumeni wasekhaya. Uhulumeni wasekhaya nawo usuke eseyela ekuphelelweni i-financial year yakhe ngoba iyaphela ngoJune. So siyacela ke mhlonishwa mhlambe sibe nayo indlela, akhona areas of improvement esiwanothile as the committee. Kodwa futhi siyafisa ukuncoma mhlonishwa uSithole Mloyi that we acknowledge the department that it has developed program to monitor and support municipalities on the implementation of infrastructure development grants, whether it is UMIG, WSIG, and RBIG. We strongly believe that municipalities will regard this as intervention as opposed to interference. Ngoba ikhona kwesinye isikhathi i-resistance umnyango oyitholayo uma u-intervene in some aspect. Asibonga kakhulu ukuthi umnyango eminyakeni edlule ufake 32 million for construction of disaster management centers and in some instances for equipping existing disaster management centers. We would like to commend work done by dedicated officials in those centers. Their commitment was clear during time of disasters. Kodwa ke asikusho mphathiso ukuthi we are also concerned with the number of vacancies in this unit. We therefore urge department to prioritize filling the vacancies. Honorable Chair, as MEC has reported that the PMDC has established a solid relationship with the South African Weather Services to monitor and disseminate developing weather warnings and advisories to alert stakeholders and communities that are likely to be affected. Sifisa ke ukugqugquzela ukuthi asiwathathe lama warnings and siwasebenzise. Kwenye inkathi ke sibe sikwazi ukuphepha uma sikwazile ukwalalela kahle. Ngiyafisa Dalo ukuthi on grant funding allocated to municipalities siyawa notice kakhulu as uMEC ewanikezelile. In the interest of time ngicela ukungayi uyona ngayodwa ngayinye, kodwa siyakuqaphela ukuthi are very specific. Siyacela asetshenziswele lokho abecelelwe khona ngoba umnyango awugcinanga nje lapho, ube usuqhamuka nesu lama conditions for grant funding. Siyacela ukuthi lokho abathi bazokwenza bakwenze kuyosilekelela ukuthi one, ama grant asebenze futhi asebenze la kufaneleke khona, but also asebenze in a way that it complies with the pieces of legislation that governs ukusebenza kukahulumeni wesifundazwe noma nohulumeni wasekhaya. Siyafisa also ukuweseka umnyango on its program revitalization of small towns. It's a program that talks directly to LED. The department is on the right track in terms of the economic transformation agenda. We really support this one. Sihlalo nomphathiswa sesikushilo konke kodwa zikhona izinto kumele umnyango usondele kuzona njengoyalela kuka chapter 6 section 155 subsection 7 of the Constitution of the Republic. As both the national and provincial government have the legislative and executive authority to see the effective performance by municipalities of their functions. Sikusho lokho ngoba ziyanda izigameko zokungalandeli imithetho elawula ukusebenza komasipala lapha esifundazweni. Mphathiswa kunomasipala omise
1 minute left.
Noma okunezinzolo ukuthi umise amakhansela. Waya umphathiswa okwandulele washiya azi ukuthi amakhansela azobuyisela namhlanje awakabuyisela. It cannot be correct ukuthi we defy the legislative framework, particularly the Systems Act and the Structures Act. I'm very specific on masipala wasemthonjaneni. Siyafisa ukuthi kulandelelwe. Ziningana nakho igameko ezivelayo kodwa siyocela ukuthi umnyango usondele kakhulu ukuze ukusebenza kahulumeni wasekhaya kube okuyikhona. Egameni lobutho wesizwe siyaleseka uhlahlo lwabeyomali lomnyango wakaKhokha. Siyabonga sihlalo.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Member. The next speaker to deliberate is an NFP member, Honorable C.M. Shinga, for 3 minutes.
Honorable Chair, Honorable MEC, Honorable the chairperson of the KwaZulu-Natal Portfolio Committee, honorable members. The NFP is pleased to note that the department made provision for the 3% cost of living adjustment as per National Treasury guidelines and the provision for filling of vacant posts as mentioned in the estimates of the provincial revenue and expenditure 2023-2024. I am pleased to learn that the department also made provision of the 12% for the purpose of filling of 210 vacant posts. However, the NFP recommends that the department reconsider its decision to cater for the employment of 11 vacant posts in 2024-2025 instead of 2025-2026 as the MTF growth in 2024-2025 can accommodate the employment process of the 11 vacant posts while avoiding significant budget cuts. Honorable Chair, the current access to electricity in KZN is at 93.8% and municipalities owe about 2.7 billion to Eskom in the province. The NFP calls for an immediate intervention from the National Treasury and stakeholders to help the department to fast-track the support to municipalities with the implementation of the electricity master plan, as the department only has 30 million to cater for hotspot municipalities in the province like Umkhanyakude, Uku, Amajuba, and Umsunduzi. The TC elections have been long overdue, and learning that they are likely to be postponed until 2023-2024 is unfortunate. The NFP requests that the department guarantee that these elections take place prior or before the national elections. I'm also pleased to learn that EPWP integrated grant has allocated 1.960 million in the department. This amount, however, must be raised to accommodate more than, or must be increased to accommodate more than 250 learners who would benefit from the learnership initiative. Honorable MEC, like Honorable Cele said, the NFP supported the budget and pledged to support and monitor the program and the plan of implementation in the Department of KwaZulu-Natal programs. Ngiyabonga sihlalo. I'm also privileged ukuma phakathi kwabantwana basendlunkulu. Yebo, ngiyabonga sihlalo.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable members, we have received an apology from Honorable Thakur Rajbansi, who was going to debate for 3 minutes, and an apology from Honorable M.E. Phakathi, who was going to debate for 3 minutes. We now move on to the next speaker of the ANC, Honorable M.A. Zulu, for 11 minutes.
Thanks, Chairperson. Honorable members, members of the Executive Council, the media present, Honorable Chairperson, it is a tremendous honor and privilege to debate during the tabling of the Vote 11 budget policy speech. This debate takes place in a very historic day on this day, whereby our former President Nelson Mandela made his statement from the dock in the opening of the defense case in the Rivonia trial, Pretoria Supreme Court on the 20th April 1964. In his remarks, former President Mandela made it plain to the apartheid government that he is prepared to lay down his life to fight for the freedom. When he stood in that dock together with others who were on trial, he cited that at his death sentence that was hanging over them, will not intimidate them, but it will show the world that how courageous the men that stood for something great. As we debate for the Vote 11 budget policy speech, we feel that it is appropriate that we remember the valiant effort of those that have just gone before us, those that have sacrificed their lives in order for us to be able to be here today under a democratic dispensation to deliberate on how best to serve our people. Honorable Mayor, I think I is Wale. The Corporate Governance and Regional Affairs Department continues to have an important role to perform in improvement of our lives and our communities. The department has been entrusted with supporting and capacitating the sphere of local government within our province for it to service our communities with excellence. And this department is doing this with greater hearts. The department is also entrusted with making ensure that there is an oversight of institutional traditional leadership, which is one of the pillars that our communities are constructed on. The rollout of the district development model presents a unique opportunity for all spheres of government to work as one in the interest of our communities through the common approach as exposed in the DDM. KZN-Ingcugce, therefore, has the mandate to improve the intergovernmental relations and institutionalization of the planning function across all spheres of government through DDM. Through the improved data collection and management and the deployment of big data analysis, our municipality should be able to position itself in better to design, plan, and manage its own developments. Honorable members, this planning must also produce a resilient municipalities that can withstand storms, manage urbanization, and absorb shocks during times of national disasters. KZN-Ingcugce is therefore the custodian of disaster management, fire and rescue services within our province. We accept the budget of 59,746,000 given to our disaster management. But it's not enough, MEC. We are pleading. But we have just discussed with the Finance Portfolio Committee and also with the Ingcugce Portfolio Committee that we need to appeal to the national that we need more funds for disaster since there are challenges throughout our province. And we applaud the work done by disaster management in containing some of the disasters within our province, but we're still not happy, of course. The shortage of staff within our PDMC is still a challenge. We have also looked upon to the disasters centers in dealing with any crisis within the province. And we've just observed that there's still a crisis in terms of capacity. So far, we will plead that PDMC still do more in terms, because what we have observed is that every time when there are crises in municipalities, PDMC is supposed to intervene, and municipalities are found wanting. So we need that intervention. But we'll be making a mistake if we don't appreciate the work that was done by disaster management during the COVID-19. Whereby they were coordinating all departments in one roof to ensure that people were assisted since COVID-19 was declared as the national disaster. We are also appreciating the work that has been done by Ingcugce in supporting Amajuba and Umzinyathi management centers. And currently we are aware that the department is also sourcing funding to fund Ndwedwe local municipality and Herikwala municipality. The department has also sourced the funding for April 1st for different municipalities which were affected within the province. It was Ilembe, Umgungundlovu, Uthukela, eThekwini, Ilembe, Umgungundlovu, and Uthukela. Some of these municipalities have received the funding, But we will also request, therefore, the MEC that you monitor this funding, because whether it does what is been planned for, so that we don't have a problem. As a province, we have learned many lessons which we expect it will be implemented across all municipalities on the importance of disaster risk reduction and fighting climate change. The implementation of DDM should be able to position us in a stronger footing in terms of disaster response and risk reduction. The positive progress that we are observing in full participation of municipalities working together with the provincial and national government to plan, coordinate, and implement gives us hope. But there are, of course, districts like Zululand, phambana nopo, abangakuboni ukubaluleka koku-attenda i-DDM. And that's why uyobona isinenkinga eqhubekayo emphakathini yakhele iZululand. DDM, which integrates all these 3 spheres of government in coordinating plans and budgets and mobilizing the capacity and resources of government and civil society, including business, labor, and community, does not community in pursuit of inclusive growth and job creation. Still, there are municipalities within the IFP-led municipalities that are not taking part in this. This is how much they are committed in keeping our communities and their voters in the dark cloud about government programs and plans by the government to liberate them from poverty. The president of the ANC in his first ever SONA articulated his vision for a capable and ethical developmental state, which underpins all 7 priorities of the MTSF. It is a vision of a strong leadership, a focus on people, and improved implementation capability. Facilitating this vision into action will only involve a transition from a more functional and integrated government, which is capacitated with professional, responsive, and meritocratic public servants. My question would be, what is the contribution of the IFP to this, to their municipalities? How can the people of KwaZulu-Natal entrust them in such an important, intricate vision to an organization that proudly employs municipal managers, sometimes who are not even proper and valid qualifications in some municipalities? Is that how much you disrespect and undermine the people of your municipalities? What about the IFP's 6 job? Kunokhanselela ngaphothukwela ANC namhlanje yamasha ngoba inkatha yadecide ukuthi ungalenzi lutho lekhansela. Where's part of it, the councillor Abbas Wasali of the IP, who has the youngest sex victim of 14 years. Ubona intombi ke mebona umuntu na 14 amakhansela ala abantu. We are also aware that the IP has failed to suspend the defiant mayor in Abaqulusi, Mncedisi Maphisa, who described himself as uyekuphela inkunzi ekhwela zonke izithole la kamasipala. Ufele. And also, it's disappointing when you look what has been happening in Zululand. There's an illegal recognition of Councillor Petuel Umalo of the NFP from Zululand by IFP to attend meetings where there is not gazetted. We wish to state it quite categorically that the Zululand Municipality Council is illegally constituted, and it was formed by the participation of person who does not even appear in the IEC list. Whereas part of it is not even gazetted. This renders the council that all its decisions are illegal. Despite the enormous challenges faced by our local government, it is also important that we never underestimate how far we have gone or we have traveled since 1994 to build a local sphere of government that contributes to the realization of a South Africa that is truly united, non-racial, non-sexist, equal, and prosperous. we support the budget. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The next speaker to deliberate is an ACDP member, Honorable S.E. Mangele, for 3 minutes. Honorable S.E. Mangele for 3 minutes. Honorable S.E. Mangele for 3 minutes. I've called Honorable S.E. Mangele for 3 times now. I think he's not connected. We may now move. We are moving to the next speaker, DA speaker, Honorable L.M. Mayor for 4 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. And it is the poor and the marginalized that suffers. I need to touch on 2 particular worrisome matters, Umsumduzi and eThekwini. Our provincial capital is a disgrace. The ANC government should be ashamed of the state of the city. And you can't blame the floods for this. For years under ANC government, our capital city has become a dump. Rubbish everywhere, failing infrastructure, potholes as big as the holes the ANC throws money in. The saying in this capital goes, you can either have electricity or you can have water, but you can't have both at the same time. Under administration since 2019, April, things are not better but worse. Worsening in the AG report, only 36% of audit findings resolved by November last year, serious underspending on the municipal infrastructure grant, cash coverage in the red, and serious Eskom debt. The state of PMB comes down to plain, bad, incompetent government. Chair, our MEC is new, so we will give her the benefit of the doubt. But please bring hope to the people of the capital. Let them no longer feel shame for living here. The people of this city is packing up and moving up the hill to Umgeni. I wonder why. And through it all, it is the poor and the marginalized that suffers. And then, Speaker, oh boy, eThekwini. There is a bigger stink in the metro than the broken sewage plants and rivers of eThekwini, and that is the stink that hangs over City Hall in the metro. And the problems in the metro was there long before the floods. The sewage plants were failing before the floods. The city was facing financial difficulty before the floods. Corruption was bringing the metro on its knees before the floods. The DA has called under Section 139 intervention in the metro. Now seeing how this is failing elsewhere, I'm not so sure if it's the right thing, but honestly, urgent intervention is needed, MEC in eThekwini. If the metro fails, KZN fails, and through it all, it will be the poor and the marginalized that suffers. Chair, the DA agrees with this budget, although we would really like to see a lot more spent on Disaster Management Center. But truly, the officials have shown themselves to be wizards, making something appear out of nothing. But Chairperson, we have to be honest, and we have to see the challenges in our municipalities, and we have to ensure that COGTA lives up to its mandate to improve our municipalities. We cannot be blinded by an uncritical loyalty to our parties. We cannot be blinded by mistrust of each other. We cannot be blinded by short-term political ambitions so that we do not see the poor and the marginalized of our towns and cities suffering. I was deeply concerned by a hateful tirade we heard in this House but a few days ago from an MEC. And it's with this approach that we won't save our municipalities in our province. Everything I said here today is based on facts and figures that was found in reports of this very COGTA, as well as answers to questions posed to the MEC. But more so, it is the very real lived experience every day of millions of residents of KZN. And one can stand up and spew hate and distrust. One can speak about my race and about the evils of capitalism and ignore the facts and figures. But this won't fool these millions of people who live the truth of a lack of service delivery every day. For it is the poor and the marginalized that suffers. So let us cooperate, as we do in our committee, to find solutions. Let us in this House not be blinded by hate. Let us open our eyes and see the struggles of our people. For it is the poor and the marginalized, Chairperson, that suffers. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor. The next speaker to debate is Honorable Member O.B. Kunene of the IFP for 5 minutes.
Chairperson, it is unfortunate that Honorable Zulu decided to launch an attack against the IFP. I don't know whether perhaps he's eyeing a position in the MEC so that he's seen as somebody who can attack the IFP, thus get promotion.
Impela, uqinisile
All that
Mtimani.
I can say is that to call Zulu District Municipality uSkhwili Phambana noBhogo is unfortunate on his part.
Phambana yena.
All that he says against the IFP is not true. And one just doesn't wish to use this platform to fire back, because I can gladly do that. So I just wish to say that for his information, Mayor Mapisa was removed from the position of Mayor Nabakodosi, contrary to what he says. And if the Zululand District Municipality is legally constituted, the Honorable MEC and the government can take the municipality to court in order to challenge that. But it's just unfortunate that he will decide to launch this diatribe against the IFP. So that I don't get derailed deliberately by him, let me go back to what I had prepared to say. We remain concerned about the capacity of administrators that the department deploys to the different municipalities that are under administration in terms of Section 139. Some of these administrators do not have a track record of turning institutions around. If I like using Honorable Zulu's language, I would say the ANC deployed appointment administrators, but I don't want to play that cheap game that he plays. Some of the administrators that are appointed have failed in their previous jobs, and some are about to be disciplined by their employers and chose to resign their jobs only to emerge as administrators of some of the municipalities within a province appointed by this department. There are some municipalities which have been under administration since 2011. For example, that is Utugela District Municipality. This is unbelievable. It begs a question, Honorable MEC, what purpose is achieved by the intervention, and also questions the ability of those appointed as administrators to turn these municipalities around. And intervention can only be effective if it is for a defined period of time with milestones set to be achieved within a reasonable time frame. We are pleased that the Honorable MEC covered this matter adequately in pages 14 and 15 of her speech. We support her for that. We are also, as the IFP, concerned about forensic investigations that the department commissions whose outcome are not made public. We hope that this could be corrected. The IFP is keen to know how much does the department spend on forensic investigations it commissions. There's also there were forensic investigations conducted for Zingoleni and Mzwabantu municipalities, which up to now the public does not know the outcome thereof. The Daily News newspaper of 17 April had a headline which read as follows: was city manager appointed legally? This article referred to the appointment of the city manager of a eThekwini municipality, Mr. Musampele, who according to the report was found to have been appointed when he was supposed to face disciplinary measures. The Ingcugce Freedom Party supports the budget of the department and hopes that the matters that we raised in this department will receive due consideration in the interest of good governance. We wish to thank the support staff of this portfolio committee, the coordinator, Mrs. Mlife, committee researcher, non-financial matters, Ms. Timpisane, and Mr. Tipa, the committee researcher, financial matters, without whose sterling work this portfolio committee would not be able to do all the work it has managed to do and will continue to do. I thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The last speaker to debate is an ANC member, Honorable S. Ingcugce, for 11 minutes.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, the members of the provincial executive, both of them, amakhosi asendlunkulu, izinduna zamakhosi, izikhulu zonke zakwaKhokta, kanye nabezindaba, ikakhulukazi-ke bese ngifaka laba abasivotela njengoba sihleli kulezi zihlalo, kanye nabo bonke abantu abavotayo kuleli zwe lokhokho bethu. Honorable Chairperson, this month marks the 30th anniversary of the cowardly and the brutal killing of our leader, the revolutionary Thembisile Krisani, the former General Secretary of the South African Communist Party and the member of the National Executive Committee of the African National Congress, the Liberation Movement. We are bitter that this assassin is out of prison, despite the opposition from the wife of Comrade Chris, his children, and all the supporters of justice across the country. Wherever you are, Comrade Krisani, we want you to know that we still love you and we miss you for the simple reason that you took a stance to side with the working class and the poor, even to the point of paying with your life. We declare on the onset that the ANC supports the Khokta APP and the budget of more than 2.4 billion rand because we went through all their stages of development. Its growth by more than 622.9 million is one of the motivations for our support. Over 631 million rand is ring-fenced as the specifically and exclusively appropriated funds. Honorable Chairperson, we are thrilled to know that 631.083 million is ring-fenced as the back pay for Izinduna from 2013 to 2016. This is a once-off allocation, honorable members. It has increased the budget of program number 4 by more than 588.8 million rand to a total of more than 1.2 billion rand, as the MEC has indicating. We must expect its decrease by more than 600 in the next financial year because it is a once-off. We all know that the pursuit for this back pay dates back to 2013, immediately after the former president declared the proclamation, and that president was Comrade Jacob Gedleyihlekisa Zuma, the President of the Republic by then. For a considerable amount of time, as KZN were arguing that this was an unfunded mandate, which the National Treasury had forgotten to fund it. But the funding never came. Our rough calculation at that time indicated that it was 1.4 billion rand, and the AG followed suit. We wanted to indicate that AG declared that Khokta KZN was a going concern in the annual report. And we did not contradict AG because we knew that we were owing Izinduna. It is worth mentioning that immediately after 2019 general election, the then newly appointed MEC for Khokta, Honorable Hlomuga, instructed the HOD Tuban and his team to calculate the amount afresh. That's where the amount above 600 million came about. We wanted also to declare that because we were doing oversight, we wanted them to pursue the matter. And we want also to declare that the former Khokta minister, Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma, gave the ear to Hlomuga and Khokta KZN. And Nkosazana suggested that
there was a need for a meeting with the then Minister of Finance, Tito Mboweni. We can even tell you where they met in Limpopo, where they reached the agreement that KZN had a case. Then many other people got involved. We as Cocta Portfolio Committee officials can confirm we have been pursuing the matter. Then the Finance Portfolio Committee got into the fray. And then what then is known, that should be known, is that we realized that the battle was not above all of us. That's why we involved the political leadership of our ruling party, the African National Congress. We can even show you the pictures of Sboniso Duma and his top 5 when they met Amakhosi and Izinduna on the matter, because we wanted the matter to be followed up to its logical conclusion. We also want to declare to you that if we can go give you the numbers of the leadership of Contralesa, led by Mkiva, the General Secretary, they will indicate that we engage up to them. No. Why we are mentioning all this is that the back pay finally came to our province. That's why it is included in our budget. That's why we salute the leadership of the African National Congress and its government at both the provincial and national level for giving us an ear on this matter. So the back pay is with us now. Then we would also wanted to raise another issue. The issue is that we know, we are not doubting, can prove that Ontabaga Ikonjwa abused this unfortunate situation to campaign for 2021 local government. That's why we said over our dead body after November 1 that we had to take up the matter. Without a mandate or mandate, we wanted to deal with that. That's why then we have done. And this matter was used as a political game for people to get to the corridors of power. Now we have removed it. We knew that they were going to use it for the general election next year. That's why we learned from 2021 and then decided to get involved. We don't want to speak much, but now what we know is that there is nothing to campaign about related to Izinduna. You know, when we adopted the budget, we invited Izinduna deliberately because we wanted to demonstrate to all and sundry that this victory belongs to the African National Congress, but we never announce it and all that stuff. But we need to also understand, some of us who are old enough know that Amakhosi and Izinduna were first paid by Mandela in this country. They were never, Amakhosi, you will never understand. They were never paid. They were only paid when the ANC government came to power in 1994. And Mandela was insulted and said he was buying Amakhosi by those who were worried that were paying Amakhosi. I can't remember who were they and all that stuff. But what then we want to know, if they loved the Amakhosi, why didn't they pay them until we, coming from exile and the underground, decided to pay immediately when we came overboard? So, we also want to salute you, all members of Cocta Portfolio Committee, for the role you played in requesting Cocta to consider improvement of the stipend of the TC secretaries. All of you, because you were unanimous. But I want to declare what I saw in your speech, Honorable MEC, that the stipends of the TC secretaries is increased by 6,400 every month. We knew that we were going to deliver it, but I never understood deliver it so much. You remember when we met here to pass the budget, this is what we agreed upon. Before I get out of this platform, we are pleading with KwaZulu-Natal to address some of the allegations that have been flashed around in this debate. But my time does not allow me. I want to assure my brother, long before we were born, who are above 65 years, we want to tell you, my brother, that we're represented by Ingcugce, who indicated in June 1955 in Kliptown that all people in South Africa, whether are black or white, South Africa belongs to them. This South Africa is yours. We won't defend who are performing municipalities, but wanted to say something about it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Siyabonga Thisha omkhulu. The last minute. Okay. MEC, I just want to call you to the podium. I'm humbled to call you to the podium, and I want to remind you that you are left with 13 minutes.
13.
Yes.
Thank you.
Your response.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I want to thank all the honorable members for the participation in this debate. You have empowered me on some of the issues as a newly appointed MEC in KwaZulu-Natal, despite the fact that I have been through this journey, but being an MEC, it's a new appointment. I think one will firstly say thank you. I must also apologize to not indicate that we don't have our HOD today. He is not well. He has been hospitalized, but he's out of hospital. And I think we must applaud him for steering the ship of KwaZulu-Natal to this far. And I'm certain that the strains that he has been putting on, dealing with all the issues of the municipalities and AMACOSs and DONA and secretaries, it has taken its toll on him. But he's getting well and recovering. And we have the team led by DDG Ingcugce, acting, and also we have our team here. I want to actually to tell the team that I'm really appreciating. I know that time when I was thanking people, I was looking at the time and I did not appreciate the work that you have done, putting through and pulling all the programs, and also preparing this budget and the APP for us to be able to present professionally and present a sound and a program that is seen to be the one that can be realized. Thank you very much, my team, KwaZulu-Natal, for that. I want to thank the chairperson, firstly, for the presentation and the report. We take the issues that you have raised in the report. Also, that we must speed up the process of employing the people that are in those vacant posts, which are 210. We'll try and speed the process up. We know that we are working against time, but we'll try and ensure that we'll bring the report in the next meeting. How are we planning? We are going to provide you with a plan on how are we going to fill those vacancies and by when we should actually be finalizing them. Thank you, Honorable Governor, Sismeki, Sister in Crime, for the work and also for supporting the budget, and also is raising the concern on the electricity disruption. We are trying by all means to support our municipalities to ensure that deal with that and also introduce the renewable energy and alternative energy that is going to assist us in the long run. And we're hoping that we'll work together in ensuring that we cap the scourge of not having electricity in our homes, in our streets, in our businesses, and also in our offices. That's a commitment that we are making. We are also promising and assuring the House that we are going to actually strengthen the social compact as we have outlined in the budget to ensure that we are working with all the partners that we are supposed to be working with. And I'm certain that when we do that, we'll be able to teach also our municipalities that if they can embark on social compact, they will see the benefit of that. I think Umtimande will attest to that. When we were working with Honorable Umadlopa in our time, when we were working with the private sector and other investors in our municipalities were shining. So I'm hoping that when we lead that, our municipalities will learn from us as a department. Thank you, Demande. I know that some of the things you talk from the heart and knowing the journey, and I really appreciate even the issues. We want to also respond to say that on the issue of the TCs and how we are going to fund them. That's why we are trying to cushion some of the work that they are doing, and hence we are cushioning them on the tools of trade. We're giving them the support, so we'll continue to do so. If the funding allows us, we'll continue to include some of the other tools of trade that we are looking for. Unfortunate for us as KwaZulu-Natal, we have about 3,000 odd of Amakosi, and that's a challenge that we are faced with. With that, we have Izinduna more than that, and also that is a challenge. About 3,000 and odd of Izinduna that we're supposed to be catered for. We also have 307 of the secretaries that we're supposed actually to support. But we're trying by all means to meet some of these challenges. I'm certain that with the cooperation and the working relationship that we are building with other social partners, we may find that other measures are being met. Ngicabanga ukuthi enye into ke iyo le yokuthi yebo uyavuma ukuthi osecretary sibahlangabezile kodwa ukhala ngendaba yokuthi ke mase bekhula ke kuyobanjani. Ngiyacabanga ukuthi ke lokho kuyobhekwa ngoba nasemakhosini kukhona okungakaqedwa abafisa ukuthi sikhulume. We'll find a way. Asinayo imali kodwa kulokho esingakwazi ukwenza ukubahlangabeza, we'll try and do that. Udaba kolusaqoqwa kunekomiti la national that speaks about traditional leadership issues that are pertaining across the country, but also specific to our province. They are also included in that list. Hence, the Deputy President visited our province last year, and then he proclaimed that he was going to ensure that his support to MEC, no minister, Wakakokta, to go and meet with the National Treasurer Minister to look at the issue of the payment of his nduna, which we are glad today that they have done that and we have succeeded in doing so. Siyathemba ukuthi ke konke lokho sizokulungisa. Siyafuna ukuthi udaba lwamanzi njengoba ubonile umhlonishwa uMaxingwane is doing his part in giving the municipalities the respective pledges that he has said. He has went to Zululand. He has went to Ingcugce. In those municipalities that he has pledged, he has gone back. Go in the water provision of Uherikwala, building of the dams, and there is a list of projects. I've put them in the budget speech so that for the ease of reflection of a reference by the members, because I could not speak about all the projects that we have embarked on. So siyafisa ukusho njalo. Okudlula lapho siyafisa ukuthi ke Mayor amfethu ngisazowithola ithuba. You are a South African, we don't deny that. And we must know that even the Constitution says that we the South African, black and white, it means that we are included. Don't feel ashamed when you want to raise issues. Don't feel ashamed when you want to engage with us. We take you as that. But where we need to differ with you, we'll differ with you in a manner that we're supposed to. So ngingathatha ukuthi mase sithi siyamukela sisho ukuthi somukela nento esibonayo ukuthi hayi ngiyafuna ukusho ukuthi cha, don't praise much of Umngeni, because there are a lot that we can talk about in that pertains to Umngeni, and which we don't want actually to embarrass some of the work that is done there. Asifuni kukwasho, but ke kodwa ngoba uyasibiza uthi ake sithi kusho. Once you upload Umngeni municipality, Honorable Mayor, it should be noted that they still need to improve on compliance issues. They don't comply. So when I say municipalities are not complying, I'm not only saying on the IFP side or on any other side, but all municipalities led by every party is not complying, and I'm going to deal with compliance in a manner that is holistic. But mangmela, I speak as MEC, and I will deal with that. If undena comrade to KK lapana akadlali nathi ukuthi uyasazi uyasitshela lokufana sitshele kona, and that will make us ukuthi sethenjwe ngabantu ukuthi we are leading them in a manner that is expected of them. So ngiyathanda nje ukuthi ngisho basahluleka nje ukudila ne-issue of CFO wakhona. So we are assisting them as the department. So ungasho ukuthi cha ubashayele kakhulu banezinto. They still have a problem with the farm dwellers and farm workers in that particular municipality, and we are dealing with those things and trying to cushion some of them. And we are not going to say that on the TEC elections. I think we must also actually indicate to the House that udabala khona siyalungisa, because IEC rejected us to Caesar because of the work that is preparing for the general elections. But we are going to have a service provider, and that process has been in the tribunal, and the tribunal has finalized the matter, and it has been brought back to us. We are going to proceed. We are going to seek the date on doing so, and then we'll advise the committee as in the House. Udaba Zululand, I think Zululand iyadinga nje ukulekelelwa Mtimandi, because net DDM abakaphasisi one plan. We have extended the time to 26 June. We are hoping that they are going to adhere to that. Hayi kabi kodwa ke because the access. So Umsunduza is not because I grew up in this city, but Honorable Mayor, I must be honest. I drive this morning through the town and I could see it's clean. And I saw even in the circles that they've cleaned. I'm not saying they're 100%, but they have tried, and we are monitoring and we are assisting them. We've appointed people that are coming to assist the municipality with other skills and support. So siyakholwa ukuthi ke kulokho kuzosiza ukuba sibone ilento abahlonishwa abadebatile. Ngiyafisa ukuthi ngisho ukuthi siyabonga mhlonishwa ushinga sizwile siyabonga futhi ukuthi usupporte ibudget yethu sizoyiphatha ngendlela efanelekile. Udaba lama disaster sizwile bahlonishwa ndaba ezitha sizwile ukuthi ke benifisa ukuthi ke silibheke ngeso elibanzi. Sizobafundela ku chapter 6 ke ngoba kwesisikhathi bayathanda ukuthi ngathi asinamandla. Ngizwile bebhala bethi ungenelela kanjani ungqongqoshe endabeni zethu. Cha, ngase ngithi constitution is there, and go and look at the clauses that and the section that are relevant, because I have a responsibility as a provincial leader and the MEC for KwaZulu-Natal to ensure that the ukusebenza komasipala kwi-standard esilindelekile. Siyabonga kakhulu kunina nonke, uNkulunkulu anibusise nisenzile okuhle. Ngithanda ukubonga kakhulu kwi-team yonke nje bade ngibongile ekuqaleni, kakhulukazi ngibonga i-team yakwa-KwaZulu-Natal. Ngiyafunda ngigijima, but it has been exciting. Ngibonge kuza kwethu uNqamalala Nqamza, ayikho indlela. Sibonge kakhulu kusihlalo osiphe ithuba nakubo bonke abaparticipatile. We intend to cooperate and work with you. Thank you very much for supporting the budget. We are not going to fail you. We are going to obtain another clean audit. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, MEC. MEC, I would like to extend our appreciation as the legislature to you, MEC, for a well-presented budget report, as well as to your department, the officials under the leadership of course of of the HOD, Mr. Tubane, all members of the Executive Council, and especially the members of the Executive Council that are here, Honorable Zuma. Thank you so much because I've been here from the morning. Honorable members, I want to thank you and all those who debated. Ingonyama yesizwe sakwaZulu indlulamthi yamakhosi. I know that he's listening, the Royal House and the family. The chairperson of the Provincial House of Traditional Leaders, Inkosi Ushinga. Amakhosi asendlunkulu present. Izinduna, chairperson of SALGA, mayors and councillors of municipalities, and all heads of departments and all government officials, and the rest of the community of KwaZulu-Natal, as well as the media. We won't forget to thank you. Honorable members, we have come to an end of the debate today, but you must know that I want to remind members that the debate, the sitting continues tomorrow. Tomorrow we are going to be starting at 9 o'clock. All of us are required to be in the main chamber. We'll be dealing with vote 6, vote 2, and then appropriation bill. We'll be voting on the appropriation bill. Thank you so much. The sitting is adjourned.